Now, today, we are gonna see, what if neglected Harry Potter teamed up with Tonks and had Death Eaters as his slave? Perry 1-inch joined Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the descriptio, and to support the original author for this beautiful creation. A breath of heat was a relief for the residents of Little Whining, and for the rest of England. The previous summer cars had baked in. Children refused to go out and play because of the heat. Yards had shriveled and died, water toy sales had shot through the roof, and rarely was someone seen outside for more than a few minutes. Now it was different. The rainfall had started in only a week into summer. At first seemingly a summer shower, but then it continued and dark clouds filled the horizon. Wisps of smoke curled from the chimney tops of nearly every house lining Privet Drive. The chill that came with the rain was too much, and now the residents were using their fires regularly. Including the residents of number 4 Privet Drive. The fireplace had been rarely used for the past several years, even during the winter. Even though the residents were quite afraid of it, they'd still reopened it and left the fire constantly burning. Inside that house, staring out the window at yet another gloomy day, was a dark-haired, emerald-eyed boy. He knew all too well that it was more than just bad weather. In the past 5 years, he'd seen many strange and wondrous sights. And he knew more than most that such things were rarely just coincidence. Hidden inside, away from the never-ending storm, he was afraid. The storm beat against his window and Harry just stared off into the darkness, wondering who or what was controlling it. It did stop occasionally, for a few hours here and there. In those few moments, Harry would dash out the door and go for a walk. Or to the park, somewhere that was far away from the dreary household he'd been condemned to live in. As in summers past, he detested the vacation and longed to return to the only place he'd ever called home. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But not this summer. It was good to be away from people that knew who he was. On occasion, when he tried to escape, he'd be caught by his Aunt Petunia. He'd then be sent back to his room with a stinging backside and a hungry stomach. She kept tabs on him all the time now, and it seemed as if she barely allowed him out of her sight anymore. Harry thought it quite odd how she acted, not loving, but afraid of him and afraid for him. She'd been scared and angry because of what he was, but she'd never acted so strangely about it. Lately she'd even taken him along to the stores, making him stay next to her just to pick up some milk. Because of the rain, the group she was often found with had had a lot of tea parties, and Harry was at nearly all of them. He sat quietly in the back corner of the room, doing nothing but thinking. It wasn't really all that bad. Compared to being marooned at Fig's house with those cats, it was a picnic. It gave him time to think over the things that had happened last year, the death of his godfather and the revelation that Dumbledore had given him. He liked the woman because they didn't want to talk to him. Which meant he didn't have to talk to them. His problem was that he'd had since serious death of wanting to have people around, but then not wanting them around when they was solved. Still, he didn't get out by himself enough because of the rain, and so, when one day the rain finally came to a halt, Harry disappeared outside as quickly as the rain had. Petunia did her best to stop him. But she was quickly left behind, and he was gone as soon as he'd seen his chance for freedom. The park was soaked, but thankfully it was also empty. Harry watched the clouds roll by faster than he'd ever seen. For a time, it seemed as if they were fighting the sun for dominance of the sky. The sun did not win, but neither did the clouds pour rain, though they seemed sorely tempted to try it. The sky stayed dark for the rest of the afternoon, but Harry didn't much mind. He found it nice just to be away from everyone, included Dudley, who'd become virtually impossible when his friends were around. On his trip home, Harry's eyes searched for danger, something to hurt. He desperately needed something, anything, to vent his mounting anger. Before it had been dogs that snapped at him, or even Dudley. Though no one ever got hurt, it was nice to just be angry at something, for some reason. The rain clouds darkened, and with them went Harry's mood. Someplace out there, someone as playing with more than just the weather. The vile man, if he could even be called a man, was trying to take control of the magical community, and then maybe even the world. That world would be a dark, a destitute place, where no one would live without fear. A short burst of rain didn't help matters at all, much less Harry's temper. Impossible as it was, it seemed to be centered around Harry himself. When it cleared again and Harry could see his path, he found that his cousin, Dudley, and the rest of his gang were in an alleyway ahead, waiting for him. "What?" Harry snapped when Dudley rudely stopped him. Dudley didn't even so much as flinch. He'd been pushing Harry around ever since the young wizard's return. His friends smirked over at Harry and one even bothered to, as cliché as it sounds, crack his knuckles menacingly. They'd had this sort of confrontation before, almost every time that the rain had cleared up. Dudley wasn't about to forgive Harry for what happened the year before when the Dementors had come. Dudley must have seen some horrible things and occasionally Harry wondered what it was, but right now that didn't matter. Harry was about to get into a fight. Even with foe to 1 odds stacked against him, he didn't bother with the wand. At some point after Sirius' death he had come to understand that he couldn't win every battle by magic alone. Dudley, being the stupid git that he was, had thought Harry wasn't allowed to pull his wand and was using this to his full advantage. So far Harry hadn't been harmed at all, not really. Dudley was quite powerful because the mass of weight he was carrying. But he was also slow and Harry was far quicker. He was still changing. He had lost some size but still was gaining weight. This time, Dudley's friends seemed to be participating in the fun. That worried Harry slightly. Around the town they were notorious for beating younger children up. The few people who ever spoke about it only did so in whispers. Harry had heard it when he was brought along with Petunia to go shopping. Of course it was never spoken of at the tea parties, maybe because the adults were just oblivious to the truth or they refused to accept it themselves. At home it was all right. But when she left he followed. Vernon was quite angry about the way Petunia was treating Harry. He said so quite often. Lately between Dudley and Petunia's odd behavior around Harry, that was all he talked about. One of the boys stepped forward and Harry turned slightly, making sure he had the best perspective he could on his opponents. The possibility of using magic in his defense occurred to him, and now he was sorely tempted to use it. Earlier in the holiday, he'd been sent a letter from the ministry. Someone high up was now very interested in his safety and made a special allowance to use magic should it become a necessity. The letter had also mentioned that he would have Aurors assigned to his protection. Unfortunately, they must have forgotten to tell the Aurors. So far Harry had not seen any Aurors at all, even when he was away from his aunt or had snuck out. Sneaking out was his new favorite pastime, getting away from the house altogether. He was actually waiting to see a Death Eater so he could take out all of his anger and frustration that was building up on him. More movement. What? Scared that you'll trip over your own feet and fall on your fat ass again, Dudley? Harry taunted, trying to use Dudley's pride to his advantage, so the fight wouldn't be so unequal. It didn't seem to work and Dudley motioned to everyone else. The whole group tightened around Harry until there wasn't much more than arm lengths between him and everyone else. No one seemed confident enough to swing though. The reason they'd waited suddenly occurred to Harry when they hastened to make enough room for Dudley to squeeze in between them. He stepped just a little more forward and swung as hard as he could. Once again his swing, though strong, was slow. And Harry easily ducked and casually took a step back. It was a mistake. From behind a foot fit itself into the back of his right knee and his leg collapsed under him. Another foot found his way into the opposite knee only a moment afterwards and in the 3 seconds after he'd collapsed to his knees. Not so quick now, are you? Dudley growled, swinging a ham-sized fist downward towards Harry's exposed face. The swing that was intended for Harry's nose never made it. Someone bowled right into the group and knocked 3 of the troublemakers out of the way. Dudley's swing was redirected and ended up in the gut of another of the group. Harry was the first to see his savior. She was about his height, blonde and had a smile that was very familiar. She was actually quite a knockout. Well, about time that someone needed my help. Her speech immediately gave it away and Harry's jaw dropped. Tonks? He asked, utterly surprised. Yep, she jumped up, smiling brightly as the dusted her hands off dramatically. In the flesh, well, so to speak, she wasn't in any getup that Harry had ever seen. Her clothing was pretty close to the latest style and she had luxurious blonde cascading down to her shoulders in ringlets. For a moment after seeing her, Harry had trouble breathing. He took a deep breath and started to get his thoughts together. Unfortunately, the thoughts he got were entirely inappropriate for him to be contemplating at the moment. He pushed them immediately away. Tonks was an Auror and she was much older than him. She had to be at least 28. A fact that he repeated several times to himself. The gang that had been knocked down didn't take long to get to their feet, and when they did, Dudley immediately took control of the situation again. "Who are you?" he asked, angered by her intrusion. "His girlfriend," Tonks said, matter-of-factly. "I've been looking all over for Loverboy here. Thanks for holding him for me." She grinned wickedly. Dudley's cheeks reddened and he looked at her for a long time. "You're the girlfriend of this git?" he asked, angrily. "Course. He and I met earlier in the summer and he asked me out. He's really cute," Tonks said, putting her arm around Harry's reddening neck. She was obviously enjoying this. Dudley didn't seem to know what to make of it. He just continued to stare at Tonks, and whenever he looked to Harry it was with anger filling his eyes. "You know, he goes to St. Brutus's school for incurably criminal boys. He may not look it, but he's really a criminal." Tonks looked over to Harry, her face enthusiastic, and she winked. "Oh really, Harry, you never told me you were such a bad boy. Maybe we'll have to go back to my house and see how bad a boy you really are," she said overdramatically before licking her lips and looking at him in a very suggestive manner. Several of the boys in the group blushed just slightly. Dudley looked insulted and tried to think of something else to say. "I'm a bad boy, too," he finally uttered lamely. "We've got the meanest gang in Little Whinging," he added, hoping that she'd forget about Harry and go with him. Harry began to understand both sides and decided to play along with Tonks for a while longer. He liked getting back at Dudley like this, with something not even Dudley could change. "We could," he looked up to Tonks, giving her his million-watt grin and a wink. "Go to your house. I'd like to do something other than fool around with Dudley. He's such a bore, never really does much but beat up little kids on the street. I'm the junior Southern boxing champion, I'll have you know," he replied angrily, "the best on this side of London. Father even thinks that I might be able to go to nationals and win." "Ooh, boxing," Tonks said, feigning interest. "But why does a big boxer beat up people smaller than him? Wouldn't it be better to practice on someone your own size?" "Not that there's any." She stopped her comment and looked over Dudley. "One that could really compete with you anyway." Harry desperately fought down the snigger that was threatening to escape. For some reason Dudley took the comment as a compliment and he puffed up even more than usual. He was really interested in Tonks. Harry almost laughed again. It was funny that Dudley would like Tonks. But he stopped suddenly, remembering that he'd also been briefly attracted to her as well. Only briefly, of course. Tonks stepped up behind Harry and flipped him around, planting a solid kiss on his mouth. Utterly surprised, Harry just let it go on, enjoying it more than he thought he should be. "See," Tonks said, "he's an amazing kisser too. Maybe I'll have to wait until I've gotten through with him before looking elsewhere," she said, waving at them and dragging Harry behind her to leave. Around the corner Harry just stared at her. The kiss was so unexpected he was in shock. Was it his imagination or had there been some tongue in that kiss? "Don't you ever expect something like that from me again, Harry," she said, turning to face him. "Don't let yourself get into trouble like that. You've been doing good all summer." So she had been watching him. "Wait a second, you mean to tell me you've been following me around all summer? You have, haven't you?" he asked, staring accusingly at her. It took a lot to force himself to look away from her. Harry found himself reminded of Cho and what he'd been like around her. His stomach churned thinking about her though, and so he shifted his thoughts. If Tonks had been around all summer. "You saw me fighting Dudley before," he said, a little angry. Before he might have been using it as a chance to learn to defend himself, but now that he'd found out someone else was there he didn't like it. He was trying to act foolish in front of people. At thought he wasn't much more than the lint in your stomach, but he hated people he knew seeing him like that. "Yeah," she said, slowing to a walk. "You didn't do too bad though. I would have suggest some different moves when it came to you cousin. He's an oaf really. He might be able to swing a few good hits but he tires easily. It'd be best to try and wear him out before he gets in those swings. Make him run a little." Unconsciously Harry took notes. He even felt like asking Tonks more questions. But it still nagged at him that she'd seen it already. "Why didn't you help then?" he asked. "Shish." Acting her head, she started to drag Harry behind her again. "Come on, let's go somewhere a little more private." Then, nodded her head back to the street they had come from. The whole of Dudley's gang were standing on the corner watching the exchange intently. They were too far to hear what was being said, but it was quite obvious that they were enjoying themselves. At the park, with no one around too. NKS shook her head and her face changed to one that Harry recognized. Her hair changed color as well. "There," she said and plopped down in the grass. "I hate looking so young. Not that it's bad or anything," she trailed off. "So?" Harry asked. Tonks looked at him confused. "So what?" she asked innocently. "Why didn't you help then?" Harry glared at her. "Oh, that." She shook her head. While Harry wondered where exactly she had been. He didn't remember anyone else seeing him or the rest of the group. No one was around at all if they wouldn't have done what they did. "Well, I was trying to see if you had any experience defending yourself. You don't have the best form, but you're rather fearless. Not the smartest fighter on the block, but that doesn't make a difference when you're fighting brainlies gets like them." In her mind, she suddenly decided something and hopped up. "Come on, I'll show you how to incapacitate that cousin of yours without working too hard." She took a step towards Harry. "Here, watch. You'll love this." She made a sweeping motion and jabbed softly into Harry's neck, barely even touching the skin. Nothing seemed to happen for a moment, but then he started to lose his breath. After choking for a few seconds, the sensation was lost and he was clear enough to breathe again. "How did you?" After pausing to take a breath and trying to figure out what she'd done, he looked at her again. "Do that?" "It's magic," she said jokingly, and Harry grinned at the joke. "No, really, you put a little magic into it. Like when you're trying to apparate, you have to push magic out of yourself. Not just through your wand. Or when you... No, never mind. Just push magic into it. You can push magic into anything or anyone." Trying again and again for what seemed like hundreds of times, Harry finally gave up. He just couldn't seem to push magic out of himself like she could. When he'd given up, Tonks stepped forward to console him. "It's all right, really, it took me some time too." She patted his shoulder. Feeling a little better, Harry nodded and waited to see what Tonks wanted to do. He hadn't received more than a letter or two from Ron and Hermione. He understood why Dumbledore was trying to keep him out of the loop again, and it frustrated him. Now that Tonks was here, maybe he could get some information out of her. "So, how's the fight going?" Harry asked finally. She seemed to easily just drift in the silence, not at all uncomfortable. The silence still continued and Harry shifted, then eventually sat down. He was very uncomfortable because of the silence. "Have you ever just stared at the clouds?" Tonks asked. "It's amazing how much they change. They just form into whatever they want to be. Anything you can imagine. One second you see something and then you ink and it shapes into something totally different." Looking up at the clouds, Harry couldn't see anything. They were just clouds, nothing really special about them as far as he could tell. So he didn't answer, not knowing what to tell her. What she saw and what he saw were two completely different things. "The minister himself assigned me to your protection team. I screwed up on one of the missions and Riley got injured. Dumbledore wasn't very happy with me, so he spoke with the minister about this assignment," she said, sounding sad. "I don't even know much right now. I haven't been around to hear anything. If I knew, I'd tell you. Really, I know what it's like to be out of the loop." She trailed off sullenly. Harry felt sorry for her. He remembered the last summer when she'd been in Sirius's house and was knocking over umbrella and chairs along with all the other accidents that just seemed to magically happen around her. But then, when she was fighting in the Department of Ministries, he seemed to have done just as good as any of the others there. Except for Dumbledore, of course. Harry was still amazed at what Dumbledore had done. "Sorry, Tonks," Harry said, feeling partially responsible because of what had happened. "Nah, 'sallright. I ain't supposed to be talking to you anyway. Not unless you go and get yourself into trouble. Been bored a lot lately." It was fun to play with those boys' minds. They're pretty daft anyway, using Drax and all. "Drax?" Harry asked. Curious. Tonks paused for a minute and looked down. Drugs maybe. Keep forgetting you were raised a muggle. Don't know everything about wizards still. Dracs or potions usually stuff that makes you feel really good for a while, but they're not the best thing for you. Addictive and all. Not too many wizards use them, but they're really effective. If Dudley ever got caught using drugs he'd be in a heap of trouble. Vernon wouldn't even believe them and neither would Petunia likely. They never believed anything bad about Dudley. Petunia was different now though. She never smiled at all. She had lost a good deal of weight since last year and her eyes seemed to sag when she looked at Harry. Since the summer started she hadn't once called Harry a git. In fact she'd rarely said more than 2 or 3 words to him at once. Harry stood but Tonks pulled his feet out from under him and rolled on top of him. You should get into trouble more often. Harry gave her a grin and there was a definite mischievous twinkle present in his eyes, not unlike the one Dumbledore sometimes sported. I'll do my best, he drawled, or at least tried to. Ah, that's the spirit. She laughed as she playfully ruffled his hair. Nearing the house Petunia appeared, throwing the doors open and rushing out in the rain to Harry. Where have you been, Harry? She demanded, her voice full of fear again. For a moment Harry almost yelled back at her. She was really getting him angry and he didn't want to have to answer to her. Dudley was probably back by now and had invented some story. Vernon showed up at the door a moment later and grabbed Harry by the arm, tightening his grip around it as best as possible. I've been hearing some things about you, boy. Dudley here says that you're going with one of our kind. Is that true? He asked after dragging Harry into the house. So Dudley was home. He must have been quite angry at Harry. Because of Tonks and wasn't going to give up on getting her. Yeah, and, Harry replied casually. For the first time he could remember Vernon did more than just get angry. His hand came down quicker than Harry expected and marked his face with a bright red hand. You will not give me such disrespect, boy. I never want to hear you talking like that again. You're one of them. You should be seeing why. Our own kind and stay away from regular people. I'm warning you to stay away from normal people or I'll see to it you never go to that blasted school again. Vernon bellowed in rage. The shock of the events left Harry speechless for only a few seconds, not long enough for everyone else to compose themselves. In the next moment, he had his wand drawn and pointing it into Vernon's belly. If you ever do that again, Harry said in a dangerously quiet voice, you'll be meeting my godfather in the afterlife. And he won't be as generous as I am. For the first time since Harry had come home he'd revealed the truth of things. Why he was so angry at everyone. Vernon didn't seem to care. Serves him right. That wretch of a man never deserved to live anyway. He screamed, his voice outrageously loud. He didn't seem to care at all that Harry had pointed his wand at him and he brought his hand up again and started to swing. Harry was not about to let it happen and had his wand up and a spell chosen to cast onto Vernon. My godfather. He spit at Vernon, infuriating him even more, was more of a man than you'll ever be. Petunia shrieked and jumped between Harry and Vernon, making everything stop. Please, she begged Vernon. Don't. He'll hurt you and there's nothing we can do about it. Dudley looked so frightened he'd about wet himself. He was standing in the corner and had been watching with some degree of satisfaction. Not caring what happened to Harry as long as it was bad. Now he was losing a battle in his head and was genuinely frightened of the threat Harry had just posed. Never, roared Vernon after Petunia had moved away, thinking he was all right and wouldn't try and hurt Harry again. A knock on the door caught everyone's attention at such an inopportune time. It did however save Vernon's life. He stepped away and rethought matters for an instant. Harry was not about to take another hit and was about to punish Vernon for a life of misery that Harry had gone through and for insulting his godfather. Had Vernon's hand continued it would have never struck its mark. A postman was standing there looking confused when Petunia opened the door. In his hand was a stamped parchment with 2 words on the front. It was written in large, smooth loopy letters. Harry Potter. Harry barely caught a glimpse of it. He instead was watching Vernon, waiting for something to happen in order to hurt the man that had raised him. Petunia snatched the letter from the postman and slammed the door, probably making the postman even more confused. He didn't seem to know how he'd reached the door with the piece of mail in his hands, especially one without an address. Open it, yelled Petunia, throwing it at Harry violently. She looked at the thing as if it were evil. Harry stared at the letter for a moment, not quite sure who it came from. The writing wasn't any he could ever remember seeing, and the seal was completely new to him. It was a dragon wrapped around a stiletto, its fiery flames filling the background. It was ominous, but attracting at the same time. Finally, his mind made up, he carefully broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Inside, nothing was there, the paper was completely blank. Harry's face crinkled in confusion at the strange letter until a peculiar noise began emanating from it. A deep hollowing sound that resonated throughout the room as if someone were screaming deep within a cavern. Harry dropped the note in shock, and then Petunia screamed before fleeing the house faster than Harry had ever seen her move. She headed down the street towards S. Unknown place, leaving the rest of the household standing there, confused. Vernon looked at the empty letter and snatched it from the floor, throwing it towards the reopened fireplace. Harry tried to stop him, afraid of what the letter was for. He didn't seem to be getting any letters anymore, not from Hermione or Ron or even Luna, who'd swore she'd write him over the summer. Some of the other members of the DA had sworn the same thing, and yet, not a single letter had reached him. He hadn't received any owls at all. Hedwig spent long periods of time gone when he sent out letters, but never returned with anything. What really troubled Harry was his inability to receive the Daily Prophet. The letter was gone in a puff of green smoke, but the fire turned green as well. Harry wasn't sure exactly what it meant, but he could feel right away he was in danger. His scar twinged slightly, and that was enough for Harry to know that whatever it was that was about to happen was not good. Surprisingly, Voldemort had yet to annoy him during the summer, but at the same time he'd been deprived of knowing what might be happening in the outside world. Both facts greatly troubled him. A face appeared in the fireplace, one that filled Harry with such hate and deep loathing it made him stop in his tracks. "Leave," the voice of Peter Pettigrew squeaked in the fireplace. "He's coming for you." Then it was gone. Harry stared into the fire as it turned orange again and tried to figure out what was happening. Peter Pettigrew, the reason that Sirius had been in Azkaban and not been able to see to Ari's care and growth was giving him a warning. Harry wondered for a moment if he should listen to it or ignore it. But the urge to ignore it was overwhelming. Peter was on their side and he wouldn't give Harry a warning like that unless he wanted him out of the house for some reason. Vernon started to growl again, sounding remarkably like a bear. Harry took the moment to head for his room. But he'd only gotten part way up the stairs when he heard the front door blow in and strike the opposite wall with a resounding crash. Brief thoughts of fear screamed through his mind again. No one would break the door down like that except a Death Eater. He didn't even turn to look, he just continued up the steps into his room, his wand in hand and at the ready. Now, given the chance, he wasn't sure if he really wanted to be fighting the Death Eaters, but neither did he want to be left totally defenseless. Someone was charging up the stairs behind him before he reached the top floor, and he turned on his pursuers in an attempt to fight them off. He called out the first hex to come to mind even before he'd seen the face. The person heard the charm and looked up to Harry before dodging it. Harry didn't send another off. He almost jumped back down on Tonks to hug her. "Why are you here?" he asked quickly. She shook her head and covered her mouth with a finger, then pointed upstairs. Harry hurried up again, followed closely by Tonks. At the top of the stairs and in his room again, Harry turned to her and repeated the question. Tonks ignored him momentarily and turned to the door, putting a spell on it. "You're in trouble," she said when she turned back to Harry. "A book was stolen from Dumbledore this morning that could help the Dark Lord overpower the charm that your mother put on you. I only just received notice. The fight's been furious and Dumbledore only just had enough time to send me word. We have to leave, and now, before they get here." Harry looked around at his room. Again it was thrashed, books and clothing everywhere. His desk was filled with unfinished parchments and scrolls, some schoolwork, some letters. For the second time with Tonks in his room, Harry felt ashamed of how he'd kept the room up. His mind was not too troubled though, he was thinking of what needed to be packed. An explosion caught both of their attention and Tonks pulled Harry behind her, closing her eyes for a moment. "They're here. We have to leave now." "Forget everything. How are we going to leave?" Harry asked, looking around wildly. He would not leave everything, and he dove for his trunk. digging in and producing his invisibility cloak. How about this? Tonks shook her head anxiously. There's bound to be dozens of them down there. We can't risk trying to get through them. Downstairs a vase shattered, only adding to Harry's now visibly distressed state. He was near his door, wand in hand, trying his best to figure out what he was going to do. He turned to Tonks again. His jaw tightened and a sense of foreboding filling him. You're joking, right? Harry asked in a strangled voice, staring apprehensively at the window that, moments ago, Tonks had dropped his precious firebolt out of while simultaneously trying to mount it. Then, of course, to compound matters even more, several Death Eaters had meandered back outside and were waiting around to ensure that RRY didn't get outside without someone seeing. Tonks made a motion as if about to summon the broom back to her, but Harry quickly stopped her. If Tonks had summoned the broom, either the sudden movement or the bushes rustling would have attracted far more attention than they needed at the moment. In all likelihood, the broom wouldn't make it to within 10 feet of them before they were attacked. So Tonks had come up with an idea. It didn't matter if it's the best idea at the moment, but it was by far the most insane idea that anyone could have come up with other than confronting the Death Eaters by themselves. She wanted to jump, with Harry holding on. Then, at the same time, summon the broom to her, mount it and fly away. From her determined expression Harry could see that the idea was not a joke as he'd hoped. She truly intended on doing it. Harry had fallen out the window and barely a second had passed before he'd struck the ground. If she, even though she could do this, she was. You're nutters, he whispered fiercely, staring at her amazed. You're totally nutters, he whispered again, hoping that the ruckus downstairs would keep the Death Eaters at bay for a minute or two. Seriously, Tonks, you just dropped the broom trying to mount it, and now you want to try and mount it in midair. You think you can do that? Oh, and you could do better, I'm sure. Tonks snapped angrily, but still determined to do it. Downstairs something else was destroyed and Harry whirled from Tonks, making sure, once again, his door was firmly closed and locked for the third time. He looked down at his invisibility cloak, which was still gripped tightly in his hands. He wasn't quite sure what to do now. He could stay with Tonks and try to do something that was completely insane, or he could hide and hope they'd think he wasn't around. Unfortunately, loud footfalls clearly told that nearly a dozen Death Eaters were rushing throughout the house, tearing apart anything that stood in the way of their mission. His mind finally came to a conclusion when he heard Vernon's gruff voice reach a crescendo down below before cutting off abruptly. In the few seconds he spoke, Harry distinctly heard his name and his bedroom location. Crestfallen, Harry turned back to Tonks, hoping that she had another better idea. He couldn't think of anything more to do and he was moving well into total panic. Spree. Across her face Harry could see a hesitant look. Please, she begged softly. You do trust me, don't you? There was a lot more to the question than appeared at first glance, and for the life of him he couldn't figure out what it was. Harry could feel some deep-seated emotions. The answer really meant a lot to her, although he couldn't understand exactly why. Her eyes told him that to her it was far more than just a statement of trust. Not many people trusted her, it seemed, mostly due to her clumsy and slightly naive nature. And even though he hadn't noticed it yet, she was hurt because of it. After a hesitant 3 seconds Harry came to decide what he was going to do. Yes, I trust you, but it's just, you have to understand, this isn't something easy for me. With that, he tucked his wand into his belt and offered her his free hand, using his other to stuff his jacket with his invisibility cloak. He noticed that his jacket had already gotten wet from the moisture in the air, but didn't think much about it. At least it'd offer him some protection. Tonks, satisfied with his answer, wrapped the young wizard's arms tightly around her waist. He could feel her breath increase as she paused momentarily to gather her wits. Then, with an unusual display of grace, she dove out the window, taking him with her. Harry began to reconsider his decision immediately after she sprang into the air. He had a brief vision of the sky, but he pulled himself tightly to Tonks, hoping for the best. Somehow, a miracle happened and she pulled it off. Barely out of the window, she had his broom between her legs and a good grip on its polished handle. Harry didn't even see her summon it, though he had been far more concerned about the ground at the time. Pulling the broom up took a bit longer with the weight of an extra person. They nearly plowed into the bushes before the broom gathered enough momentum to pull out of their fall. Even then she jerked up so violently that Harry's stomach twisted in a knot. His blood started pumping like when he was in Quidditch matches, only it was even more concentrated. The moment after the rush, and just prior to the Death Eaters spotting them, Harry felt better than he ever had before. It was more than just a rush, it was almost like pure bliss. Then the Death Eaters began yelling. The broom twisted sharply, changing its course dramatically with neck-jarring effects. Harry could do nothing but hold on to Tonks as tightly as possible. She was in charge now and seemed to be a bit unused to the firebolt's sensitive steering. He'd never flown with someone else flying pilot and it was a new experience. He felt very conscious about how she was flying his broom. She flew down Privet Drive as if the devil himself was after them. Which, in a way, he was. She popped over a low-lying hedge and into the yard of a house Harry was all too familiar with. Twin jets of magical energy lanced past by them on their right side, striking one of the trees in the front yard and instantly starting a blaze. Tonks leaned into the broom, egging it to higher speeds. Harry dared to look back and saw that a Death Eater was already pursuing them on broomstick. Death Eater's broom would normally be no match for Harry's firebolt, but they were riding tandem while the Death Eater had no extra weight to slow him down. Out of the blue, one of Mrs. Fig's crazy cats jumped out of the blazing tree, hissing and spitting in its terror. The hapless creature struck the perusing wizard right in the face, sending both careening out of control. There was a spurt of blood and the cat spun sharply with the impact and lay motionless on the ground. The cat had left his mark though. Slowing down and clutching his right eye, the Death Eater's enraged cries sent shivers down Harry's spine. Before he could turn back, the wind caught his glasses and whipped them off of his head, not even giving him a chance to grab for them. Harry cursed himself for not wearing the little glasses strings Aunt Petunia had gotten him because he thought it made him look foolish. The broom twisted sharply again, swinging nearly 90 degrees to the left, directly into a neighbor's backyard. The fence, which had been strangely opened, swung closed from the blast of wind as they passed it. The brickwork of the house flashed clearly in front of Harry, scant inches from his face. The masonry was gone in a blink of an eye, replaced by a blurry garden of some sort. The broom pulled into a climb immediately. As they passed the upper part of a shed, it blew up under them, helping their ascension even more, but tearing some of Harry's pants away and scorching the soles of his trainers. The climb increased until Harry felt as if he might roll backwards and fall to the ground. He didn't dare look back again in fear of what he might see. He simply clung to Tonks tightly and squeezed his eyes shut. Better for death to be a surprise than to see it coming. Reversing the direction completely, Harry felt gravity shove them back down towards the broomstick as they went into a dive. Harry's stomach knotted again, but he didn't feel it. His adrenaline had started pumping so fast that nothing else mattered. Just the ride of his lifetime. Something below them moved into their way. Tonks whipped quickly left then right, causing Harry's eyes to involuntarily open and focus back onto what was happening. He could see Tonks' shoulder rise, and one hand loosening itself from the broom, grabbing the wand that was tucked away beneath her robes. He heard her start to say something, but a crack of thunder kept it from being heard. Harry, blinking furiously at the sudden illumination, glanced skyward as best he could, even though he couldn't see anything, and wondered where the thunder had come from. It may have rained a great deal lately, but there was very little in the way of thunder or lightning. A prickly feeling surged across Harry's skin, making his hair stand on end, as if the air were poking him everywhere softly. Below them, Harry noted that whatever it was that had been in their path was now gone. They were, however, uncomfortably close to the ground and moving extremely fast. Tonks was able to pull out of the dive, but it was far closer to the ground than Harry felt happy with when he wasn't the one that was flying. The blades of grass skimmed across his pant legs, even though they'd been tucked up as closely to the broom as he could hold them. The dew from the grass thoroughly soaked his burnt and shredded jeans, making them even colder than they had already been. A bright yellow curse raced past them on one side, moments after Tonks had adjusted their course yet again. It struck a tree, throwing flames and chunks of bark for several yards in every direction. Harry only saw the extent of the damage in the brief moment they passed the tree, but what he could see reminded him strongly of when Dudley had gotten a hold of a firework called an M80 strap. It to one of the larger trees in a nearby park. Harry had gotten blamed for it and eventually the tree had died because of the scar. They were currently rampaging through someone's front yard, at least as far as Harry could tell. Things were hard to see without his glasses and at the speed they were moving he had only a fraction of a second to see and identify things. Tonks pulled up sharply, avoiding a long row of shrubberies that acted as a fence to the yard. On the other side of the bush she stopped the broom so suddenly that Harry started to get sick again. He could feel his stomach jumping to his throat and was glad he hadn't eaten at all lately. 2 more Death Eaters passed by them on either side at tremendous speeds, not having a broom that could handle such a sudden stop. Harry watched Tonks as she fired off 2 hexes in quick succession. In one smooth motion, she slid her wand into its hidden sheath and was off again quicker than Harry could blink. The charge that had been building up in the air got even more concentrated and a burst of energy flowed through Harry. The world widened into a sudden dazzling brightness, nothing at all was visible. It was like staring into the sun. At the same time his whole chest felt constricted and he had a hard time drawing a breath. The sound was even more incredible. It was like a huge explosion that rattled his bones and nearly deafened one ear. "Y'alright?" she yelled back to him as they trimmed the rooftop of a nearby house. "Yeah," Harry yelled back into her ear, hoping she'd hear the rest. The lightning was frightening him. It was as if it was chasing them. Or reacting to something they were doing. She seemed preoccupied and she pulled out her wand again, fumbling around with it. "But can you be a bit more careful? We lost all of them that were chasing us." Whatever it was they were doing he wanted to figure it out so that they could keep from being struck. The wind picked up, howling in their ears as they started to rise into the clouds and Harry could feel the charge again, waiting for some reason to discharge on them. "Sure," Tonks shouted into the wind. She also said something that was far too quiet for him to hear and at that instant Harry could feel a discharge again, just as before. Tonks proceeded to roll so hard to the left that Harry felt as if he were being thrown from the broom. The only reason he wasn't was because he kept his legs locked under the broom and his hands locked around Tonks. A bright flash of light filled his whole field of vision yet again. Quickly the light was followed by an intense rumbling which shook him to his very bones. An explosion in his ears finished the moment off. He didn't even know how to describe the sound. It was more than loud, it couldn't be considered deafening. It was too loud for that. His whole body reverberated from the sound, and it felt as if he'd been struck by a gigantic bludger. It felt as if even some of her bones were at the point of breaking within him simply from the intensity of the noise. When his sight returned he could see that they were flying down the center of a street, the center markings just to his right. 2 dots of light were in the far-off distance, but headed right towards them. "Tonks!" Harry yelled, trying to make her see where they were going. He hoped it was working. He couldn't even hear hymns elf speak after the explosion a few moments before. He wasn't sure if he'd ever hear again. He yelled again, only knowing that he was making some sort of sound because of the rumbling in his throat. It seemed she couldn't hear him either, and somehow was missing the fast-approaching pair of headlights. "Come on!" He screamed as loud as he possibly could, then shook her violently. She seemed dead, no longer worried about waking Tonks. Harry let her go completely and took a grip on the broom, pulling it up and away from the car. They missed it by a much more significant margin than they'd miss some other things in the earlier flight, but Harry had to wonder what the people in the car were thinking. They must have thought it off to see 2 people coming at them much faster than they were traveling, and without a vehicle. Before pulling into the clouds Harry glanced back towards his house, not thinking he'd even see it because of the distance they'd traveled, but he did see it. Not the house itself, but he could tell where it was. The Death Eaters seemed to have set it to flames before they left. Pulling up harder Harry ascended into the clouds, hiding themselves from Muggle view and NY Death Eaters that might have been trying to catch them again. They were already going to be in enough trouble as it was. The Daily Prophet was going to have so much to write about him it wasn't even funny. When they'd reached a good height Harry tried to find a clear patch, away from the numerous clouds that were quickly soaking his clothing even more thoroughly. No open area was in sight and Why just decided to deal with the cold for now, because waking Tonks was far more important. After some aggressive shaking he finally screamed into her ear, trying his best to waken her. He hoped she wasn't dead. He didn't know where he was going and they were moving fast, he probably wouldn't be able to easily find his way back home even if he wanted to. But at the moment that was probably the last place he wanted to be. By now it would be swarming with oars and reporters trying to find out what had happened. The real thing Harry was afraid of was Vernon, especially if Tonks wasn't awake. Vernon would wring his neck before anyone else could stop it, because he'd only see it as Harry's fault. The house wasn't somewhere he wanted to return to anyway. There were far too many bad memories. Onds ticked by until several minutes had passed, Harry continually trying to awaken Tonks again and again. Finally, after he'd given up, her head shot up, striking Harry in his forehead. She looked around, unsure about where she was. And it seemed to dawn on her after a while. "Harry," she said, surprised when she turned to see his face. "Were they flying? Harry, where are we?" she yelled at the top of her lungs, taking a strong grip on the broom. Harry gladly let go, his hands already chilled, and then rubbed his forehead softly. "Getting away from everyone that was chasing us, it wasn't much help when you blacked out," he yelled back, loud enough that she could hear. The wind was starting to get stronger and it was whistling around them loudly most of the time. "I don't know where exactly we are. We could go down and see. But we're not concealed too well and I think we'd lose the invisibility cloak if I tried to pull it out," he continued, hoping she could hear him. The wind whipped them strongly again, shifting their course for the 12th time. Harry had tried to prevent it from happening, but between trying to wake Tonks and trying to keep semi-warm he couldn't do it very well. "Right track, we're order," Harry heard Tonks reply. He wasn't about to ask her to repeat it, because there was no way he could have heard it anyway. He saw her pull her wand from her belt and wave it. As she did he felt the air snap at him again. The air felt static just as it had before. Before he could warn Tonks the lightning had already struck. This time instead of it just being close, Harry could feel it hit them fully. He closed his eyes, but they were still filled with an overwhelming light. Harry could only wish that by some miracle they would survive this time. The broom didn't. She seemed to want to comply to Harry's wishes and started spinning wildly, not following any of the directions Tonks was giving it verbally. He could feel her moving about and he opened his eyes after powerful concussion shock had ripped through his body. Though this time it was different, he felt completely disorientated and his whole body was numbed. When he had regained some of his sense he saw Tonks trying furiously to stop the broom. She kicked out her feet behind her while at the same time grabbing the front of the broom, a built-in stopping mechanism. It did not work. The broom just kept building speed until they were racing through the clouds so fast it felt as if they were breaking through layer after layer of paper-thin ice. Tonks rose her wand and Harry snapped it from her hand before she could use it. Something about the magic was drawing the lightning to them and he didn't want to risk being hit again. It was a miracle they'd survived thus far. His movement seemed to push the broom even faster. "Down!" Harry yelled, taking control from Tonks again and driving the broom towards the ground. Tonks lost it, just leaning into the broom until they were at a straight drop. The wind whipped around Harry's coat, trying to pull it from his arms. Squinting his eyes Harry waited and waited, trying to pull up exitly when he needed to. He'd learned the braking technique on High's own accord while he'd spent some time practicing on his broom after he'd first got it. The ground appeared, coming at him faster than 200 miles an hour. At the last second Harry jerked the broom, pointing it straight towards the sky. While the movement was violent and difficult, especially with Tonks riding with him, Harry was able to perform the maneuver perfectly, coming to within inches of He rooftop when the broom finally stopped. Gently, ever so gently, Harry dropped to the rooftop and took a second to breathe. Tonks dismounted the broom when she turned back to Harry. The only thing he could see was a wide grin. "That was amazing. I've done some stupid things in my life, but that was a rush. I'll have to show you Jax sometime. I think you'll like it." "What is it?" Harry asked, relieved that Tonks wasn't angry at him for doing something so stupid. "It's, well, you fly up and you Disapparate, but, oh. Never mind, you'll just have to watch someone do it, it's not Summit. Hing, that sounds right when you explain it. You'll have to learn to apparate to do it though. I don't know how to do it. I can't learn either, you're not allowed to do it until you're legal aged. Harry said quietly. He'd wanted to learn a lot of things but he couldn't teach himself at school because Hermione wouldn't let him get away with it, and at home if he used magic he wouldn't be able to go back to Hogwarts. A chill ran up Harry's spine as a passing wind caught the tails of his jacket. It was cold, and they needed to get somewhere safe and soon. Hey, a voice came from the front of the house. Harry and Tonks both looked down the roof to see a man staring up at them. Watcher, Tonks called happily, waving and smiling down to the man. Harry shook his head. A muggle wouldn't be too happy with people on his roof. Mostly, because he wouldn't be able to make much sense of it. What are you doing up there? The man demanded. Then, without even waiting for an answer, he pulled out a small black thing from his cloak. I'm going to call the police, he yelled and then looked down, pushing something on the object. Harry looked over to Tonks, a bit afraid. Getting the police involved wasn't something he wanted to do. The guy was already talking to someone when Harry looked back. Tonks was staring down, interested. What's that he's got? Tonks, we'd better leave. We don't want Muggle police involved, do we? She shook her head briefly and then headed over to the other side of the roof, where the man couldn't see them. We'd best get going, then, she said, mounting the broom ahead of Harry again. The wind had picked up, and no matter what Tonks did she couldn't keep them from being barraged by rain once it had started again. It was cold and Harry was soaked thoroughly in a matter of minutes. The coat, which had been wet, but provided some protection, only made him colder as they rode through the air. Harry shivered more than a few times, and started to tuck into himself to keep as warm as possible. Tonks on the other hand kept dipping down to just below the cloud line to try and get a bearing. He wasn't quite sure if she knew where she was going or not, but she was driving and he didn't have the slightest clue. It's cold, Harry whispered after a great deal of time had passed. An intense spasm filled his body, and he couldn't help but shiver for an extended period of time. He could not hear himself speak, or else he would have realized it was useless. The words he spoke were slurred so much that it was hard to tell he was speaking at all. The spasm went away and for a moment Harry relaxed. It didn't last long, but the next time his mind filled with the spasms. It felt light, and then it started to warm up around him. Below him the lights looked beautiful and the warmth filled him even more. He watched the lights and as they flickered they enticed him. They were beautiful and the longer Harry watched the closer Harry wanted to be. Tonks wasn't going down though. And Harry was sure he wasn't going to be able to get closer anytime soon, so he just decided to go alone. He didn't need Tonks with him anyway. As he slipped from the broom, Tonks, numb as she was, somehow was able to sense it. She did her best to stop him, holding his arms close to her. But even she couldn't hold tight enough in the wet weather and he began to slip. She yelled into the wind, as loudly as she could manage, hoping he'd wake up. She didn't realize that he wasn't falling asleep. Her actions were enough, however, and they snapped some part of Harry's mind back to reality. You know, he slurred, flipping his head over her shoulder, and talking into her ear, you're really nice to me. Not like any of the other adults I know. Maybe you should make people take lessons or something. His voice was just loud enough, and he was just close enough that, above the wind, Tonks heard his voice but not what he said. She immediately identified what was happening to Harry and gripped him tighter. You've got hypothermia, she said, hoping that he'd keep his right mind for a bit longer. She was trying to figure out where they were and she had no idea where it was they were truly headed. The spell she could use wasn't available because somehow the lightning was targeting them when magic was used. The aura training kicked in. She remembered being given information about such things as hypothermia. She knew she was more protected for several reasons, mainly that she had a completely unique body and it took far more stress than just cold to cause it to start shutting down. We're going to stop. I'm not sure exactly where it is we're headed right now. The words she spoke weren't any use to Harry. He couldn't really understand what it was that she was saying. His mind started drifting again, right back to the twinkling lights below them. They were getting close and the lights seemed even more magical as they closed the distance. Harry was enthralled by them and leaned over again, trying to get a better look. This time Tonks did not feel him shift, and only when the back end of the broom lost weight did Tonks figure out what was happening. She found herself almost sliding forwards off the broom too before she could compensate for the loss of Harry's weight. After taking control of the broom again, she dove after Harry at tremendous speeds. Harry on the other hand was in some sort of bliss. He was falling, but he had no idea about his true plight. He found himself floating through the air, with the lights coming at him faster and faster. He didn't hear Tonks screaming after him. He didn't feel the chill of the wind whipping after him, trying to stop Tonks from reaching him. Unfortunately, they weren't far from the ground at all, and Tonks had little time to get to Harry. She'd almost reached him when the ground became far too close to stay away from. Her numb hands reached out, trying to grip Harry, but the combination of slippery hands and a numbed grip only served to slow him slightly before he continued his plunge down. For a brief second he disappeared from Tonks' sight, but a splash followed, covering her in a layer of chilly water. She was unable to pull from the dive quick enough and soon followed Harry into the black water. The explosion of water briefly incapacitated Tonks, but she was soon on top of the water again, struggling to stay afloat. "Harry," she screamed at the top of her lungs, hoping he'd had enough senses to be able to swim. She searched the darkness for any sign of him at all, listening to hear a splash. There was nothing. Desperately she pulled her wand out again, worried that if she didn't try he'd die anyway. Only a moment before she used her wand she felt something brush against her leg. Dropping her wand, and ridding herself of much of the clothing she was wearing, she dove straight down, hands reaching about trying to locate Harry. She caught hold of a motionless hand and followed it down to the rest of the body. Then, wrapping herself around it, she pushed off the bottom of the pool with as much strength as she could. It didn't take long for her to find the edge of the pool. With a surge of strength she was able to pull Harry from the pool and lay him out beside it. Her hands searched his neck for a pulse, but found nothing. He was not breathing either. Instinctively she searched for her wand, which was sitting at the bottom of the pool. When she could not find it, her aura training came up with alternatives. Leaning over him and concentrating the best she could, she started to perform Muggle CPR. Auras were trained with every sort of medical abilities that were possible, magical or not. Tonks improvised just a bit, using the trick she'd been trying to teach Harry earlier. End the day and pushing a little bit of magic into it every push of the hand and breath. It didn't take long for her to feel a pulse again, faint and slow, but still a pulse. She leaned him to his side. As he coughed up the water he'd swallowed, his eyes stayed closed as Tonks hugged him, thankful that he had lived. A faint sound of breathing could be heard as Tonks whispered to him that he'd be all right. Then, gently laying him back down, she looked around, trying to determine where they were. She needed to get him inside and warm him up quickly, or her efforts would be for nothing. Scars. Chapter 03. Scars. A soft humming woke Harry from his not-so-restful sleep. His whole body ached and at the same time felt extremely odd, almost as if it were just awakening, tingling everywhere. He could see he was on a couch of some sort, but he could barely move to see any further than that. The sound of humming continued and Harry moved slowly, turning his whole body very slowly into the right position so he could locate the source. He wasn't sure exactly what had happened or where he was. No memories of the night before returned to him immediately. Tonks was the one that was humming. In the dark it was hard to see her, but every few minutes a car would pass and the lights would be just enough to light up her face. Harry knew it was her the first time, even though she didn't look as he'd expect her to look. He could see she was staring out onto the street, while playing with a ring in her hand. It glinted whenever the lights from outside caught it. She seemed so normal, not like the Tonks he'd started to get to know. As if she knew someone was watching her, she glanced back to Harry. In the darkness apparently she couldn't see that he was watching her, and she turned back, frowning, to the window. A brief glimpse of the previous night made Harry stop to think. He remembered pieces of the previous night, mostly just garbled flashes, but he was starting to piece things together. Florida. Shish of lightning brought everything that he couldn't remember back. Everything that he could make sense of anyway. Some of the last things he'd done he couldn't remember at all. The rain. It was cold. he whispered to himself as he remembered that it had been amazingly cold. The words were just loud enough to reach Tonks' ear, and the calming humming stopped as she turned to Harry. She was smiling, but he could see it was forced. When he moved to try and sit up, she was at his side immediately, holding his head down, making sure he didn't get up. "Just rest," she said, easing his head back down. "You won't be able to do much more than that for a couple of days. There's some food in the kitchen. They don't have too much of a selection, but it'll do. The fridge is almost empty." Her grin almost made Harry forget about the frown on her face earlier. She seemed so happy just being herself that it was hard to tell she was sad at all. "I fell," he recalled. He remembered seeing the lights and then the rush of flying. But very little else. Tonks frowned again and Harry changed the subject. He didn't like her frowning. "Where are we, anyway?" "Dunno," Tonks said, innocently enough, but her face told different with a mischievous grin. "Sure is a nice place though. Wish I'd grown up in place like this. No one would have ever found me when we played hide and seek, not that they could anyway. I only got caught once and that was because I kinda tripped over the table in the living room." She paused and her smile started to fade. "Sorry, I really talk too much most of the time, and then you ally say the wrong thing at the worst of times. I should just quit talking altogether. Or at least that's what Henry, sorry." Babbling again. It didn't really bother Harry at all, and he smiled at her and tried to shake his head. But found he was having a hard time even just doing that. Tonks didn't seem to have much coordination socially or physically. It occurred to Harry to ask her about his injuries, and why he was on the couch. But he had a feeling that it would make her sad again and he didn't like it when she was like that. If he was going to be stuck on the couch he wanted to talk and be happy for a while. The house they were in was extremely luxurious, not like anything Harry had ever been in before, and even if they weren't invited they might as well enjoy their time however brief it was. "Who's Henry?" questioned Harry, trying to keep Tonks talking. It was relaxing to him. Something about the question got to Tonks, and Harry almost regretted mentioning it. But she didn't frown, she smiled after some thought. "He was my accomplice when I was training to be an Auror. He and I came up with some very good pranks. But he graduated 2 years before me. After that, some things happened and well, he was injured by a child and never recovered. After he died everything changed. No names were released in fear of the child's life. I don't think it was an accident though, he was too smart to let something like that happen." "Oh," Harry said, looking away and trying not to think about death. It was still overwhelming to think about Sirius, and Harry didn't really want to deal with that at the moment. It took Tonks a minute to figure out why Harry had looked away and she covered her mouth, sighing. "Sorry, like I said, I always say the wrong thing at the most inopportune time." She looked around, trying to find something else to talk about, but finding nothing just sat quietly next to Harry. The silence for Harry was almost as bad though, he wanted to talk about something. "I want to be an Auror too, you know," he finally said, hoping it was enough to spark a conversation. "Really?" Tonks said, perking up a great deal. "I had a hard time doing it, but you'd be great at it. You're probably the most talented 6th year I've ever met. I still have a hard time getting some of the spells right that you can already do." When Madame Bones had been so surprised that Harry's old form a corporeal patronus Harry had felt as good. He smiled as best as possible. "I don't know if I'll be able to do it though. I don't think I did well enough on my owls. I tried, I really did, but I just hope that it was enough. Potions always got me a little mixed up. Hermione thinks I just don't study enough, but it's hard to remember them with Snape standing over your shoulder." Tonks giggled. "It's 'cause that get Snape's teaching it. He's good at them, but he doesn't teach others so well. We had Mr. Grant teaching us for the first 2 years I was in potions and no one seemed to do as bad as when Snape was teaching after that. I was never much for potions either, but it was enough to get into the Aurors." "What's it like being an Auror?" Harry asked, feeling as if Tonks might be able to answer the question more thoroughly than anyone else could. She was rather like him for the most part and he wanted to be an Auror so bad. He wasn't sure why anymore, but when Moody had suggested it a few years before it had stuck to him and he had never had any other thoughts about what he wanted to be. When McGonagall had asked him what he wanted to be and he'd thought about it, there really wasn't any question in his mind, even after that evil woman Umbridge had tried to make sure he couldn't. It was amazing that she could have done so much. Thinking about the woman, Harry rubbed his right hand, feeling the words that were forever inscribed into his handshul ended. He'd tried on his own to remove them, looking through book after book, but never finding anything that might do it. When he thought about it, he doubted that he would be able to remove them anyway. There were scars on all sorts of wizards and they weren't removed, so he doubted his would be able to be removed. Vernon had seen it. Of course he'd thought it proper and made sure that everyone else saw it too. Dudley had thought it was hilarious, but he seemed to have forgotten since then. For the most part, year before he'd kept his hand in the pockets of his cloak and no one else had yet to discover the scars. Some of the other students had been put through the detention too. Harry was sure of it, none of them had had to deal with the amount of time he had, and so they were not permanent. "What's wrong with your hand?" Tonks asked, when she saw him rubbing it. She was being concerned because of everything that had happened, and she'd yet to thoroughly check him over. Harry began to withdraw it, hiding it under the blanket. Tonks' aura training came through and she was able to get a hold of it before it disappeared. The silence was deafening as Tonks stared down at the words. After several seconds, Tonks' hands fell away. Harry pulled the hand back under the blanket, feeling ashamed of the scar. He didn't want anyone to see it at all, especially Tonks, even though he wasn't sure why. Harry vividly remembered writing the lines and the pain that came with them. He tried to explain a possible reason that it was there, but nothing at all came to mind. He'd tried to come up with a reason before this happened, but nothing had been even remotely good enough. "She did it, didn't she? That bitch?" Tonks asked, her eyes watering. She did something with her hand and showed it to Harry. Slowly a scar appeared in front of him, and words, "I will obey the rules." It didn't stay for long, but Harry saw it clearly before it faded. Harry looked up at Tonks, mouth agape. Tonks smiled as best as possible. "She almost stopped me from being an Auror. The first year I was training I goofed off a lot, but they wanted me because I could be anyone or anything. They made her in charge of me, but it didn't work very well even after she made me do lines. I learned how to block the pain and I could make the scars go away. But until then," she took a deep breath. "She's an evil woman. She never liked me because father was Muggle-born. She said I had bad blood all the time." Harry forced himself not to cry. He had a hard enough time as it was. "Don't tell anyone," Harry choked. Tonks sniffled and then was gone in the blink of an eye. Harry heard something fall in another room, and a muted curse from Tonks. He wasn't sure why she'd left, but it made him more comfortable when she had. He didn't want to talk about it, too came to mind when things like that were brought up. The comforting feeling was short-lived. Harry started to look around again, feeling very self-conscious about where he was. The Muggle household was where someone else lived, and even if they weren't there, at the moment it wasn't a good place to hang around. Someone drove by again and the tainted lights from the headlights filled the room with odd-looking shadows, creeping on the wall. Harry usually didn't feel bothered by shadows, but after the attack at his home he wasn't sure what might be after them. He shivered and pulled the blanket tighter around himself, hoping Tonks wouldn't be gone for long. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Harry, Tonks was in the next room, head hung down and trying to keep from crying. She didn't want Harry to see her cry, and that's why she'd left the room. She was well aware of everything that was going on around them. Her memories were as bad, if not worse than Harry's dealing with Umbridge. She more than hated the woman. On her own personal list the woman was next to Voldemort. And only because Voldemort had killed people precious to her, like Lily and James along with countless other people. "Tonks?" Harry asked the next day, while Tonks was searching for food. Harry could move around a little but Tonks refused to let him go anywhere until he'd healed more. "How did you know you were a metamorphagus? You want to be one, don't you?" she asked, as a can fell off the counter and onto her foot. The words that followed made Harry laugh inside, but his face still kept straight. She was trying to keep from saying anything improper and was having a difficult time doing it. "I remember you said that last year," she added, before just giving up on making something complicated and pulling down a bag of chips. Yeah, it'd make things easier sometimes. In the Muggle world no one knows who I am, and I like it that way. I'm no different from anyone else. But in the magical world, well, everyone knows who I am as soon as they see the scar. Being famous for something I didn't even do. He smirked again, finding it hard to talk serious with Tonks was trying to open the bag. It was giving her a difficult time, giving up on doing it herself. Tonks brought in the bag and handed it to Harry, hoping he'd open it for her. You know, sometimes I wish no one knew about what I could do. They don't ever want me because of anything else I can do. It's only because I have this stupid ability. It is nice to be able to become a different person so that no one knows who you are. I never really was able to hide that well though, they could always pick me out. Using his hands, which were freed from the blanket, Harry pulled the top apart for Tonks, slowly so she could see how he'd done it. I thought your father was a Muggle born, he asked, wondering why she couldn't even figure out how to open the chips. Yeah, well, she scratched her head. When Mum swept him up he didn't bring much of the world with him, he likes the way magic works a lot more. Learned to use a telly when I was young, but Mum got rid of it ages ago. Tonks poured the chips into 2 bowls and handed one to Harry. I'll make something later, she said. Harry, having some of her prior cooking, welcomed the chips as an alternative. So there's no way I can become an metamorphagus. At all. Nope, it'd be like surviving Avada. Well, no, you survived I guess. But, the only time I've heard of it is in stories Mum used to tell me. Stories about some of our family that had the ability. She doesn't, but my great-grand did. Some of the stories are just made up though. And I think that when she talks about someone else getting it, it's just a bunch of rubbish. It's always said in books that the only way to get it is to be born to it, and unless you have been it isn't going to happen. Some people don't know though. I only found out when Johnny Frericks said he only liked blondes, and the next morning when I woke up my hair was blonde. Mum had never mentioned it before. But when she saw what had happened she told me all about what I could do. Took me a while to learn to control it. She didn't know no one else that was a metamorphagus, so I had to learn by myself. Harry closed his eyes. He'd had some sort of remote hope that maybe he was one, even though he knew hoping wasn't enough to make it true. There was a long rift of silence and Harry's body got the best of him, taking into a deep sleep. Tonks on the other hand felt comfortable in the silence. It was unknown to her and she rather enjoyed it. She wanted to make Harry feel better and she didn't know why. It was more than just a sense of duty. For hours she combated sleep and thought about how she might be able to help Harry. In some ways he was so much like her, but in other ways he was so different. Harry woke to humming this time and the clank of pans. Tonks mumbled a curse under her breath and Harry smiled. She was probably trying, unsuccessfully, to be quiet. I could teach you, you know. Tonks said when she saw Harry's eyes open from the kitchen. She left the kitchen and headed into the living room to talk to Harry. How to be an Auror and all. Everything I know I'll teach you. Really? Harry asked, smiling slightly. He could move his arms now and he had them outside the blanket had been trying to unsuccessfully to unwrap himself. Tonks seemed to have charmed it or tied it shut in. After several times he quit trying. Now he was feeling good again, energetic to say the least. You'd really teach me to be an Auror? He asked again, excited at the prospect of learning the secrets of the Aurors. Tonks' lips turned up slightly, and he assumed she was smiling, which was a good sign. She had moved over to the couch that he was on and was sitting up against it, tired, but not daring to sleep. So far Harry hadn't seen her sleep since they'd come to this house. She was awake every time he woke up, usually with some sort of soup she'd concocted. None of it was really that bad. It was better than what he'd gotten at home, but it was far from the best he'd ever had. Her head tilted back and she turned slightly, giving Harry an uneasy feeling. There are some things I can't teach you. But it's only because I don't know how to teach them or I don't know how they're done. They gave us some special stuff too that I probably can't give you either. I'll do as much as I can though. Just don't tell anyone. I could get in a lot of trouble if they knew I were teaching stuff to you. Dumbledore even told me not to show you anything. I don't know why. He's usually pretty nice about things, but I think he's wrong to make sure you don't know anything. That's why I'm doing this. I saw what happened at the... She trailed off and then started again, not continuing sentence even though Harry had known where it was led ng. Anyway, just don't tell anyone, alright? Harry eagerly agreed with her. He'd never tell anyone about what she was teaching him. He asked the very next thing that came to his mind. Can I start now? I know I can't get up, but is there something I can do, isn't there? There was a silence as Tonks turned and looked around the room. Harry wondered what it was she was going to have him do. She was obviously trying to see if the room would be good enough, maybe. He'd be learning something that would require a lot of space even if he was stuck on the couch. Finally Tonks reached down near the fireplace and grabbed something from within the logs that were neatly stacked there. She handed the object to Harry with a smile. Here, make this grow. Again. Confused Harry stared at the twig that was in his hand. It was about 3 inches long, and was so dry it was brittle. There was no way he'd be able to make it sprout, it had been dead for a long time. But, that's impossible. Can you do it? He asked. Harry, when you can make that sprout I'll teach you something else. But until then you have to learn everything you can by yourself. Understand? Tonks said firmly. She wasn't making the lesson easy. Harry wondered how he would make it sprout. Maybe it was some sort of trick and she was testing him. He didn't understand. He thought for several minutes before coming to a conclusion. He would need a potion to do it, but why would Tonks give him something to do that he couldn't? An hour later Harry, still trying to figure out the problem, looked to Tonks. She'd left the room for a while but had also returned, and was quietly sitting on the floor of the room across from him. How? He asked, puzzled about what exactly she wanted him to do. She had said it plainly, but it still was extremely confusing. That's part of the problem, she said grinning. You will understand when you figure it out. Deepening his resolve to somehow get the branch to grow, Harry lost himself in thought. Tonks watched him from the other room, unusually quiet. She had taken this test, and she remembered how difficult it was. She wondered how difficult it was going to be for him. Hours passed and Harry stared straight at the branch, trying to dredge up every possibility there was. It was dead, so that left out anything non-magical. That meant he had two real choices, potion or magic. Given that Tonks had told him that he could do it while he waited to get better, potions were out of the question. It took nearly 2 hours for Harry to get that far. No wand. Tonks hadn't given him his wand back. Harry knew she had it, even though she hadn't mentioned it. When he started thinking about his wand he started to wonder where the rest of his clothing had gone. They hadn't been there when he'd woken. He hadn't been wearing much at all. A vivid image of Tonks removing his clothing filled Harry's mind and the thought of making the stick grow vanished. His whole face turned a brilliant red. Having Tonks do such a thing made him more than just uncomfortable. His grip tightened and he closed his eyes, wishing it wouldn't have happened. It was bad enough, being stuck on the couch and making Tonks take care of him, but being sick like he was and making her do such things with him was more than just a little embarrassing. Slowly the fact that it had happened already, and there was nothing he could do about it, filled him. He was going to have to get better quicker so that they could go to the Order's headquarters. He could almost now as it was. Enough that he might be able to walk. He hoped that within a day he'd be almost completely healed. A deep inhale from Tonks, somewhere nearby, made Harry open his eyes. He gasped too when he saw the reason she'd been surprised. In his hands was a miniature tree. The branch, no longer than 4 inches, was now almost a foot tall. Roots had sprung from underneath Harry's hand and small branches had formed. With tiny green needles covering it already. Startled beyond belief, Harry dropped the miniature tree. Tonks, who had snuck up on Harry while his eyes were closed, grabbed it before it finished its fall. She seemed almost as surprised as he was, but she had her wits about her still. It grew, she said awkwardly, gawking at the tree. It really grew. Tonks put it down gently on a table and grabbed another stick from the wood pile next to the fireplace. This one too. Just one more time. Harry was still having a hard time with the fact that he'd made the first one grow. It had taken a few seconds and he wasn't sure exactly what he'd done to make it grow. It just did almost by itself. Taking the second stick, Harry stared at it, trying to do it again. He had absolutely no luck for the next several minutes while he tried everything he could think of that he'd done. His mind was so focused on doing it again that he didn't see Tonks pull a bowl from the cabinet in the kitchen and place the tree inside it. She even went as far as going outside and getting some soil to pack around it. "I can't do it again," Harry finally revealed, hoping that it wouldn't matter. He wanted to learn to fight, not to make things grow. When he looked up to Tonks, she was watering the now planted miniature tree. At first she didn't respond. She finished soaking the soil to ensure the plant would take root. Then put it on the table near the couch. "All right, how did you do it the first time?" she asked, now controlling the surprise she was still feeling. "Don't know," Harry revealed, staring at the tree. "It just happened. I wasn't even trying." "How'd you do it the first time?" Tonks, who seemed to be caught off guard by the question, took a moment before she answered. "I can't tell you. Everyone has to do it their own way. If I make it easier by answering, then you won't be able to understand why you have to do it. But you did it, sort of. You'll have to do it again before I show you everything, but I promised I'd show you more when you'd done it, so I will as soon as you're all better." Eagerly Harry nodded, but Tonks turned around to him. Pulling her wand out, she whispered a spell. He quickly went back to sleep. Death. Chapter 04. Death. Awakening rather abruptly, Harry looked around, not feeling very comfortable with his surroundings. He could hear yelling, and the prancing of foot steps from overhead as people rushed through the headquarters of the Order. He'd been back for several days now, spending most of the time sleeping and recovering as per Tonks's orders. The last time he'd fallen asleep in the Muggle house, Tonks had used a charm on him. Apparently they had traced the magic and showed up soon after. He awoke in the bed he'd slept in the summer before, without the company of Ron, or anyone for that matter. Tonks came around, and there were a fresh set of glasses on his bedstand, but he was locked and once again he was confined. It always seemed to be like this. But no one had come to speak to him other than Tonks, and until last night the door had stayed locked. Now, all of the candles in his room were burning with an intense flame, and the fireplace flickered out of control, casting an intense eerie light on the room. His foggy, sleep-encrusted mind came instantly awake because of the tune of the things that were around him. Though he was still slightly weakened from his prior accident, mostly in his own mind, he easily hopped out of bed and grabbed his glasses from the stand. He bolted from the room, looking for someone to find out what was happening. For a moment he wished for Tonks at his side. He'd feel much safer with her there. Somewhere an alarm rang out and Harry flinched, wondering what exactly was wrong. He tensed as he heard footsteps heading his way. Immediately he wondered if it was friend or foe, and deciding he'd rather find out first, he slipped into the shadows of a gruesome serpent pillar that stood in the hallway. The hallways seemed to darken as the footsteps approached. Finally they flickered and died as the door to the hallway opened. "Lumos," someone whispered, and the hall lit up again, but Harry was still hidden by the pillar. "Harry," the figure whispered, trying to see if someone was ahead of her. "Tonks?" he asked, not sure if it was truly her. He stepped out from around the pillar to reveal himself and get a better look at her. She was in another disguise of sorts. Her long black hair flowed around her porcelain-colored skin, ending midway down her back. Her now cinnamon-colored eyes sparkled in the flickering of the magical light. Harry felt slightly attracted to her again and took a moment to gawk. Tonks heard something and waved him to the side, turning to the person who was making their way up behind her. Harry dropped to the ground, peering out from the bottom of the statue so he couldn't be seen so easily. He noticed that Tonks seemed to have been woken suddenly too. She was also dressed in her pajamas. Harry never pictured her wearing a black silk kimono to bed, and he thought it fit her even though he had only seen it on the telly with Japanese women wearing them. The footsteps stopped and then padded away. Harry could see Tonks visibly relax, but as she turned to him, he could see worry still coating her face. The young wizard had a feeling something horrible was going on, and he was even scared to ask. "What's going?" Harry he finally started, but he was interrupted before he could finish his question. "Listen," Tonks started, her voice grim, "we've really got problems. But we have to get moving. We can talk on the way." Gripping Harry's free arm, she yanked him along back down the hallway. They set out at a brisk trot, keeping in the shadows. Out of the hall and into one of the many sitting rooms that existed in Grimwald Manor. Plush chairs lined the walls and a large meeting table sat in the center of the room. Deep red carpeting covered the floor and above them hung an expensive crystal chandelier which cast a strange light on the room. Harry hadn't gotten around much since he'd been back, and before Tonks pulled him off he got a good look of the room. They'd definitely done a lot since the year before. Tonks took a breath and then pulled him again. Around the table and other scattered objects that seemed to have been placed in their way. She paused again on the other side of the room, peering out the door and then dragging Harry through the hall. "All right, here's what's going on," Tonks said, stopping again and looking around before they entered into a room that Harry had never been in. 15 minutes ago a report came in. Death Eaters were attacking a small wizarding village near Stromness. You know where that is, right? Harry's face scrunched up in thought. He'd heard of the town before but could only recall the name, nothing else about it. Maybe. Tonks just shook her head, smiling at him. It's a little town on the eastern shore of the Orkney Islands. You do know where those are, right? She asked him, semi-sarcastically, but not mean. She halted again, pushing the doors open extremely slowly, her mind focused on what was ahead for the moment. Harry had a good idea of where they were going. The operations room, located near the center of the house behind a mirrored wall. It was still a good distance away, and he wasn't positive yet, but it was likely the safest place for them to be. How he'd found out about it was naturally a mystery, and he wouldn't let Tonks know he knew about it. "In here," she whispered, pulling him in and gently shutting the door, holding the latch so it wouldn't click. The sound of pounding footsteps echoed in the hall and Tonks held herself up against the wall in case they came bursting in the door. Over it was continued on, and Tonks looked across the room. "So, naturally we respond to the threat immediately. According to the report the Aurors were being beaten down quickly, and so we sent everything we could. They all portkeyed into the thick of things. It was a quick job, and Dumbledore went with them." "Sounds simple, right?" she asked, her eyes tracing over the room again, looking for something Harry didn't see. "Well, they get there and there was nothing abnormal there, nothing but anti-apparition wards everywhere for 20 kilometers every direction. They'd even blocked portkeys." Harry's eyes grew round, thinking about what it meant. Voldemort was preparing to do something, and he'd trapped a good deal of the Order for the time being. Tonks jetted across the room again, pulling Harry with her. She didn't seem to bother a single thing in the room as she might have under normal circumstances. She stopped in front of a bookshelf on the far wall and her eyes read the title of several before she finally reached out and pulled one from the shelf. Harry heard a sliding noise, but nothing changed. Tonks then replaced the book and pulled a second away from the rest. Under them an opening appeared and Harry could vaguely make out stairs. "Down," she whispered. Harry followed her instructions, heading down into the darkness. Behind them the opening slid closed again and Harry raised his wand. Tonks grabbed his wrist before he could whisper the spell. "Not here, just be careful not to fall." Trusting in whatever Tonks was doing, Harry nodded. A few of the members were able to procure some broomsticks. They tried to use flow powder, but it seems that the whole network is all but shut down. "I can't get a hold of Dumbledore anymore either. I don't know how they know it, but everything we do seems to be predicted. Except for how Dumbledore got a hold of me. They'd have never thought to cut the Muggle phones in the area. Jean had one installed a few weeks ago, seems to work great." A cold chill ran through Harry as he thought about the situation they were in. "It was a trap," Harry said coldly. "They were smarter than us, they played us out to be fools and we fell for every bit of it." "Yeah," Tonks nodded, using her hands to feel the wall for something. "We got a Death Eater infestation and nobody's here to help us out." "Nobody?" Harry gasped. "No one at all. How did they pull that off? I thought that Dumbledore required 4 people in this place at all times." Finding what she was looking for, Tonks grasped a stone and pushed it down the wall until it made a slight hissing sound. "Well, you and I, Worth and Aled, he wasn't exactly expecting us to have to defend the fort." Harry dropped his head. "So it's up to you and I, isn't it? Aled'll never make it across the room, she can barely walk as it is. Worth'll give them a fight, but he won't make it far in his wheelchair even if it's charmed." Tonks sighed and nodded, agreeing with him as she peeked through what seemed like a stone wall. "We have to get to the operations room, they shouldn't know where it is and for the time being it's the safest place," she said, grim determination filling her voice. "It's a big place, and they probably don't know their way around too well, so it'll take them a while to search it. It's clear. Come on," Tonks said as she pulled Harry through the rock wall. "We're not far from it at all. But as close as you'll ever get." A voice wheezed. Tonks and Harry both spun around to the corner of the room, where the voice had come from. No one was visible. "Don't move," it spoke again. Harry's eyes searched for signs of where the person was standing, but could see nothing. They were in a room with a wooden floor and the person didn't seem to be moving, so no odd light refraction occurred. "I've been told that it doesn't matter how I bring the both of you in, dead or alive. They said not to kill you unless you struggle though, so please make this easier on me, allow me the pleasure of killing you." Tonks sighed loudly and her wand clattered to the ground. "Good," the voice said. "Now, the boys as well." Not wanting to lose his wand, Harry refused to drop it. It was the only edge he had. Gripping it tighter, he shook his head. He refused to allow it to happen. "You have only a few moments before your stubbornness kills your beautiful companion," the voice said. T had moved its position away from the corner, a little closer to them. Harry's eyes shifted to try and track the person who was holding them captive. Hesitating for only a second, he already knew his answer. The thought of endangering Tonks at all was too much. He didn't ever want to see her injured. "Now," the voice demanded, and Harry's keen eyes, used to pick up the glimmer of a snitch caught the shimmer of the moving invisibility cloak. Harry nodded and dropped to a knee, putting his wand slowly on the ground. He started to lift again, and as his hand came away from the wand, but instead of standing he launched himself forward. Taking one quick step, he was trying to catch the man off guard. There was no real response to the movement, and so Harry continued forward, putting everything he had into his attack. There was no hesitation at all. Harry knew what would happen if they were captured. He'd be taken to Voldemort and killed or tortured. Voldemort was the only one who could kill him. Dumbledore has said so. Harry trusted in Dumbledore and the prophecy more than anything right now, because if it was true, this person would not be able to kill him as he had warned. There was a cry out and a brief shuffle. Harry adjusted his course just before he made contact, trying to compensate for the movement. Even being as light as he was, Harry was able to bowl the legs out from under him, knocking the individual over and intertwining Harry in the invisibility cloak he'd been using. Behind him he could hear Tonks yell a spell to freeze the man, which was easier when he was dazed and visible. Her bare feet padded across the floor and she helped Harry stand, unwrapping the cloak from around him. When he'd stood, he grinned at her, looking for a thank you. What he got was not what he'd hoped for. She looked angry at him, and he started to ask why when she slapped him across the back of the head. "Don't you ever do that again. He could have killed you. You ever do that again and I'll wring your neck, understand?" "But," Harry tried to say. "No buts. Don't you dare try and kill yourself." Tonks finished tying up the man and then relieved him of his wand and took the invisibility cloak, handing both to Harry. "I've got an extra wand up my sleeve. Keep one hidden in case we're forced to give them up again." "Understand," she said, looking about the room again, even more observant than before. Nodding, Harry flipped the invisibility cloak out and pulled it over himself. He wasn't all that much shorter than Tonks as it was, and she was easily able to slip under it. "Keep absolutely silent," he told her. He was used to using the invisibility cloak more than a lot of people. "Silencio," Tonks said as Harry pulled the coat tighter around them. It was smart, silencing them, so that others would not be able to hear. Harry had never really thought of it before. He'd always been silent under it anyway. "Now we have to get to the room. There's a portkey there that'll take us away from here, somewhere that's safer," she whispered, still staying quiet even though she'd put the silencing spell on them. Squeezing her hand was enough of a response and they hurried forward, not nearly as careful as before. As they marched out of a particular room, Harry yanked Tonks from going any further. He felt a horrible pain ring through his scar and with it a feeling of dread. Not more than a few seconds after stopping, the door at the end of the hall burst open. Through the door the black cloaks and white masks of the Death Eaters marched through, several, each with wand pointed ahead. They moved quickly, straight down the hall. Had they entered the hallway they would have had no escape. They were safe only momentarily. Another 5 Death Eaters followed them, kicking in Adora. time and firing an unknown curse into each room. Tonks' grip tightened on Harry's shoulder as she moved backwards. Up the ladder, she whispered in his ear. It took some cooperation to get up the ladder and keep the invisibility cloak on, and it was too close to the door for Harry to feel comfortable. If they should be discovered, they'd have not a bit of chance of escaping. They stopped near the top and waited, almost without breath while the shouting neared. 2 Death Eaters stepped through the door, looking around. They fired their curse into the center of the room. Everything turned a blue color and then normal again. Harry wasn't sure what it was they were doing, but he was scared to know. Tonks seemed frightened of it. A second later, after they seemed to have examined the room, both turned to leave. Harry saw one of them slow slightly and start to point his wand up. Tonks reacted quicker than Harry. Expelliarmus, she yelled, right into Harry's ear. The man did not hear it, but he was blown flat into the ground and his wand flew out to the other side of the room. Harry used the same spell on the first man, who had barely enough time to react as it was. The second man was also floored, but his wand rose to Harry's hand, which was stretched outside the cloak. A shout from the hallway alerted the rest of the Death Eaters to their location. "Don't you dare move," Tonks said, just before dropping out from under Harry to the ground, making her way away from the ladder. A dozen Death Eaters appeared, barreled foolishly through the door, wands pointed at Tonks. She was already ready though and put a leg-locking curse on the first 2. Harry wondered why she was using something so basic. However, the effect was that the first 2 Death Eaters stumbled, and with them, nearly all of the others who could not stop moving. Some of the Death Eaters had been smart though, and had waited until the first of them were through the door. They appeared in the doorway, wand pointed, and curses flying before Tonks could get hers off. She tried to get out of the way to avoid them, but was unable to. The other Death Eaters rose while she was in pain. Tonks was in less pain than she seemed, and when she rolled to her side groaning, barely a moment passed before she was on her feet and running for the other door. 3 Death Eaters were able to pursue her easily, the other had a hard time moving over each other. Harry watched in despair as the last of the Death Eaters were able to get to their feet, and together they headed after Tonks. Remembering Tonks slapping him upside the head, Harry faltered on making a decision for a second, but not for long. Just before the rest of the Death Eaters made it through the door, Harry raised his wand and pointed at the bookshelf next to the door. "Everto!" He screamed. The blast from the bookshelf demolished the bookshelf, and some of the wall. The Death Eaters jumped back away from the door as books rained down upon them. Harry looked around, and seeing that the shelves were not built into the walls, he had an idea. Jumping from his position on the ladder, he darted across to the other side, where he had a better shot at the bookshelf next to the door. "Traxy!" he screamed again at the top of his lungs, hoping it would be enough. The bookshelf was quite heavy. He remembered the spell from 4th year when Hermione had helped him learn Accio. They'd looked for something that might work better, and Traxy was similar, but usually used to haul things that were heavy. The whole bookshelf slid forward slowly and the confused Death Eaters stepped backwards, trying to decide what to do about the bookcase. The spell didn't work as Harry had hoped. The bookshelf continued to slide toward him, rumbling and ripping into the wooden floor as it did, but doing nothing to stop them. One of them scoffed at it and worked on the door again, having enough space. The others ignored it momentarily too. Thinking fast, Harry focused on a book on the bottom shelf. "Extundo!" he yelled, trying to stay focused on that one point. Meanwhile, 2 of the Death Eaters seemed to have spotted his location, even under the cloak, and they raised their wands. "Crucio!" both yelled at the same time. Harry was hit flat on, because he was more focused on the bookshelf. At the same time, behind them the bookshelf stopped and rumbled forward, deciding instead to shake violently. One of the Death Eaters dropped his curse to turn and see what was going on. The 7 others, who were making quick work of clearing the doorway, didn't seem to notice the bookshelf stop. Finally, the last moment that Harry could hold his head up, he saw the bookshelf folded over, unable to take the curses that were both pulling and pushing against it. It toppled forward, the bottom swinging out behind it. Under it, the surprised Death Eaters were crushed before they could take any actions. It was far too large to move out from under. Still, he dropped to his knees, bending over in agony even after the second Death Eater's curse was lifted. His whole body tingled sharply, crying out in pain. For several minutes Harry himself up on his knees, trying not to fall over completely. Finally the pain lessened and he was able to stand shakily. The cloak around him had slipped to the side, leaving half his body uncovered. Tonks came running back into the room through the door they'd never made it through. She looked around at the half-demolished room and her eyes widened. When she caught sight of Harry she ran to him and grabbed him tightly. He groaned. The end of the curse seemed to have bruised his whole body. More gently this time Tonks tried to pull the limping Harry behind her. She did her best to pull the cloak back over them, but it didn't stay well. "I told you I'd take care of them," she snapped at him, but she didn't seem all that angry at the moment. 2 more Death Eaters were standing at the end of the hallway as they exited. The invisibility cloak was not enough to keep them from being seen. It seemed most of its effects had been nulled. "ECO!" one of them shouted, and together Harry and Tonks were thrown violently backwards, down the hallway. Harry was unable to stand. But Tonks did, trying to fight them. "ECO!" the voice shouted out again and she was thrown further back down the hall. The second of the Death Eaters laughed. "Har!" Rye looked up to see McNair smiling evilly. "Don't move, Potter. You've been too much trouble already." Giving in to the pain, Harry just laid there, unable to do much anyway. They walked forward towards Harry. "Don't!" Tonks growled from behind. Both men stopped dead in their tracks, looking up to Tonks. "You're in a losing position, or," one of them said, sneering. Harry was angry at them for being so stupid. They should have waited until he had more energy. Tonks did something and the men backed away a few steps. "You wouldn't," one of them said. "I'll do what's necessary to protect Harry," he could hear her say. The Death Eaters took another step back and she continued. "Rathens, you're slime, you know that. No matter how you put it, you're slime and you always will be." "Tonks," one of the men said, having much more confidence suddenly. "Yes," she returned, and Harry could feel something touch his foot. She bumped it again and Harry slowly tried to get to his feet. He wasn't going to let her help him. Because she'd be in a losing position again if she did. Whatever it was she was using to hold them back surely wasn't enough to keep them back if she looked away. As quickly as possible he pulled himself to his feet. The pain almost overtaking him before he did. He resisted and after a few restful moments finished standing. "So," Harry whispered, smiling at Tonks, keeping his face pointed away from the Death Eaters so that they couldn't see what pain he was in. "Shall we go?" He could see in one hand Tonks was holding out a necklace from her neck, and in the other her wand was still pointed at the men. Tonks nodded and took one step backwards, waiting for Harry to follow. Slowly, one step at a time, they backed down the hall until they were almost at the end. He could hear the men whispering harshly to each other. One of them yelled out something and started to say something Harry had heard many times before. Avada Kedavra. Whoever it was aimed at, Harry didn't care. He'd seen Sirius die. He'd seen Cedric die, and he wasn't about to let someone else he knew die again. Whether it was absolute trust or absolute stupidity. He stood as straight as possible and jumped towards Tonks, trying to keep himself covering most of the hall. The curse struck from behind him, near the top of his neck. Harry arched from the pain as it traveled through his whole body almost instantly. His head reeled from the explosion that had seemed to be echoing through his whole body, more painful each time. He didn't hear much, nor did he see the curse arch backwards as if it had hit a mirror. The hallway turned into a ball of golden light and each of the people, except Harry, were brought to their knees. Harry couldn't help but stand. His muscles had tightened so much that he could move an inch. The green light that connected the two men spread, jumping between the second man and then to Tonks. Harry tried to scream in pain, but still his body would not respond. It hurt more, not being able to let it out, and for a moment he thought that it might be better to die. That moment passed. With it went the light, and not just from that room. The whole house darkened. Harry collapsed somewhere between relief and pain. He was only halfway conscious when Tonks lifted him, with great effort, onto her shoulders and dragged him through the blackened house and down the stairs. He could feel blood seeping down his back and soaking the robe he was wearing. His pain was so great that even to open his mouth made him arch again. So, relaxing, he let Tonks drag him on her shoulders down the hall, past the two men. One seemed half conscious, the other seemed to have died. Harry felt loss, Even though they'd tried to hurt him, they were still human and deserved better than death. Down one more stairwell, which hurt incredibly. No matter how much Tonks tried to relieve his pain, she could do nothing. Then, a few steps into a deserted hallway, Tonks stood in front of a mirror. She reached into it, whispering a secret word as she did, and then stepped through it. On the other side, Tonks laid Harry out on the ground gently. "Are you all right?" she asked, her horribly dirty face filled with concern. Drawing in a larger breath than he'd been taken, Harry managed to breathe out a yes. Tonks didn't believe him, and she pulled away his cloak, slowly undressing him. "You saved me," he said as she brought a medical kit from the wall. "You jumped in front of the killing curse. No one's ever done anything like that for me." Rather than try to respond, Harry just let it go. He'd have done it for anyone he knew. He would rather die himself than see someone else precious to him be taken. It had gone remarkably well, better than he dared imagine. Whatever his mother had done to keep him alive was still working. And the only person that could void it was Voldemort himself, because the blood that ran through his veins was also Harry's. Tonks continued talking, working on him as she did. When she stopped talking, he focused up on her, and he could see dread in her eyes. She reached down, near his face, but continued past it, touching the ground next to him. When she drew her hand back, it was coated in thick red blood. He remembered it flowing down his back, but now he could no longer feel it. "We have to get you somewhere else. I can't fix all of this," she said to him, waiting for a response. Harry tried to nod, but barely was able to move his head at all. "Do it," he forced himself to breathe out. Tonks nodded and moved to the side, somewhere he couldn't see, and returned holding long chain. At the end of the chain hung a golden phoenix. "Harry, where we're going. Don't do anything at all before you ask me, all right?" "Not a single thing. I'll try and be there the whole time." Not being able to answer, Tonks just accepted he agreed and dropped the phoenix into his hand, pushing hers against it. Harry felt a familiar jerking sensation of the portkey as it transported him to some unknown place. One he'd already been warned about. Icaria. Chapter 05. Icaria. Dolt. Tonks laughed merrily at Harry as he tumbled down the grassy hill. She strolled along at a leisurely pace, not in any big rush at all. That's what this island, Icaria, was for her, a place to get away from the rest of the world. After everything that had happened, she didn't mind sharing it with him. Tonks smiled at seeing Harry so lighthearted and childlike for once. He seemed to be enjoying the island far more than anywhere else he had ever been. Not that he'd actually ever been anywhere outside of Hogwarts or Privet Drive. Tonks had heard enough about his life to be disgusted with the muggles he had for relatives. Harry finally came to a dizzying stop near the bottom of the hill. He just laid there unmoving but laughing happily. His hair was even more a mess than usual, with bits of grass and leaves added to the look. A brief glimpse at the nape of his neck caused Tonks to stiffen for a moment. Just 2 days prior, Harry had suffered through what she expected was the worst pain imaginable. Just by looking at the scar, it was obvious that it had caused him a great deal of pain. She couldn't begin to comprehend it. From a central point, hundreds of tiny lines snaked outwards, covering nearly the whole back of his neck. The most inconceivable thing was that he'd done it for her by putting himself between her and instant death. As she thought about it for the 100th time, the idea of it made Tonks feel warm inside. He had survived, yes, and even though she wasn't sure if he'd known he would survive, it didn't matter. He had taken that step, and in her mind it was that deed that set him apart from everyone else. She knew it was what made Harry so special, his willingness to sacrifice anything to protect his friends. Tonks caught up to him and then passed by, walking to the cliff that dropped into the ocean. The rock face was a sheer drop nearly 500 feet straight down into the foamy surf. Of course the height didn't bother someone who'd spent most of her life with a broom between her legs. She sat down, legs over the side, and looked out towards the horizon. "Watch," she said quietly as Harry joined her, and pointed out towards the reef which extended right up to the cliff they were sitting on. "Sometimes, when the sun's going down, the mermaids come out and sing." Sitting next to Tonks, cheeks a rosy red from running around, Harry pulled on his glasses and stared out at the water. He hadn't seen Icaria's mermaids yet, and he was interested to see what they looked like. According to Tonks, They were nothing like the merfolk who inhabited the murky lake below Hogwarts. Under the glimmer of the sun's last rays, Harry could see several live Pays gliding along the crystal-clear ocean bottom, moving almost effortlessly. A head popped out of the water and turned towards the sun, then it was gone again. Soon after it re-emerged, this time near one of the stones that littered the reef. She pulled herself onto the rock, basking in the dying glow of the sun. A sweet melody rose from the water, slow, yet stirring. Harry could not ever remember hearing something that made him feel so at peace. Another voice joined in the chorus, and Harry noticed that while he was lost in the melody, 2 more mermaids had pulled themselves onto the rocks. The sound was unforgettable, and Harry could barely keep his eyes on the golden sun, as it set beyond them. Before the sun had fully set, several more mermaids joined the assembly, at least a dozen. More by his nearest count. Harry felt saddened when the sun had fully set and their voices slowly faded away into the twilight. He couldn't see them too well in the dark. The half-moon was hiding behind the clouds. What he could hear was the water stirring as, one by one, they slipped back down below the surface. "I think I want to stay here," Harry told Tonks, laying on his back and watching the brightly lit stars. "It's peaceful. No one knows me. There aren't any Death Eaters to hurt me," he said, quietly. "Are you?" he added, sounding innocently enough. Harry recalled briefly seeing a glimpse of the broom racing the day before. It wasn't Quidditch, but bloody hell if it didn't look at least as exciting. "It's fun here." He smiled wistfully, thinking about how much he wanted to get into one of the races. "They do things I've never seen or heard of." Tonks, who'd lain on her back next to Harry, sighed quietly. She hated to ruin it for Harry, but she knew he couldn't stay. His disguise, a quick change of hair color and some makeup to cover his scar, wouldn't be enough when the world found out that he was missing. She wasn't going to break it to him yet. He was having too much fun. It was odd. After what had happened, she couldn't understand how he could be so relaxed. It was almost as if the events of the past few days never happened at all. Since the moment he'd been out of the hospital, it was almost as if he'd forgotten everything that had gone bad and had just let go of the stress. The Medi-Wizard she'd taken him to had asked her about the scar and spoke with her about the effects. He'd dropped the inquiry when she'd presented her Auror insignia. They didn't have any true law on the island, but they didn't ignore other law enforcement groups. All Tonks was able to get from was that he couldn't quite figure out what it was. It was definitely permanent. There was no way he knew of to get rid of it. Whatever it was that had done it, he believed it was a powerful spell. It also had a lasting effect on his whole body. In fact, the effects were more than just physical. He was quite surprised when Harry had woken after sleeping only a couple of hours. He'd told Tonks that Harry should rest for several weeks, not do anything at all stressful to his body or mind. Assuming that was the only information she would get from him, Tonks had obliviated him and taken Harry. "Tonks?" Harry asked quietly, not having the resolve to ignore him. Tonks rolled her head to find herself looking right into his jade-colored eyes. She felt emotion rise, looking into his eyes, but wasn't sure what to make of it. "Yes," she half-croaked. Why wasn't Ron or his family at the headquarters? Last year Mrs. Weasley had practically made it her own home. Somewhat relieved at the question, still unsure of what she'd been feeling, she smiled. "It's safer for her to be at home right now. You know who knows that Mr. Weasley is a part of the Order, but as for everyone else, well, they're not targets yet as far as we know, so we're trying to keep everything as normal as possible. Of course they've got guards on their house 24/7, but there's something else. Molly has got other things that need to be taken care of. She's expecting." Harry blinked several times in the moonlight. Then, when the news fully struck him, his eyes opened wide. "She's what?" he asked, utterly surprised. "Expecting," she said calmly. "She's not due for another 5 months, but it's best if she's at home, away from the action of headquarters," Tonks said, looking back up to the sky. The moon shone brilliantly here when the clouds didn't hide it, and she'd always enjoyed it even as a child. "It's a good thing too, with what happened at the headquarters," she thought to herself, but didn't say it aloud. She didn't want to have to bother Harry right now. She hated to make him sad at all. Meanwhile, the prospect of Mrs. Weasley having another child struck Harry temporarily dumb. He counted her 7 children off in his head. This would be her 8th. Confused at why she was having one now, after waiting so long, Harry tried to form words to ask Tonks about it. The wizarding world was different, he knew that. It always seemed to have a surprise or two waiting for him. It occurred to him that the Muggle age for having children might not be the same as the wizarding age. After all, Dumbledore had once mentioned that wizards often lived much longer lives than Muggles. Still searching for the right words, another thought came to him. She'd been pregnant long before school ended if she was due in 5 months. That meant that Ron, Ginny and the twins had been keeping it from him. The wonderings of the unique ways of the wizarding ways was quailed by the feeling Harry had of being put out. He was slightly angry too. They could trust him. He wasn't about to tell anyone if they didn't want him to. Ron didn't tell me, he muttered. Relax, Harry. He couldn't tell you. He didn't even know himself until he got home. Mrs. Weasley kept it from everyone, even the Order, for a while. Dumbledore of course found out and made some changes. Not even the whole Order knows, just a few people. I only happened to hear it. From her look, Harry got the distinct impression she was probably somewhere she shouldn't have been. I probably shouldn't have told you. It'll get me into trouble if Dumbledore finds out I snitched, Tonks smiled. Turning towards the sky and smiling. But I think he expects it in some way. That's why I got assigned to you once I was out of St. Mungo's. Assigned to me? Harry questioned. He didn't like feeling as if he'd been forced on her. Well, sort of. After Arabella was discovered, we had to hide her, and someone had to replace her as a permanent watch for the time being. Dumbledore volunteered me right away. Not that I minded. I thought maybe we could get to know each other, maybe even be mates. Truthfully, she'd wanted to do it before Dumbledore had volunteered her. When it was mentioned, she'd almost jumped out of her seat to do it. However, she had restrained herself, knowing that seemed odd to offer. She was close enough in age that some people thought they might become too close and she'd tell him things she wasn't supposed to. It wasn't as if she cared. Harry was someone she really respected. She'd been watching him for over a year now, even keeping tabs occasionally at school. It was her job. There was the problem of her clumsiness, but there had only been one incident that had almost given her away. When she was climbing through the opening into the Gryffindor common room. Just a moment after Harry and Hermione had entered, she'd tripped and fallen through. Luckily, one of the twins had come to her rescue. They immediately knew she was not the person she pretended to be. But other than watching her carefully, they said nothing. 2 days passed and Harry couldn't get enough of the island or his training. He was aptly paying attention to why thing that Tonks taught him, and though he didn't get it right away, he was trying hard. Tonks had started just as she'd been taught, an overview of everything, but then she'd changed her method. On several of the many tasks she'd been assigned, Lupin as her partner. She didn't mind him. She actually enjoyed his company because she had known him for longer than most of the other people in the Order. He did, however, tend to tell stories, and Harry was his favorite subject. He'd told her about teaching him and how he learned, so Tonks tried just that, focusing on one particular thing. At the moment, she was trying to teach him the art of disguise and blending with one's environment. Harry wasn't doing too well though, and she could see his eyes drooping. Climbing on top of the chair, Tonks grinned brightly and made a waving motion at Harry with her wand. "You're dead, Potter," she tried to mutter as heinously as possible. It made Harry laugh, as she was nothing like the Death Eaters who'd tried to kill him. And she'd never be able to be like them. It was still funny though, seeing her trying to cheer him up like that. "All right, I died. Tell me again how to do it so I can keep trying. It can't be all that hard." Tonks started to step down from the chair, but her foot caught on the edge of the chair and she started to fall forward, arms flailing. Harry dropped his wand and moved as quickly as possible to catch her. Almost immediately, he found that he was far too small to stop her fall, and she ended up on top of him, squirming to get back up. It only took a moment for her to get back on her feet, but Harry took longer. Tonks repeatedly apologized as she helped him stand, but Harry just shook it off. "Let's just get back to doing what we were doing," he told her, not at all surprised. She'd fallen and more embarrassed that he hadn't been able to stop her. "Listen to me say it. I want you to listen very carefully. When I'm done, replicate it exactly, accent and all. I'm going to do something new too. You're getting too used to hearing the same old thing. You've got to pick it up the first time." She paused, closed her eyes for a second and looked up at Harry. She changed the appearance of her whole face through a combination of many subtle changes. It was amazing to Harry that she could do it. "No worries, mate," she started, in a brilliant Australian accent. Then, winking at Harry, she took a step down and stared right into his eyes. "You're just being a bit friendly. Ease up. We've got all night." Harry replayed it over and over in his mind, trying to recall every minute thing she'd done. Not just the things she said. "No worries, mate," he started to repeat, in a broken Australian accent. Tonks cut him off again, this time with a wand in his side. "Bam. You're dead again." Hesitantly she continued, sounding as if she didn't want to push too hard or say too much. "Come on, Harry, this is just the simple stuff," imitating voices. "You're doing the gestures all right. But you need to be able to reproduce a likeness exactly. Tiny flaws give it character, but they have to be regional flaws, things that differ from people in the region." Dropping her wand from his side, she sighed. "That's enough for today, let's go out and do something fun tonight." Though the aura training was exciting to him, the city was even more exciting. "The beach," he exclaimed. The first day he'd been able to walk around, that was where he'd wanted to go. Tonks was reluctant, and she wasn't sure why. The beach was fun, she remembered it from her youth. She also remembered a lot of other things that happened there, other than swimming. Not even waiting for a yes or no, Harry charged into the second room, where he was staying. Tonks raised an eyebrow when, seconds later, he came back out. Towel over on arm and already in swimming trunks. "Harry," she asked, a little curious, "you do know that was a bit fast to change your clothing?" Harry stumbled, not sure what to say. Harry tried to think of something, running his hands through his hair. It looked odd, his hair refused to stay blonde. It was quickly changing to black again, almost a third black since they'd performed the color spell yesterday. It wasn't solid either, just rather dispersed through his whole head of hair. "You said it was all right to do magic here, so long as it wasn't with my wand." "So, the transfiguration charm you taught me, I've been working on it. I pretty much have it down now," he finished quietly. He wasn't about to tell her he'd be working on it solidly for the past week. He wanted her to feel good about teaching him. Curious as to why Harry had been hiding his ability, Tonks started to ask something, but stopped. She was surprised that he could do it already, and so well. She had been teaching several things to him since they'd come to the island. Part of the reason that she'd brought him here was very reason. So much magic was used on the island that there was no way to monitor who was using magic unless it was targeted to a specific wand, and they had spare wands. Of the dozens of spells she'd gone over with him already, she could only think of a handful. She expected him to remember right away. Most of the stuff she'd only overviewed once to a very attentive Harry. It was more of a review, to get his mind open to them when she taught him later. "How many other things do you know?" she asked, wondering if he was working on other things. "Nothing really. I was trying to focus on one thing at a time. I don't have all that much time to work on them. Between working with you and going out and doing things," he said, not really wanting to tell her he'd put off sleep to learn to do it. Tonks shook off her amazement and went to get dressed, return in a long shirt that covered her swimsuit completely. She didn't seem to want Harry to see it. The trip to the beach didn't take long. Just outside their hotel, because it was a Merlin-level hotel, there was a set of booths which could transport you most places on the island. They simply walked into it and walked back out onto the beach. Stepping out of the cell, all Harry could do was gawk. The beach went for what seemed like forever both ways and was filled with people. As Tonks appeared behind him, a group of girls walked by and Harry's jaw dropped. His eyes followed them as they passed. And continued to follow them until Tonks whacked him in the back of the head. "They're not your type," she said nonchalantly, then continued to walk past him. Harry continued to gawk at several of the females walking around. They were wearing swimsuits that were so small there was little left to imagine. Tonks slowly disappeared in the mob of people, still wearing the long shirt she'd put on before leaving the rooms. Losing sight of her, Harry hurried to catch up, not wanting to lose his guide. They found an empty spot after a very long trek down the beach and Tonks set up an umbrella while Ari put his towel down just ahead of her and then immediately headed for the water. He'd never been in the ocean before. Before entering he turned back to Tonks, who'd followed him down, and he choked. Tonks," Harry asked. "Where did you get that bathing suit?" Harry stared as she passed, feeling slightly uncomfortable at the semi-modest one-piece Tonks had on. She turned around with a quizzical look on her face. "What's wrong with it? It's not that skimpy, and I don't exactly have anything to be ashamed of, you know." Harry nodded quickly. "Oh, I know that I know, but, have you ever worn it before?" Again Tonks looked slightly puzzled. "No, it's brand new." "Why?" "Well," Harry stammered, not knowing exactly how to put this. It wasn't a subject that was easy to approach delicate like. "Do you know what happens to a white bathing suit when it gets wet?" Tonks stood a moment before she burst out laughing. "Harry, don't be silly. Why on earth would they make a bathing suit that goes transparent when you go swimming?" She laughed some more as his ears turned red, making him feel slightly foolish for ever bringing it up. "You're so funny." "Don't worry." Harry didn't really. They played around for a long time, splashing and running through the waves. He didn't even pay attention to the other people and what they were doing, and neither did Tonks. She was having fun, and was with Harry. When they'd worn themselves out, Harry returned to his towel, Tonks close behind. They both laid down to dry off, but Harry ended up staring at a pair of girls who'd ended up sitting nearby. They were near his age, and he couldn't seem to keep his eyes off them. Of course, Tonks was not oblivious to this fact, but she ignored it and laid back, watching them from the corner of her eye as she bathed in the heat of the sun. The two girls who were sitting nearby stopped laughing between themselves when one caught sight of Harry's obtrusive staring. One of them whispered into the other's ear and they both laughed again. Finally the smaller brunette one nodded and they both stood. Tonks caught her breath when they headed for Harry. When Harry saw them, he looked to Tonks expectantly. He didn't know what to say and she wanted to help him, but felt torn for some unknown reason. All she could do was smile and nod towards the girls. At a loss as to what he was going to do, Harry took a deep breath. He tried to remember what Tonks had said about making friends in one of her lessons, and he tried to remember to keep calm as they towered over him. "Hey," the taller, blonde girl said, smiling. "I'm Rihanna and this is Karina," she continued, pointing to her equally beautiful brunette companion. Tonks looked them over from behind the umbrella that was shading her. The blonde one, Rihanna, had to be about 18. She was very attractive and she knew it, she flaunted it. Her swimsuit was small and tight, the way she swung her body was extremely provocative. Karina, the one who seemed to be her silent companion, looked far more natural. She carried herself well, and though her face didn't look quite so old, she was just as curved as Rihanna. She wasn't wearing a string bikini like Rihanna, rather a much less revealing two-piece suit. Tonks even made some notes in her mind. The girl seemed to have the personality that Tonks could assume effortlessly if she needed a new identity. Calming herself, Tonks picked up her wand and waved it discreetly, whispering a spell. Harry stared at the two girls as the flirting feeling in his stomach faded away. He felt a strange sense of comfort fill him and he smiled finally. Finding words. "Harry, my name is Harry. It's a pleasure to meet you." He smiled again, offering them a seat with a sweep of his hand. He was extremely surprised at his own confidence. He wasn't quite himself. "So what are you doing here, and alone?" "Oh, well, Karina and I are visiting for the summer. My aunt lives here and I had a friend to visit. Karina had never been here so I brought her along. She seems to like it here," Rihanna said, and Karina just smiled. The girls finally felt comfortable enough to sit. After a few seconds, Karina sat a little further from Harry. But Rihanna sat uncomfortably close. "Where is it that you're from?" Harry asked. Looking into Rihanna's eyes, there wasn't much way to not look at them without obviously avoiding them. "NorCal," Rihanna smiled as she said it. Having never heard of such a place, Harry shook his head, but didn't ask where it was because he didn't want to seem foolish. He'd have to ask Tonks later, she'd know. After almost an hour of talking, Tonks started to get up and Harry's attention turned towards her. She was not wearing her overshirt anymore. I'm headed back, Harry. We'll see you when you get in, all right? With a wink, Tonks turned and headed away. Karina's eyes followed Tonks carefully, but Rihanna barely even glanced up until Tonks had passed. Harry spent a minute lost as his eyes followed Tonks. Her swimsuit hadn't turned transparent as he'd thought, but it looked as if it had shrunk slightly, tightening against her well-formed body. As Harry's head turned, Rihanna's attention turned to the new threat. She looked up, following Tonks' path again. The person who was most confused, Tonks, clenched her fist together as she walked away. She didn't know why she was leaving, but something didn't feel right inside. It was likely the interaction that seemed to happen so easily between Harry and the girls. Whatever it was, Tonks was not feeling happy about it. She felt impulsive and turned to see if Harry was watching her leave. He wasn't feeling even more spontaneous. Tonks waved and blew Harry a kiss. On the other end of the kiss, Har blushed brightly, extremely confused at her behavior. Who is she? Karina asked softly. Harry suddenly recalled that he had never introduced them to her and felt bad about it. She wasn't sitting right next to him, but she had been close enough that she'd probably hear them talking the entire time, and he'd ignored her almost completely. Yeah, she seems to know you pretty well, Rihanna said, looking extremely annoyed. My mate, Harry said, trying to make himself feel better. She was quickly becoming one of them, as it was anyway, and that's what she wanted to be. She'd even said it. She brought me here for a few weeks to get away from everything. Which was of course the truth. He still remembered why it was they were here. Tonks wasn't about to trust anyone after what had happened at the headquarters. Someone had given away their location and Tonks wanted to keep Harry safe. At least that's what she had said. She's a bit old for you, isn't she? Karina asked again, just curious. She didn't seem to demand the information and it didn't seem all that extreme for her. It was just a question. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Not really. We've been friends for over a year now and she's not all that much older than me. She's only 28 or so. Besides, she understands me better than most people do. He recalled seeing her scar and that she'd been the one that really did seem to understand him. She's teaching me too, he added, grinning. Karina just nodded quietly, but Rihanna looked interested. So now that you've lost the leash, let's say we have some fun. Not quite sure what she meant by a leash, Harry just nodded. He didn't want to seem too much like an outsider. And Tonks had told him to try and go with the flow without standing out too much. He was trying to do that as best as possible. He really wanted to be an Auror. All right, where are we going then? Rihanna grinned. Our place first, but after that it's a surprise. You'll just have to tag along and find out. Harry just shrugged. If that was what she wanted, it was all right with him. He was having fun, and thought he was disappointed that Tonks had decided to leave and felt even odder about the manner she'd done it. He was feeling all right. The trip to their place didn't take long. Rihanna was the one that was silent this time, while Karina asked questions. So you're from England then? Karina asked not long after they'd wrapped up their stuff and gotten off the beach. Harry nodded. Which school do you go to? She asked, looking more like Hermione and trying to figure it out. Harry suspected she already had guessed which one he was going to. The question did catch Harry's attention though. Tonks had warned him about getting caught in a lie, and told him that the best thing was to use as much truth as possible. She told him not to reveal his true identity. But it was obvious enough where he came from. He wasn't so sure he should tell her where he went to school, but he was afraid that she already knew, so he chanced it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Really? She acted surprised. You don't happen to know Harry Potter? I hear he goes there. Yeah, Harry said. I know him, he said, recalling that his name was popular throughout the whole wizarding world, and not just the school. He didn't enjoy it at all. He wanted to just disappear and be normal. Who doesn't? He added morosely. Karina looked at him, and grabbed his hand as it swung. You sound jealous, she said, staring right in his eyes. She seemed startled, but covered it up quickly. Don't be, you're a good guy too. Besides, most of the stuff he did as a kid. Who else gets famous doing stuff like that? I even hear he's pretty conceited about it. He's not. Harry jumped in, defending himself weakly. Sometimes I think he wishes he wasn't Harry Potter at all. That he could just be like everyone else. And now you're sorry for him. At least you don't have him for it. Let's talk about something else. Harry paused briefly, searching for another topic. What about you? He finally said. What school do you go to? NCMI. It's in the hills of NorCal, and isn't all that big. We've only got under 2,000 people. NorCal? Harry asked stupidly. He thought they were from the States and didn't remember ever hearing a state called NorCal. Oh sorry. Northern California. Most people that live in California break it into North and South, it's such a big state. NCMI is Northern California Magical Institute. I'm training to be a Muggle relations specialist. Rihanna hasn't made a choice about what she wants to do though. Nodding his head with understanding. Harry thought about it. So you're going to a college then? He asked. He'd heard of Muggle colleges of course, but he didn't know that they had magical colleges. He'd never heard about anything after Hogwarts. Besides, Karina had just turned 17, so it didn't seem like she'd be going to college. She should still be in her 7th year of schooling. Well yeah, she explained. Once we're legal we can do anything. But most people tend to go to an institute for the first 2 years until they're 18. Some training there takes a lot longer though. Especially if you're trying for the medical field. It always brings in good money though. I was never really worried about that. I just want to have fun in my job. Harry nodded with interest. Things were very different there, especially if they became legal at 16. He sort of wished he lived in the States so that he could be legal. It'd make things so much easier for him. Did they have wars there? He asked, curious to Kay. Now if it was really all that much different. Karina looked confused, but Rihanna leaned over and whispered something in her ear. That sounded like Po-Po. Oh, Karina's eyes lit up with understanding. Foxes. You call them something else. But where would you go that didn't have some sort of magical law enforcement? Turned out just fine here. Rihanna muttered. Karina laughed and poked Harry, squeezing his hand. Don't worry about her, she doesn't like foxes much, she whispered in his ear. Her father was not the smartest wizard and got into some trouble a while back. He's still imprisoned because of it, she added. Harry wasn't listening however. When Karina had gotten close to him and whispered in his ear he'd felt a shock run down his spine and now his whole body was tingling. Here we are, Rihanna announced. Surprised that they had gotten to the house so quickly, Harry looked up to find they'd entered a quiet neighborhood and he hadn't noticed at all. Come on Karina, time to change, Rihanna said, dragging Karina away from Harry as soon as they'd entered the house. Harry, wait in the living room. Rihanna paused for a second and then walked down the hallway. Darian, would you keep an eye on our new friend? Harry heard a muffled response and the girls disappeared into a back room. Where Rihanna had stood a few seconds before, a head dropped out of the ceiling. Harry jumped back, startled. A hand followed and gripped one of the bars that surrounded the opening it was coming out of. Then a whole body followed. It swung down from the ceiling like a monkey, making an extremely graceful landing. Name's Darian, he said, offering his hand for Harry to shake. Still surprised at his entrance, shook it wide-eyed. Harry, he responded. Darian nodded and trotted off into another room. What's your fancy? He asked. We've got just about every sort of juice and milk. Or water. Got some dragon's fury too. It's mixed a little strong too. I don't recommend it unless you're used to it. Water's fine, Harry said, not really wanting to try anything else. Darian appeared around the corner again, glasses in hand and a bright smile on his face. You know Harry, you can take a seat if you'd like. You're gonna be here for a bit, so don't fret about things. Taking his advice, Harry dropped into one of the fluffy seats sipping at his water. So you're from the island? He stammered. The confidence he'd had earlier seemed to be completely lost. Nah, but I've lived here for about half my life. Harry sighed finally. Darian seemed completely at ease around him and there wasn't anything that was going to bother him about just being friends. You watch the broom races then? He asked, slightly more at ease. Yeah, always watched them. Simmons is supposed to win tomorrow at the finals. Even though he was bottom rank at the start of the year. I just wish he could afford a firebolt. All he's got is a lousy Nimbus 2004. They don't have near the acceleration in mid-flight or top speed. He should have been saving all his winnings and he could have afforded one so he'd win without a problem at all. Are firebolts expensive? Harry asked stupidly. Sirius had bought his. Darian cocked his eyebrow. Yeah, since the upgrade kit came out you can't even find an original at all. They're charging triple the price, and that's if you're lucky. It's too bad they just don't sell them with the kit pre-installed. Upgrade kit. Harry's eyes grew wide. He had never heard of any such thing, nor of the possibility of it. Yeah, they made the first firebolts upgradable SAT. Had it wouldn't be obsolete within a year. They wanted to be the top seller on the market, and they are. It's just too bad that they temporarily stopped making them because of the ash shortage in the Mediterranean. I think it's just a cover story. There's a lot of aftermarket stuff for them too. You can get custom handles, speed-enhancing spells, custom replacement twigs, and that's not even everything. Wow, Harry muttered as he wondered how much it'd cost him to get some of the stuff. You're from England then? Sure sounded like it. Harry nodded. Darian flashed another glimpse at his bright white teeth. Don't see many from there. They don't seem to like change too much. I've been to a Quidditch game over there though, and if there's one thing that's really good about that place, it'd have to be that. They have a following like no other place in the world. Quidditch is the only real sport they play there. I play Quidditch, Harry volunteered. Not much in the past 2 years, but that wasn't by choice. You any good? Harry nodded. What position you play? Seeker. Harry recalled the thrill of chasing after the snitch and suddenly started feeling homesick again. He'd felt it before, but every time he'd felt it and told Tonks it had disappeared almost instantly. Without another word Darian jumped up, a smug smile on his face. Wait a sec, he said as he ran down the hall. He jumped, catching one of the bars and tucking his legs into his stomach, using the momentum to swing himself through the hole in the ceiling. Harry stared, unsure what to say. He'd never seen anybody do things like that except on the telly. Above him, Harry could hear Darian moving around. Then he appeared again, coming through the hole feet first. He landed hard, but his knees bent forward, taking most of the weight and his arms shot backward to hold his balance. Harry laughed at him as he looked up beaming. Before I found out I was a wizard I was a gymnast, can you tell? He asked rhetorically. Another year or two and I might have even made it as far as the Olympics. He said, still grinning. The revelation was a surprise to Harry, but it seemed to make things all the more realistic. It still was odd that he was able to do stuff like that so easily. How'd you end up here? He asked. His parents were obviously muggles if he hadn't known he was a wizard. Foster parents disowned me. They thought magic was evil or something. So, when the first year of school ended no one came to pick me up. They didn't even bother to tell me, they just disappeared. I ended up in a foster home for the summer. With the help of some friends that I made at school, I was able to escape. I caught a ride and ended up here, been here ever since. I rent the place upstairs from Rihanna's mom. I don't even know if she considers it rent anymore. I'm pretty much part of the family. Grinning he waved his hand with some sort of odd magical gesture and opened his hand to reveal a snitch. It's from the Hanover game of '82. The one that happened on Halloween. It was dedicated to the Potters. Klavoski caught the snitch by falling from his broom so Schneider didn't know what he was doing. It's one of the sweetest moves ever. Harry knew the match well. It was in every recent Quidditch book, including the one he owned. He couldn't believe that this boy had such an item, especially after he'd complained about the price of a firebolt. This had to be much more expensive if it was real. How'd you get it? He asked inquisitively. Won it off some poor slob. He wasn't the best gambler in the world. Thought he could beat me on a broom. I'm not bad at all. A queasy feeling entered Harry. He wondered who the man was and why he'd gone and done something like that. Wow, he managed to choke out. Darian tossed the snitch to Harry. Go ahead. Not many around here appreciate it. It's nice to have someone around who does. Reflexes kicked in and Harry snagged the snitch out of midair, long before its wings were fully extended. It's even signed, he exclaimed as he examined it closer. Darian nodded eagerly in the background. From the back room Harry could hear giggling and he tossed the snitch back to Darian. Darian's hands darted out and caught the snitch quicker than Harry expected. You're pretty good at catching that, Harry commented. Smiling, Darian opened his hand again. The snitch, feeling freedom, opened its wings and started to move away. Darian didn't even move until the last moment, waiting until the snitch was barely within reach to snag it out of midair. Harry recalled seeing an almost identical scene he'd seen the previous year in Snape's memories. My dad used to do that, he said, remembering what else his father had done. Thinking of his father made him think about Sirius, which made him sad. Usually do it with a normal snitch, but I don't have it right now. Deacon won it off me in a bet yesterday, so I have to go buy another one tomorrow. You have a Quidditch store here? Harry asked, surprised. Tonks hadn't known of one that was still running. They'd tried to go to one, but were unsuccessful in finding one. That was when he found out that Quidditch was not anywhere near as popular here as it was in other places. They had other sports. Down Maddox Lane, behind Penky's broom supply. I could take you there tomorrow, seeing as I'm already headed there. Sure, Harry said excitedly. He was happy again, and wanted to check out the so-called upgrade options for his firebolt. He wasn't sure why Tonks had been constantly hounding him to be careful. He hadn't met anyone that wasn't nice to him yet. They continued talking, about everything from Quidditch to the island. Harry found out a lot about the island. Most of the money came from tourism and trade, both of which the island was well suited for. The populating was a mingling of over a dozen different major cultures from around the world, and completely magical. Muggles only came on occasion, and only with someone magical. The only way to get to the island was through magic. He also pointed out some of the major tourists' traps, and some of the better places to visit. Tonks had known about nearly all of that stuff. She had failed to mention some places, specifically the clubs. Darian talked about them a lot, and Harry suspected that Rihanna and Karina were going to be going to them with him. The girls left the confines of their rooms soon afterwards. Gorgeous, Darian said when he saw them exit. You're a real lucky guy, Harry, getting to take both of these women out. Harry just nodded his head, dumbfounded. Then he remembered that he was wearing his swimming trunks still. Do you have some place I could change? Harry asked. He and Tonks had spent enough time shopping that he knew exactly what he wanted to wear, and he had enough to just transfigure the clothing. Darian nodded and pointed. First door on the right. Harry, you know, Darian's got some stuff I'm sure would fit you, Rihanna said before Harry closed the door. The three looked at the door. Harry had walked into Confood. He hadn't taken any clothing in there. Why would he be changing? Meanwhile, Harry cleaned himself up as best as possible, then transfigured everything he had into a much nicer outfit. It took him a little time to get it to the point that he was satisfied with the state of his robes. The two girls seemed surprised when Harry exited, but they didn't say anything. Ready? Harry asked, as confidently as possible. His mind was drifting with thoughts of the past and he was having a hard time ignoring them. Darian had given him some tips about dancing, but it was hard enough to concentrate on the moment instead of what was going to happen. Not yet, Rihanna said. Darian's coming too. He seems to like you. Darian only took a few minutes to drop from his room in the ceiling. He did do it gently though. Harry didn't blame him. The clothing he was wearing now was more restricting to extravagant moves like he'd been doing earlier. Here, Darian slipped him a small object. Eat it, it'll keep you good for the rest of the night. Harry took it and put the object into his mouth, unsure. It dissolved almost instantly and made him cough because of its strength. It seemed like some sort of potion in dry form. The trip to the club they were going to was made in a trolley-like vehicle that ran through the every 4th street in town. No one operated it, it simply rambled down the street slowly. It stopped when someone was near a pickup point, but it went slowly enough that you could catch it if you missed it, or grab it as it rolled by. Club Craft was no more than a small doorway between Mindy's Market and the Gems Gallery. The only reason Harry had noticed it at all was because someone sporting short crimson hair entered it before Rihanna pointed it out. Just inside, a stoutly wizard with a grimacing look held a glass orb out for them to touch. Darian didn't even bother. He just passed by the large man with a hand gesture and a smile. Harry, however, was not so fortunate. He reached out and touched the orb with his hands and the orb glowed purple. The large man looked down at Harry and then glanced over to Darian, who made another gesture. For a second the two communicated with their eyes and then Harry was motioned to continue past. "You're not 16, Darian asked as they waited for Karina and Rihanna. "Not for another couple of weeks, at the end of July," Harry said quietly. "He wasn't going to let you in, since you're not legal yet." "Sorry about that, I'd have never thought you were 15. You don't look it. 17 maybe, but not 15. Darian studied Harry for a moment. "It's your eyes, they just... I don't know. They look like they've seen a lot of shit. You know, I don't know anyone that has eyes like that, not even adults." Harry just nodded. No one had ever told him anything like that before and he wondered if it was because of the spell that changed his eyes' color. Maybe it changed them more than he'd thought. Even though Darian had been right, Harry couldn't see how his eyes could be different because he had dealt with a lot of shit, as Darian has so aptly put it. Karina put her arm around Harry's waist, which startled him more than a little. "What wrong, Harry?" she asked sweetly, putting her head on his shoulder and making Harry shiver again. "Nothing, Core. We were just talking about his eyes," Darian said. He was smiling at Harry's reaction and trying to hold himself from laughing. "And how unreserved girls from California are," he added. Harry blushed, but Karina ignored the comment. "He does have pretty eyes, doesn't he? They change too, don't they, Harry?" Not sure what she meant, Harry shrugged. He hoped that it didn't mean his eyes were already green. He'd performed the spell on them in the morning, it shouldn't have worn off already. "Yeah?" Darian asked. Rihanna showed up and together they started walking down the hallway. "Yeah," Karina said, "they were brown this morning at the beach." Flinching, Harry reached into his pocket and gripped his wand. "They're still brown." Turning, Karina looked into his eyes. "They're brown. I swear they were." "Oh, never mind." Harry sighed, relieved they were still brown, but he wondered why she'd thought they had changed. He'd have to make sure to renew the spell daily. His mind numbed slightly as they walked out of the hall and into the room, the roar of the music causing it. His current problems seemed to drift to the back of his mind. Rolling out of bed, Harry awoke quickly upon noticing Tonks staring down at him from the other side of the room. He smiled at her, still feeling the effects of everything he'd done the night before. Tonks was staring down at him, sitting in a chair, her arms tucked up to her chest. "Where were you last night?" she demanded sharply. "You didn't even get in until after 2 in the morning." She continued angrily, not revealing that she had been awake at close to 4:30, when he'd actually stumbled through the door. Harry yawned and stood up. He was quite tired since he'd only had a few hours of sleep. He wasn't quite ready for someone to be at his bedside. Besides, he'd been having a really good dream, the first for a long time, and Tonks wasn't going to make him feel bad. He looked over to her and sighed, making something up quickly. He didn't actually remember everything that had gone on, bits and pieces of it, but nothing solid. "Karina and Rihanna took me to Club Craft. Time just sort of flew and it got late real quick. I had to take them back home too, so I was even later," Harry said. Then another scene flashed in front of him. He remembered Darian offering for him to stay the night, but not what he'd said. "Darian invited me to stay the night, but I figured that it was too much. Besides, I didn't have anything else to wear. I could have transfigured my stuff again, but they still need to be washed." Of course, there was one thing that he did remember, and he definitely didn't want to include it. For some reason he had stayed and he'd woken up to a very naked Karina and without being quite sure how he'd gotten there. He wasn't sure what had happened, but something had, and inside he felt utterly confused about it. Tonks was sitting, quietly listening to Harry defend himself. She was well aware that Harry was wearing robes he'd been looking at a few days before. She didn't even care about that though. She'd been awake the whole night worrying, and when he'd come back smelling like things Tonks didn't dare think about, she'd grown angry. "Harry, you're not 16. How'd you get in?" Grinning, Harry looked up at Tonks directly. "Darian, he's a friend of Rihanna's. He knows the guard. He just told him to let me past. He's so nice, Tonks, not like all the people you've warned me about." "You can't go there again," said Tonks firmly, trying to make it obvious that the conversation was over. "I know what goes on there and you're not to have any part of it. I think you should stay away from Darian too. He doesn't sound like someone you need to be hanging around." He's only nice for now. Finally, tired of Tonks heckling him, Harry started to get angry. He hadn't done anything bad, he'd had some fun and that was it. Don't tell me what I can and can't do, he growled. I'm old enough to make at least some of my own decisions. He finished, yelling, then you'll have to learn to deal with the consequences like everyone else. Your training has been suspended until further notice, Tonks announced, standing heavily and heading for the door. You're going to have to wait until you're mature enough, she yelled, yanking the door open. Fine, Harry yelled back at her. Get out of my room. Fine, Tonks yelled back once more, before slamming the door that connected their rooms. Outside, Tonks stopped, her back to the door. She felt horrible inside. Anger at Harry hadn't been something she'd wanted to get out of hand like this. She'd only meant to get after him, and somehow it had escalated into a full-scale argument. Inside the room, Harry stared at the door, seething. Tonks was suddenly starting to act like every other adult he knew, which really read him. When she wasn't like this, he loved to be around her. It was like being around Hermione or Ron. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Why couldn't she just let him make his own decision about it? For the next hour, while Harry went about his morning tasks, the fight was the only thing he could think about. Meeting Darian distracted him. The arranged meeting place was down near the beach, which wasn't really a far walk from where Harry was staying, and it helped him clear his head. It was quickly obvious to Darian, who didn't mention it, that Harry was in a bad mood for some reason. The grim appearance, the forced smile, all leading to the eyes that seemed like they were on fire. Inside the Quidditch shop things changed. The fight floated to the back of his mind and Harry engrossed himself everything the shop had to offer. It was very different from the show that was in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. He examined everything, spending lots of time looking over the Firebolt upgrade kit. It was pretty simple to use and Harry was sorely tempted to buy it, but he knew if he did he'd have to use Tonks' money, and he didn't want to spend her money even if he was angry at her. Darian changed his mindset just slightly, in the end talking him into buying a snitch to sharpen his skills. Harry decided it was probably for the best. He wasn't one to use it as his father and Darian did, but he could let it loose in a room and practice there, alone. He wouldn't let anyone else see him. And if he did it without a broom, he'd have to learn to react without the additional speed and movement which would help him out later on. He was good enough on a broom already. He just needed to be quick enough to beat the other players when he got into a hard situation. As they left the store, Harry felt content as the snitch struggled in his pocket. You have anything else to do today? Darian asked, playing with his snitch already. Harry shook his head. Not anymore. Tonks and I had a fight, so everything that we had planned isn't going to happen, he said, feeling a pang of regret for yelling at her. Tonks, what an odd name, he said, thinking for a moment. Yeah, well anyway, since you're not doing anything, why don't you hang out with me? We could go watch the broom races, my treat. The offer was very generous, seeing that it was something Harry had been thinking about doing himself. In but a moment he had accepted happily. Tonks had passed by the statue. And Harry had seen glimpses of the races, no doubt there to catch visitors' attention. Harry had certainly been interested. Sure, he finally said, trying to avoid thinking about Tonks. Darian just nodded and set off at a quick pace, leading Harry through the back alleys of the town. It took quite a while, but as he walked several people joined him, forming a group that trailed along. He paid them no mind, and so Harry didn't mention anything. Finally, as they neared the stadium, Darian turned around. So, I see that everyone's ready to see the races, he said, smiling. I do hope everyone has brought gifts for me. The group of boys laughed with Darian, who opened a door marked, staff only, and ushered everyone in. Harry faltered at the entrance. But Darian reassured him. It's all right, he said. Nick always lets us in when there's someone at the door. He knows we'd sneak in anyway, and besides, he owes me a favor or two. Having only known Darian for a day, Harry just shrugged his shoulders. Last night he'd done something he probably shouldn't be able to do. This wasn't much different. Besides, if Darian was telling him the truth, then it didn't matter. So Harry just followed the others through the winding hallways. All the boys seemed to have been there before, and Harry felt more like a tag along than anything else. Finally at a brown door Darian stopped, pushing in gently on a brick next to it. "That's the spot," he said quietly. The door creaked open, and Harry turned around still not feeling quite right about sneaking into the facility. After marching up a set of stairs a airy room appeared. Across the far side was a solid window, with something flashing across it. The roar of the crowd brought everyone, including Harry, to the window. "Damn," Darian said angrily. "They started earlier than usual. The tournament must have pushed the normal races to earlier today." A list of names raced across the window and Darian looked up at them and sighed. First races just ended and he paused, apparently waiting for a something. What? Kirby won. He threw his hands into the air. He didn't even pull 15s in the last rally. He said, aghast. "Look at him," one of the other boys said. His face plastered to the window. "He's got a firebolt." Darian's head jumped forward against the window so fast that Harry thought perhaps he might break it. From beyond the line of drooling boys, Harry could see who they were talking about. "He hasn't had it long," he thought aloud, remembering his first experiences with a firebolt. "He's holding it too high. You don't get the best response if you hold it like most brooms." He should have figured it out if he'd ridden it much. It was designed for Quidditch, not just for flying. Looking up, Harry found that the eyes of the boys were no longer below, but turned to him. All of them stared at him speechless, making Harry feel extremely uncomfortable. "He's a visitor, guys. Name's Harry Black," Harry quickly added. "And he's right," Darian added dominantly. "He's got a real broom now, and he needs to learn to ride it." Ignoring the other boys, Harry turned and watched the racers line up again. They had various brooms, some old, some new, and with his experience as a Quidditch player he could see which ones were more familiar with flying. Though it was hard to see their skills, he could see who knew what they were doing. Near the end of the lineup, a rider made a familiar motion with his hands as he spoke with the female rider next to him. Harry's eyes stopped following the lineup, staring at the rider. The platinum hair seemed even more familiar and he gasped. The rider next to him said something rude and the platinum-haired rider turned, throwing his leg over his broom. When Harry saw the face, he knew immediately who the rider was. The way he mounted the broom made Harry look closer. Malfoy played the trick before, making it seem as if he weren't as fast as he was, and Harry suspected that he'd lost the first race purposefully. His nimbus was more than enough to take on a rider of a firebolt if the rider didn't know what he was doing. "He's going to win," Harry said to himself, seeing the smirk on Malfoy's face. The previous year he'd been better by leaps and bounds, and Harry had wanted to race him, playing more and more with every game he saw, partly because the part Draco played in the last year's Quidditch games. "Want to bet on it?" Darian asked, grinning from ear to ear, his eyes flirting between Harry and Malfoy. Completely taken back, Harry shook his head. He didn't have ch money after having purchased the snitch. "I really don't have much," he said, trying to put Darian off lightly. "Oh, come on," Darian urged. "You've got a snitch. Besides, you only lose if the player I bet on wins. Otherwise no one wins or loses. And," he added suggestively, "it's the way things are done around here. You bet on anything and everything. I once bet my life, literally, that I could. Well, never mind. It's not something I like to relive." Feeling a bit forced, Harry started to say no, but around him he could hear the other boys betting between each other. Looking down at Draco, with his confident smirk, he sighed. "All right," he said quietly. If Draco didn't win he'd be even more angry at him than usual, even if he had no knowledge of what he'd done. "Who are you betting on?" he asked, figuring that Darian would bet on the firebolt. "Myers," he pointed to a wizard, the one in the purple robes. Myers, it seemed, was a new contestant in the race. He was walking out of the side doors as Darian had placed the bet. He hadn't even made it onto his broom yet. He was also carrying a Nimbus 2002, very much like Draco's. He was, however, older and heavier. Harry had no doubt the man knew how to handle his broom. But Draco was better, he was sure of it. Draco seemed to still try and feign newness, playing his part masterfully. He gripped his broom all wrong, but well anew that he could change positions the instant he had to. The racers finally all leaned forward on their brooms, a signal that they were most ready, Harry assumed, and a loud pop rang through the whole stadium. The races started so instantly that Harry found himself staring at an empty starting lineup. His eyes caught the few stragglers almost immediately, but the racers were already moving so fast that it took him a moment longer to catch them with his eyes. Harry had never watched a true race before, but he could most certainly point out the more experienced riders from above. Slowly the race began to form a line of racers. Each turn them made straightening the line more and more. Harry watched, eager to learn everything he could. If Draco could be in a race, surely he could do the same. Every racer, save 4, took the turns far too wide and it didn't seem have much control. It didn't surprise Harry at all when several of them lost their stability and went wildly out of control, ending out of control into the cheering crowds. Several slowed, only to find that by the time they'd pushed for more speed in the straightaway they had no chance to catch the more aggressive riders. When a rider was passed by the lead racer, it seemed they were no longer a part of the race. If they did not leave themselves, a mediator jumped into the race from the side, pulling the racer from the track. Harry thought it was rather harsh. But by the third lap the total racers had been cut to a fourth of what it had been, only 10 people. Kirby was ahead, still showing signs of his lack of proficiency with the firebolt. Myers was close behind, tailed by Malfoy and the woman he'd been speaking to before the race had started. As far as he could tell, Malfoy was allowing himself the third position. Every time the woman would speed up he'd push himself a little faster to stay just ahead of her. How many laps? Harry asked excitedly as Draco finally dropped his body closer to the broom and tucked his legs in behind him. 4. Darian replied, his mouth agape as Draco took second place. The woman had pulled neck and neck with Myers, who'd pushed more out of his broom, but could go no faster. Across the room Harry could hear whispers. "That kid's pretty good," one boy commented. Next to him another shoved him playfully. "But Sionade is better, she really knows how to handle a broom," he said, poking his companion. "If you know what I mean." "Stupid, we're watching races, I don't care right now." Harry glanced back down to the races and tried to figure out what they'd meant by the comment. She certainly was handling her broom well. He couldn't even figure what she had. He'd never seen one like it before. It seemed ancient though. Next to him Darian had regained his composure and was sitting down in the seats. Something Harry had completely forgotten about, watching the race. "He is pretty damn good," he commented, taking the loss without question even though there were still 2 laps left. Around the bends the brooms flew. Harry had trouble watching them because they were moving so fast. He felt the rush of the wind as if he were flying next to him and he focused. He didn't really care if Draco won or not. He just didn't want Myers to win. Somehow Draco increased his speed again as they neared the start of the last lap, and on a straightaway he pulled just ahead of Kirby. But made even more headway in the turn. The woman had, astonishingly enough, been able to keep up with Draco. The race took another sharp turn and the whole lap changed. There was a single way left with at least a dozen tight curves after it, eventually leading to the finish line. Harry started, surprised at what had happened. Malfoy seemed to be surprised as well. From behind Harry could almost feel the grin bearing down on the back of his skull, Darian seeing his chance of not losing. Harry didn't dare turn around. At that instant Sione kicked it up another notch. Which made impossible with the speed they were going and moved in on Draco. Somehow, while still in the straightaway, Draco felt her moving in on him and was able to push himself harder, keeping a half the length of a broomstick between them. The straightaway was easy, but as they hit the first turn somehow Sione seemed to be able to pull herself through them tighter, catching up on Draco after 2 turns. Draco glanced back, and then veered sharply into the turn, cutting off Sionade's avenue. After 4 more turns Sione back of a little, waiting for her chance to get past him. An obstacle appeared and Draco avoided it, but the wind he was putting off sucked it right into Sionade's path. She had a hard time dodging it and lost some distance on Draco as she pulled her broom up and over the obstacle. The tension filled the whole room as the last 2 turns came into sight. Harry watched, breathless as Sione followed Draco into the second to last turn, veering too far to make it. She got so close to the wall that Harry thought perhaps she'd struck it. He was wrong however. She twisted the broom sharply so that she was parallel to the ground, and she kicked of the wall with all her strength. The whole stadium was so quiet that a pin drop could have been heard. Harry had never heard of such a move. It was insane at that speeds and she should have been shot from her broom just by the force that the wall would have exerted against her legs. Miraculously rather than slowing it sped her up and by the second turn she was sitting on Draco's ass again. As she turned Draco seemed to have swerved too far. And Sione took the advantage, pulling in on him. It was a ruse though. As Sione pulled in tighter he veered into her again, this time not so hard. Something strange happened as he did. Harry could scarcely believe it was possible but Draco had another burst of speed and pulled out ahead of Sione again. No, a boy next to Harry breathed. That's the Darwin draft, Darian said behind him. I was hoping Shona might pull it off, but she certainly wasn't prepared for the kid to do it. But, the kid stuttered. James, it's all right, Darian smiled. He did it, he won fair and square. Darian caught Harry's questioning look and picked the snitch from his pocket, throwing it at Harry who caught it without thinking. Your boy's good. He pulled Na into a ploy and as she got close enough, he pulled himself into the wind she displaced, using his own to boost his speed slightly. It's not a safe move. In fact it's not a sane move, it usually gets people seriously injured. But he pulled it off without a hitch. The roar of the crowd barely even registered in Harry's mind. He'd never once heard of such a move, not in any of the Quidditch books he'd read. His real problem was that Draco had done it. He almost hated himself for betting on Draco, feeling that perhaps Draco wouldn't have won if he hadn't. Below Draco was standing on the podium. A smirk that rivaled none Harry had ever seen from him. He turned slightly, saying something to Sione, only to be rejected again. Who's that girl? Someone asked. Of course, the first person that everyone turned to was Darian, who was sitting in his seat, composed with a smile on his face. For a brief instant, Harry was reminded of Snape. The moment passed and Harry shook away the odd feeling, watching as the other boys waited for an answer. She used to race here a few years back. She could pull off nearly every trick in the book, but it looks as if she's rusty. I didn't see her do anything tricky this time. I heard she was the best, that no one could defeat her if she was really racing. Look at the broom she's using. It's a Comet 907. You can't even buy spare parts for it at a used store anymore. The broom was antiquated. Harry had already seen that, but he couldn't believe she was riding a 907. They were even a great deal older than the brooms at the school. Everyone around him nodded. James, Darian said. The boy who stood next to Harry dropped his head and pulled something out of his pocket. He tossed Darian the object and Darian caught it in midair, before the snitch disappeared into the air. Amazed Harry looked at Darian, who was grinning at him. Gotta know how to play the odds, but you gotta know how to win too, he laughed. The crowd roared and Harry's eyes turned to the track again. Every player except those who'd come in top 4 left the track, brooms in hand. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field a dozen more players joined, all marching out in order. Harry wondered why they didn't come out on their brooms, but didn't bother to ask. Rally time, Darian said behind him. Your friend's up for the first race, wanna give him another shot? With the snitch tucked slightly in his hand, Harry shook his head. He's not my friend, he said quietly. And I'm not betting on him winning again. He's up against real racers now. Yeah, true, Darian said, absent-mindedly. He was making a motion to one of the other boys. He doesn't have a chance now. Behind him, the boys made bets while Harry watched intrigued. One of the players, riding a Nimbus 2004, approached Sione. He said something that seemed to annoy Malfoy and Harry smiled. Apparently, the two racers knew each other. After a short conversation the man, who Harry eschewed, was Simmons because of Darian had said that he was riding a Nimbus 2004, motioned to the sidelines. An attendant came running out and after a few words disappeared back into the stadium. Sione jumped on him, hugging him tightly when the attendant returned holding a much newer broom. Hey, Harry started, but was interrupted by another boy. Look at Simmons, he's given the new girl a better broom. James laughed. He wants some competition. It seemed as if everyone looked to Darian again to see what he would say. Nah, Darian responded. He owes her, The last race she was in she got her broom to him when she got disqualified for cheating. She'd won the race, but when the judges reviewed the tape they saw that somehow she'd managed to take a turn at an impossible angle. They called it cheating even though they could never prove she'd done something wrong. After that she gave up her broom to Simmons and no one ever saw her race again. Harry thought it was quite informative. It was odd how Darian seemed to know so much about everything. A whistle created an uproar in the crowd and the racers lined up. Brooms tucked tightly between their legs. The track had returned to its normal state. A simple oval shape with a few obstacles. Harry wondered why it was so simple for the riders which were out there. These riders were a far cry from the muddled group who'd raced in the last race. "Gibbons has made an announcement, everyone," a commenter said somewhere in the distance. "She says that she'll be throwing in a bonus. The person who wins this race will receive a kiss." The crowd roared again and Harry looked down to see who it was that was shouting. A woman, another woman, it seemed, was doing the shouting. "And what's this? She's telling Sione she'd better win. What a statement. I can't believe what I'm hearing." Snorting behind him the boys could barely keep in their cheers. Harry looked down at the woman and shook his head. It was gross to even think of such a thing. It was like him kissing Ron. "You suppose Sione will let that slow her down?" one of the boys asked. Another boy smiled unpleasantly. "I hope not. I want to see what Gibbons does to Sione. It won't just be a kiss, I think," he said, laughing obnoxiously. "I don't even want to see it anymore," Darian said, looking away. "Tell me who wins. Harry, I won't be gone for long. Let me know if anything interesting happens." Quote. He disappeared back out the door, leaving Harry with a group of kids that he didn't know at all. The race was about to begin and Harry really wanted to see what real racers had behind them. He knew how Draco raced. He'd been up against him enough times to be able to compare himself, and so, with that, he could compare himself to the rest of the racers. A loud whistle started the race. It wasn't the same start off that it had been before. The racers, knowing their opponents were as good as they were, pushed themselves to the limit to start with, trying to take the lead. Draco was left near the center of the group, a far cry from the position he'd taken before. The leaders, once again a group of 4, distanced themselves from the pack within only a few seconds. Sione was among them. Harry watched her with interest. It seemed the more she was racing the faster she was becoming. He wasn't quite sure why it was so, but upon seeing her race he doubted she was rusty. She was pulling herself so well that Harry doubted she'd ever quite flying. The broomstick, what looked like a Nimbus 2001, was a much better broom than what she'd been riding. As Hay rounded the finish line for the first lap, the track changed in front of them. Harry stared in awe as the riders made the necessary adjustments without more than a second to spare, avoiding the now protruding obstacles that had appeared throughout the track. The track itself had changed its course, winding around in an S shape, and then looping around itself. On edge, Harry felt his legs weakening. He wanted so bad to race. To test himself against real racers. Draco wasn't doing well at all. He couldn't handle the full-sized people who were crowding him, all pushing to catch up to the leaders. As the road twisted, the leader, who happened to be Simmons, lost the lead against Sione, who pulled a turn so tight that Harry gasped. At that speed he wasn't sure anyone could have pulled off a turn so forcefully. It was no wonder she'd been disqualified for cheating if she could do something like that. After the turn, a burst of speed gave her almost a full yard between herself and Simmons. With what seemed almost a swagger, she turned to Gibbons, blowing him a kiss. Harry laughed at the boastfulness she was showing. It didn't stop there. With each turn she took it tighter and faster, increasing her speed until even Simmons was almost a full lap behind. Harry was extremely appreciative of her ability. He'd never seen anyone ride a broom like that in his whole life. Not even Professio Null Quidditch players could do something like that. 2 more laps, each with continually changing difficulties. The laps seemed to extend more and more each lap, not just because the track was more winding. With each successful lap the whole inner stadium seemed to be enlarging. Harry wasn't sure if it was true. It was hard to tell while he was watching the action. Things were changing, and quickly. But Sione wasn't losing ground. She just continued to move in on the slower players, lapping them one by one. When she came to Draco, she pulled her broom in close, yelling something in his ear. In an instant he kicked out towards her menacingly. Harry's breath stopped as his feet collided with the tail of her broom. For an instant though, it was as if time had stopped while her broom started to shift in the air. It veered towards Draco at first, cutting off his flight path and forcing him to change course to avoid striking the woman. The rest of the group scattered in every direction, some stopping, some shooting into the stadiums. The crowds never had time to avoid them, and the screams of injured people and calls for help could be heard faintly. Harry couldn't be sure where Draco ended up. His concern was the woman who Draco had tailed. Pulling against her broom, fighting the inevitable, Sione yanked too hard and overcompensated, swinging the broom so hard that it twirled in the air, sending her shooting towards a large brick wall. With nowhere else to go and no time to slow down, Harry saw her do the most amazing thing. She pulled herself into the broom, pushing it at an even greater speed towards the wall. In the last moment she swung herself forward, completely flipping the broom over and stopping herself so fast that Harry wasn't sure if it were possible. The whole crowd roared as the broom turned itself right side up again, and Sione waved to the crowd, then turned back toward the course. Her speed lost, the rest of the front group caught up to her quickly. Here was something about the move that concerned Harry, something more than just familiar about it. As Sione lost her first place spot, he tried to remember if he'd ever seen it before, but he couldn't recall. Sione refused to give up though and never lost second place. Harry knew who he was rooting for. She just showed more resolve than he thought he could ever have. After a near-death experience, she was moving again and trying to bring herself into the front. Simmons wasn't going to let her take his place this time though, and as she cut in on one of the corners he recklessly followed, keeping her from passing him up. Twice it happened, and twice Sione was shut out from making the move into first place. She dropping back near the end of the final lap, following Simmons closely, but not pushing for the lead. Harry thought there was something she was planning and watched carefully. Behind him the boys were completely silent, and Harry welcomed it. Their jeers and shouts were certainly not something Harry liked to listen to. As the final straightaway was almost in sight, Sione did the most ridiculous thing Harry had ever seen. She slowed again. The turn was sharp and she took it loosely. Another rider, someone Harry didn't know, pulled in between her and Harry could see what she was doing, but he doubted it would work. In the last instant Sione pulled into the rider, barely in front of him and slightly lower, almost skimming the ground herself. Her speed jumped shockingly and she shot out of the turn like a bullet, tucked so tightly into her broom that it was hard to tell she was a separate entity. The rider who she'd bummed the speed off lost control and shot off into the air, not able to take the bounce that the air had pushed against him. The last few feet of the race was so tight that Harry clenched his fist around the snitch so tightly that it felt as if it had popped in his hand. Finally, the race was over, but not with a clear winner. The two had passed the line so close together that it left the crowd wondering who'd won. Harry waited breathless for the names to flash across the window in front of him. The announcer's voice was speaking in the back of his mind, and he turned his concentration to it, still keeping his eyes glued to the window. The judges are reviewing the call between themselves right now. Of course the winner will be the one with the here it is. The winner of the 289th semi-annual Roslyn Rally is. He paused for a moment to add to the effect, only to receive boos from the crowd. Sione. At the same instant Harry recalled the move. He invented it. As far as he knew, he was the only person that had ever used it. He'd looked all over, through every Quidditch book in the library, some in the bookstore at Hogsmeade, and had never found any mention of a similar move. The only time he'd ever even used it was when he was with Tonks. James yelled something and Harry looked down at the group who'd won. Darian was walking out, the first prize trophy in his hand. No, he wouldn't. Sure enough, Darian strode right up to Sione and handed her the trophy as if he were the one that was supposed to be doing it. He did. James shouted. I'm going to strangle him. He continued, quieting down. From above Harry could see Darian was grinning ear to ear, and Harry wasn't at all surprised when he said Somethy ing to Sione above the cries of the spectators and the announcer. The whole group gasped as Sione leaned over him and whispered something in his ear, turning his grin into a look of surprise. Errol minutes later when Darian appeared at the door, a smug grin on his face, Harry couldn't help but try and rile him up. She didn't accept your proposal, did she? Around him the boys laughed lightly at Harry's joke, but quieted when Darian looked around. Nah, she said her heart was already dedicated to someone more famous than you or I, Harry Potter. Harry blushed. He'd never even seen the woman before and she had told Darian that she loved him. Are you serious? Yeah, seems like all the good ones are waiting for him to profess his love to them. Cor used to be head over heels for him. Seems like she's gotten over it after she met you. Remembering that he'd woken to her earlier in the morning, Harry blushed even deeper. How much did Darian know about that? Cor, the Ice Queen, James asked from beside him. Oh, didn't I tell you? Our little man here broke the Ice Queen in a single night. James choked. The whole room seemed to be staring at Harry and he wanted to shrink away from their look. He didn't even remember it. It was personal too. He didn't want anyone to know what had gone on anyway. Oh yeah, Darian grinned, having won the offense in the conversation. She's called the Ice Queen around here. Rihanna's well far from, but Karina doesn't date. She never has according to Rihanna. Some of us thought maybe she was. You know. Anyway, seems that you proved us all wrong. Certainly means that you should be given some better treatment around here. James here couldn't even get her to look his way and he's usually got away with the woman. The boys laughed at the comment and then someone shouted Jack. Darian turned to Harry, a glint in his eye. It's a good idea. Want to play the most intense game that was ever invented? Harry nodded quickly. He didn't want to think about Karina at all right now. Besides, if Darian could play something he could certainly play it. There's a catch though, Darian warned. It was hard for Harry to even stop and think about it. Just the word intense made his blood pump. After watching the races he was sure that very little could be more intense, and if there was something he wanted to try it, to prove himself. Ain't Harry nodded to the question Darian had asked. He was going to play. First you have to touch on it, Darian said, holding out a card. All the rules are the card, you just touch one side, I touch the other, then we can play. It's a pretty good game, just some weird rules. But once you play, well, it either makes or breaks you. Harry nodded and touched the dot Darian had pointed to. Darian meanwhile touched the other dot. The card glowed and slipped slightly under their fingers, eventually forming two separate cards. Good. Let's get the brooms, he said, handing Harry one of the cards. On it the dot seemed to be changing color to red. Something came over Harry and the eagerness he'd had only a moment before dimmed. Wait a sec, why don't you explain it all to me? Read the card, I told you. It's got all the rules on it. Looking down at the cards Harry could see that there was a small paragraph followed by a small list. He read it over carefully. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. You're about to jump off a flying broomstick. Hello and welcome to the game of Jack. You're probably wondering what you're getting yourself into. The game, Jack, was originally created in the mid 17th century by a small group of wizards who felt that Quidditch was. Harry stopped reading for an instant, scanning until he came to the part that mattered. There are very few actual rules in Jack. 1. In order to play the game Jack you must wager the most precious thing you have as part of the winnings. 2. When the judge says Jack you must jump from your broom, which will be at a minimum of 1.5 kilometers above the ground unless prearranged heights can be agreed upon. 3. No use of spells to lighten, slow, or allow maneuverability in the air. 4. In order to win the game you must be the last person to apparate away from the fall. Apparating before or quitting before the game starts is an immediate loss. 5. Don't kill yourself or strike the ground, you'll lose. The rules, as simple as they were, didn't explain it to Harry. He went over them at least a dozen times before he realized what they were saying. The paragraph before must have made more explanation. He was about to jump off a broom way above the ground and be forced to apparate away before actually hitting the ground. I can't apparate, Harry stuttered. It's illegal unless you're of age. You didn't ever read the rules? James asked, acting as if he were supremely surprised. You were supposed to read the rules, genius. Harry looked up to Darian, whose grin had faded and was smiling extremely oddly. But, I can't win if I can't apparate, he said to Darian. There's no way I can play at all. I guess you lose then, Darian said softly. He looked and acted completely different than he had been only a few minutes before. But, Harry said, almost ready to admit defeat, he didn't have much anymore. He had an invisibility cloak with him, maybe Darian would accept that and just let things go. You have a firebolt, Darian exclaimed, looking at his card. Harry shivered, looking down at his. At the bottom of the card in a previously blank box there were words. Signet 392 Type 7.3 Bambi, Firebolt. He didn't understand what that meant. It must have been what Darian's most precious item was. Yeah, Harry mumbled. You never said anything about it after everything I told you. Harry shivered. He didn't want to give up his firebolt. Sirius had given it to him. It was the only things he had from Sirius still. Between it, the clothes he was wearing, and his 2 invisibility cloaks, that was all he owned now. What about if I give you an INV? Harry started to ask. Darian shook his head, looking quite serious. No, can't break the rules, the winnings have already been determined. Anything that breaks the rules means that the person doing it loses. It's not a simple rule, you touched on it, it means you're bound to the game now, there's no way out. Harry covered his face as the boys around him looked at him. Most of them grinning wickedly. You score once and you think that you're the best on the block. One of them said. The joke rippled through the rest of the boys, making them laugh softly at Harry, who now seemed to be completely stuck. Tell you what, Darian said, a smile on his face. I'll give you a week. That means that in a week from now you meet me at my place and we'll play Jack. Since we didn't agree on when it was and there's no predefined rule, I can give you that much. Darian paused, looking around to the other boys with a sly grin on his face. I recommend that you learn to apparate and quick, he laughed and then left, the other boys following. Alone, Harry stood in the room feeling completely helpless. He hadn't even looked at the rules before agreeing to them. He should have listened to Tonks when she told him not to be around Darian again. He should have taken her advice and been more careful. In the past 2 days he had made the 2 biggest mistakes of his life and he could only remember one of them. After what seemed like hours had passed, Harry finally took leave of the room. Outside, whatever was happening didn't matter to him. The race that was taking place didn't matter. After all, the real race had ended a long time ago. One by one Harry stepped down the steps trying to decide what to do. He couldn't learn to apparate in a week. It was impossible. He'd heard Fred and George talking about it and they took almost 2 full months to learn, and their teacher had told them that it wasn't that far behind what was standard. Supposedly they'd learn to apparate the second half of their 6th year. Harry doubted he'd be able to learn even as fast as the twins. While they weren't all that proficient in everything, they had a good feel for it and therefore it came easier to them, they just didn't apply themselves. He'd get a book, that was the best he could think of. And, for the next week, he'd spend every hour he could keep his eyes open learning to apparate. He hoped, for the sake of his firebolt, that he would be able to learn quickly. Holes. Chapter 07. Holes. Somewhere around the time that the whistle blew for the last race, Harry finally found a door that looked like an exit. He'd been wandering the halls for nearly an hour trying to discover an exit. Avoiding the standard hall sentries and groups of racers brought in on stretchers. He'd even seen Malfoy for an instant as he hid in a corner. He wasn't sure, but he could swear that his enemy had seen him in the shadows. But he was in too much pain to say anything at that time. The door was a blue color and he was sure he'd come through it soon after entering the building. There was a label above it, but it was so old that it was barely visible. Quietly he opened the door and walked in. It was not the door he'd thought he'd come through, it led to a room. As Harry turned to leave he heard a familiar curse and a crash. Quietly he closed the door and walked along the lockers, wondering why Tonks would be here. At the end of the room, fighting with a whole barrage of broomsticks, was Sionid, still cursing. Harry didn't get too close, but stared at her from afar. It had to be Tonks, she cursed the same and the voice was the same. She confirmed it by kicking one of them and pouting. I should have let it go. I'm becoming too much like Mother. Harry is responsible, I need to learn to trust him more. Pulling himself back, Harry slipped back out the door he'd come in, not sure what to think. After at least another half-hour of wandering aimlessly, he came face to face with another racer, this one he knew. The racer, who didn't seem to recognize him, pushed him aside and continued on down the hallway. Draco, Harry whispered to himself. The platinum-haired boy, who apparently had extremely sensitive hearing, turned back to Harry. His eyes moved up and down Harry, assessing him, and he made a half-circle until Harry had to turn to him. Finally his eyes settled on Harry's face, with a hint of recognition and unfamiliarity there. "Do I know you?" he asked curiously, not quite being able to place Harry. Remembering that he wasn't supposed to be there, Harry shook his head quickly. He'd dyed his hair earlier so it would still be blonde, and hopefully Draco wouldn't be able to place Harry's face without the scar, hair or eyes. "No," he shook his head. "I watched you in the races earlier though. I thought you were good," he said, holding back what he was about to say to Draco. He was angry with himself for talking so nicely to Draco. There was a problem with being angry with him. It might spark a more vivid picture of Harry. He had a hard time forcing something nice out of his mouth. It would only inflate Draco's already inflated head. He didn't think it was true either. He just did it to get Draco from suspecting him. After all, it was the last thing he'd say if Draco knew who he was. "HMPPHH, Draco snorted. "I know that. It's those other racers. If they hadn't cheated the whole race, I might have had a chance." It took Harry a lot to not yell at him. He'd been the one that almost killed Shona because of his cruelty. "I saw you fly into the crowd," Harry said, covering up his anger. "Are you all right?" Something about the question got Draco supremely irritated and his attitude changed quickly. "I'm fine," he growled and then pushed past Harry, continuing on down the hallway. Smiling smugly, Harry watched him go. At least he'd gotten some satisfaction in Draco's anger. It didn't last long. The card in his hand seemed to tug on him and he looked down at it again. He had to get to a bookstore and get a book, but first he had to get out of the place. Turning, he followed Draco at a distance. Hopeful, Draco was leaving and he'd be able to get out easily. Outside, the sweet warm air filled his lungs and Harry set out at a quick pace, heading for the nearest book show he knew of. Inside the store was a mess of books, every sort, and not cleaned up like the one at Hogsmeade. Harry had to dig through the section that had books on apparating. Of course, there were a few on top, but they weren't anything that looked as if it were something he might want to look into. He didn't need a basic apparating book, he needed a thorough apparating book, and he knew there had to be a difference. So, after discarding buying, apparating for squibs and moving like Merlin, Harry had to spend almost an hour pulling out several books that had possibilities. After all the work, he had a stack of about 12 books to choose from. The attendant, a boy not much older than Harry, didn't look like he could help much, and Harry didn't really want to trust him. After all, Darian did know a lot of people, it seemed he wouldn't put it past him to have this boy give Harry bad advice. So for another hour he skimmed through the books one by one, seeing what they provided. The first two were too advanced to start and Harry immediately put them aside. He needed something that had the basics as well as more advanced techniques. The third one had possibilities and he set it in a different pile. By the time an hour was up, he had 3 piles. He discarded 2 of them, one too advanced and one too basic. He did know how to use magic and had a pretty good idea of how it worked, so he didn't need anything that just discussed the why. He needed the how. When he was finally done going through the 3 possible books, he decided on one scientifically, closing his eyes and picking the one that felt the most durable. After paying for the book, he returned to his hotel room where he locked himself in, reading the book as quick as possible that night. Spending a whole day trying, by himself, to apparate, Harry it was best to come to terms with Tonks. She was sorry, even if she didn't admit it to him. Deep inside he hoped that she'd understand that he was sorry, even though he hated to admit it. A few hours before dinner time, Harry slipped a note under Tonks's door, asking her to meet him for dinner. At the appointed time, Harry was waiting at the front door, his hands tapping nervously on his knee. He needed help, and right now all he had to turn to was Tonks. She showed up a few minutes late, smiling to him, but not saying anything even after they were seated. So, Harry started, trying to fin An easy way of telling Tonks what had happened. I need to learn to apparate, he said, smiling as best as possible. Tonks didn't seem that interested, and as she looked over the menu. When the waiter came, Harry stopped, ordering the first thing on the menu while Tonks took her sweet time. The waiter disappeared and Harry opened his mouth to say something else as Tonks sipped on the drinks that appeared on their table. The minutes ticked by and nothing more was said until the food arrived. Tonks immediately went to work on it while Harry just sat there trying to decide how best to bring it out. I've discovered a new sport, he said lightly. It's called Jack. I'm playing Darien next week. You what? Tonks said, choking on the food she'd just placed in her mouth. The whole rest of the restaurant looked over to the table they were sitting at and Harry looked down. Quiet, Tonks, he whispered fiercely, gripping his own glass tighter. Tonks just stared right at Harry, her mouth still agape, bits of rice falling from it as the seconds ticked by. Harry thought it looked extremely funny and, despite the circumstances he was in, snorted with laughter. It took Tonks a full 2 minutes to speak again. Her mouth closed as Harry pulled out the card from his pocket, handing it to her. She looked it over carefully, nodding her head as she did. I thought so, she whispered to herself. Harry just stared at her. Well, looks like you've really gotten yourself into a mess this time, she said, looking completely content again. Harry, who was even more distressed at what Tonks had said at first, was now staring at her wide-eyed, hoping that she'd be able to help him. Yeah, he muttered, apologetically. He hated having to say he was sorry though, and, unless Tonks asked him for it, he wasn't about to do it. Well, she said, grinning from ear to ear, I guess we're just going to have to teach you to apparate. Lately her mood had been changing drastically with the slightest events. Still, the statement made Harry feel better, but he didn't understand how it was possible. He'd spent a whole 24 hours trying to figure out what to do based on the book he'd been given and he hadn't gotten anywhere. Could Tonks, the person who was always stumbling over something, teach him how to apparate in just a handful of days? All right, I suppose you've got a book then, she asked, looking at him quite seriously. Shaking his head, Harry slowly drew the book out from behind his back where he'd hid it from her. Yeah, how do you know? Oh, I know a lot more than that, she said with a smile. You're going to be using a lot of energy, so get eating. First lesson, you can't not eat when you're learning. It'll really drain you as it is. So if you don't eat, you won't be able to learn. Then, after we eat, you and I are going to go buy some supplies at the apothecary. We have some potions to brew so that we'll be able to stay up for the rest of the week. It's not going to be easy to learn in such a short amount of time. But it is enough time, Tonks said, smiling at Harry. She seemed to be her old self again, with the smile she was giving him. The food on Harry's plate disappeared rather quickly once he'd been told to eat. A lot of the tension that had built up before about telling Tonks disappeared. Tonks simply ate like normal, looking at Harry in between bites. You know, she said, stopping after a little while, I'm surprised this Darien gave you a whole week. Usually once you've been ensnared in the trap then you're stuck with it. They rarely give you more than a day or two. You must have really caught his eye. Darien was being soft on him. Harry hated him for it. It wasn't something that he wanted. Then again, it was the only chance he had, so he was willing to accept it. But he hated Darien now. And he hated himself for being tricked into doing such a thing. How, in 2 days' time, could he come to trust someone so thoroughly that he would sign a Wizarding contract with them without even looking at it? He gave you something, didn't he? Tonks asked, seeing Harry's eyes scrunched in thought. At first Harry couldn't recall anything that Darien had given to him. But then he thought about it again. Right before going to Club Craft, Darien had given him a pill that had made him feel weird. He nodded to Tonks, who also nodded, covering her face. I shouldn't have let you go off by yourself. It got you into a lot of trouble. I knew something like that was going to happen if you got to running around the island without someone who knew what goes on around here. After finishing a plate, Harry looked to the waiter again as he took their plates. He wasn't sure how to ask, but he was still hungry. It suddenly occurred to him how hungry he was. He hadn't eaten for almost a day and a half, and even then it felt as if he hadn't eaten in a week. Something was different. Maybe he was really doing something and he didn't know it. He must not have been paying enough attention to it. Tonks made a motion and the waiter nodded, moving away very quickly. You know, I'm surprised you got a good book, Tonks said as she flipped through the first few pages of it. Most people don't get this, they get something like, How to Apparate in a Week, or, Apparition for Squibs. None of them ever tell you enough to learn to apparate, you have to have someone train you or none of the methods work. The waiter served Harry another plate of food and as Harry pressed his fork into the meat, he looked up at Tonks. How is it that you know so much about the game? He asked before stuffing a piece of the meat into his mouth. I used to play, Tonks said, disheartened. I used to do a lot of things around here, stuff I probably shouldn't have done, but I still did. When I would come here I could get away with anything, especially after I learned to change my looks. Nodding, Harry didn't tell her that it was her he'd seen at the races. She'd told Darian that she loved him, which was quite embarrassing to him, and he didn't know why she said it. So why did you leave? He asked. Well, you see, this wasn't my home. I only came here for a few years because I was always getting into trouble. I came back and went to Hogwarts for the last 4 years of school. I did come here during the summers, but when I went to be an Auror I decided that it was best if I didn't come back. It's part of my life that I don't always like to remember. Why? Harry questioned. What happened? Tonks gave him a disapproving look and he realized that he was prying into her personal life, which wasn't any of his concern. Then with a dismissive look she held out her hand, palm upwards. Harry saw nothing strange at first but noticed her skin was melting on her forearm. It took a minute but it slowly darkened until a tattoo appeared. It was like nothing Harry had ever seen before, dozens of triangles surrounding one with an eye in the center. The whole pattern roughly formed a triangle itself. Viatorian, was all Tonks said. What it meant Harry wasn't sure of, but he didn't want to push any more for information, she'd already given him more than she needed to. Some time later, Harry stood just in front of Tonks, his head leaning against the nearby wall. A few yards from him stood Tonks, looking just as weary. All right, one step at a time, Tonks said, slightly frustrated. She'd had a very long 3 days and Harry was barely progressing. Taking a few steps back from Harry she looked around, making sure there was nothing that would be too close to cause harm. Right here, that's under 4 yards. I'm going to hang that blanket again, so take a good look at this area, you can't see it this time. Harry nodded and memorized the scene. He shouldn't have to do it, he'd seen it a good number of times already, but his mind kept clouding up. Remember Harry, Tonks said, holding the makeshift wall, a dowel with a large blanket hanging over it in front of him. I don't want you to splinch yourself. I'm already going to get in enough trouble when Dumbledore does find out. Remember, you have to close your mind from everything else, even if it's only for a brief second, it has to be empty. Just you inside. Once again, Harry nodded. He concentrated for a long time trying to picture himself in that place on the other side of the blanket. It took a lot of concentration to picture everything around him, but Tonks said it was necessary to see it all perfectly when he started. In the beginning it was because she didn't want him to splinch himself, she said the easiest way was to perform a detailed jump from one place to another. An unbelievable feeling filled him again, a sort of jolt of electricity running through him, and he knew it was about to happen. Concentrating harder, Harry continued to picture the place on the other side of the sheet. He needed to learn to do this. With a slight tingling sensation he moved. In the room, an ear-splitting crack-ing sound reverberated through the walls quite a bit deeper than the normal sound. Tonks immediately covered her ears, but it was useless, the sound had already come twice when her hands finally made it there. Wearing a proud smile, Tonks could see that Harry had moved from one place to another. Don't push so hard, she said overzealously, dropping her hands and quieting down. You don't need to push so much energy into the jump. You're not going very far. You're going to take the whole room with you if you keep doing that. Look, you even brought part of the chair. You can get splinched if you bring other things with you. It's a lot harder to control other things, she finished, pointing to an object which had fallen to the floor. Turning, Harry could see that the corner of the nearest chair had been removed completely, leaving a 3-legged chair behind. He combed his hands through his hair, smiling nervously, but almost laughing too. I still did it right. And with something between where I was going. Yeah, Tonks said, returning his nervous smile with a much brighter one. You're finally getting it now. You've just got to trust yourself more, don't worry about working so hard. You're obviously good enough to apparate, you just have to train your body to do it better. Alright then, let's do it again, Harry said, moving back to where he was. Come on, hold up the sheet. Shaking her head, Tonks sat down. I need a break, Harry, we both do. You're almost completely worn out from all the work we've done to get this far. I doubt you could even keep your eyes open if it wasn't for that draft we concocted. We're both going to take a break, a short nap should do it. The look in Harry's eyes betrayed his emotions, but Tonks didn't see it. She was tired. When they'd been working on the potion the night before, she'd had an accident with a nearby lamp and spilled the ginseng. With Harry's quick thinking, they'd been able to reclaim about half the contents, but it was no air near enough to keep them awake for as long as a full-strength potion would. Then Harry had insisted she drink half of it, even though it wouldn't have been enough for just one person. Truthfully, were both exhausted, and Tonks knew it. The shop was closed, or they would have just rebrewed the potion. It'd be open tomorrow though, and she'd be able to straighten the whole mess out. This time she'd ensure the bottle was unbreakable and still capped until she gave it to Harry. After sending Harry to bed, she turned to her own room, collapsing quickly into a deep sleep. Tonks woke up, still rather tired. When she looked to the clock on the wall, she sat up quickly, much more awake. She'd slept for nearly 11 hours. Which wasn't much, considering the circumstances. But was far longer than the 3 hours she'd planned on sleeping. Somehow her body clock had got knocked off schedule and she didn't wake up like usual. Hurriedly she rushed out the door to her room. She knew they didn't have the time to sleep that long. She'd been pushing it with the few hours of sleep she'd forced Harry to take. If Harry was going to continue at the pace he was going, it would take all their time to get him good enough to apparate in midair. A rumbling from the next room caught her attention, and she slowed as she passed by the table in the center of the room, pulling her wand from her side. The door that connected the two rooms was closed, but she'd left it unlocked. Carefully she slipped her hand around the doorknob and turned it slowly, keeping her hand tightly against it as not to make noise. If someone was on the other side of the door, she wanted to surprise them. Dashing through the door, she was immediately greeted with a large pile of broken furniture. Before she could even gasp, it started to topple on top of her. Her hand came up and from her mouth came a charm, but before the words had finished, a small piece of a table had struck her wand, throwing the charm into the wall where it harmlessly was absorbed. The charm was not in vain, however. Harry, who was standing on the other side of the pile, snapped around and quickly stopped the pile from falling completely. He looked as surprised as Tonks pulled herself out from under the pile of broken items. "Hey," he said quietly, helping her up. Looking to the pile that had nearly buried her, Tonks sputtered. "What was that?" Then she looked around the room. And what happened to everything? The room was completely void of any furniture at all. It had all been placed in the pile she'd run into. The guilty look she received made her feel awful inside for pushing it so quickly. Even the floor had some areas that it was missing boards. "Yeah, well, I was going fix everything, really," he replied soon after. "I kept trying after you fell asleep. But I think I have it now. Watch," he said, smiling when Tonks didn't scold him for not going to bed. He wasn't sure how she'd feel about him defying her directly. In an instant, Harry disappeared in front of her. The room filled with light and Harry appeared across the room. An odd feeling passed through her body and she paused her thoughts briefly, not sure what it was. It was almost as if something was fueling her. A crack followed by a deep rumbling made her tremble. He wasn't doing it right. She'd seen someone apparate similarly and it always ended up with that person being splinched. Somehow, Harry was just fine, albeit breathing harder than normal, but he seemed in perfect physical condition. Tonks stared at him open-mouthed as he took a few jaunty steps across the room. "So," he asked eagerly, "was it all right?" At first Tonks could not answer. She was astonished that he had made such progress in the few hours she'd been asleep. Had she not seen it, she would have considered it impossible. Remus had been right. Harry was quite keen when he put his mind to it. Finally gaining her wits, Tonks opened her mouth slowly. What? About another room, somewhere you haven't apparated into yet. Somewhere you don't feel as comfortable apparating into. Harry nodded his head eagerly. All right, what about your room? He asked, and before she even answered he was gone. In the room she barely heard a sound. The usual noise that was produced was somehow being almost completely muted when he left. There was a slight whizzing sound, but she only noticed it because she was listening for it. In the other room, however, she could hear a deep rumbling through the room and was glad they'd got the end room for Harry. He hadn't disturbed anyone as of yet, but if he was going to continue in this fashion he was going to definitely disturb someone else. Hurriedly she moved into her room to find Harry kneeled over, breathing heavily. She was quite surprised that it hadn't happened before if he'd been apparating the whole time. Then she considered that maybe he hadn't. The first 2 weeks she'd worked at it she could barely do it for more than an hour or two at a time. Harry, she asked, have you been working on this the whole time? Yeah, he said quietly. Tonks barely heard him at all. She wondered why he was being so different from normal. Usually he was quiet, yes, but not like this. It was as if he were afraid of her. When he finally stood up and it was a little more obvious what was going on, he was exhausted and he was trying to hide it. You need to get some sleep, Harry. But, I'm so close. Show me how to do it right. I know it's not perfect, it doesn't sound right. That way I don't have to remember as much next time. Shaking her head, Tonks almost refused. Then, seeing his face she couldn't say no. He reminded her of a puppy dog that had lost its master and there was no way she could say no to it. All right, she heaved a sigh, hating herself for allowing him to control her. Explain it to me, how you're doing it. If you don't understand, just explain it as best as possible. Nodding, Harry opened his mouth and yawned. All right, if I find a place. I want to go to. I close my eyes for a second and picture it. I focus on it like you taught me, and when I open my eyes up again it's almost like I can see a hole around me. It's easy after that. I just pretend I'm stepping through it and all of a sudden I'm there. What I don't get is if I'm not doing it right, what I'm doing wrong. I tried everything I could. I even actually walked into it, but nothing was different at all. Once again Tonks stared at him confused. She had no idea exactly what he was talking about. She'd never actually experienced it like that, and she'd never had anyone tell her that that was the way they did it until now. Well, up to the concentrating you have everything right. But you shouldn't have to open your eyes at all. Once you've found that place you should just simply move there. Then, why do I see a hole? Tonks wasn't sure. She didn't know what the hole was if it only represented something, then who had made it in the first place. I don't know, Harry. I don't even understand what the hole is, she answered, hoping it wouldn't make him worry. What's the furthest that you've gone exactly? To your room, Harry said. I've been just jumping back and forth in this room the whole time. I knew it was a little bit noisy and I didn't want to get us in trouble. I put a silencing charm up too. I'm afraid it's worn off already, Tonks said. But that isn't a big deal. You have the back room. No one can hear you through me room if that's where you've been apparating the whole time. Putting all the information together, Tonks made sense of why she'd slept so long. It had probably been the rumbling that had awakened her in the first place. But it hadn't been more than a minute for her to get up. So, Harry, how many times have you done this? Apparate. I don't know. I lost count, around 400. That was a few hours ago though, so maybe 600 or 700 times. I slowed down a little. You're right, I'm just a little tired. Without a doubt, Tonks was speechless. Even though she knew he wasn't lying, she couldn't conceive that he'd actually done it that many times without more potion. Harry noticed it this time. It was more than a little obvious. I tried to do it more, really, but I just didn't have enough energy. No, it's all right. You just surprised me. Why don't you try going somewhere really far? Like, say, Hogsmeade. Though Harry didn't look very sure that he could do it, he still nodded his head. He was listening to everything that Tonks told him to do. Well, almost everything. He was sure he was doing it wrong and he had to figure out what it was. Meanwhile, Tonks stared at him. She was surprised that he'd accepted the offer, but then, after a while, she thought it shouldn't have been that much of a surprise. He was really trying to prove himself as quick as possible. What he didn't know was that she'd said it just to see what would happen if he couldn't go somewhere. She really didn't want him to try going too far and end up splinched. But she had to see. Hogsmeade was too far for her, she already knew that. She'd tried it more than once. She blinked and as quick as that Harry was gone. There was a much louder hissing this time. Tonks looked around, wondering if he'd just gone to another room or something, but as the seconds ticked by she heard no rumbling and her hands started to quiver. To the best of her knowledge Harry was dead. There was the option that he'd made it, but it was so remote she didn't even think of it at first. Meanwhile Harry appeared in front of the shrieking shack, right where he'd imagined he was going. His legs collapsed underneath him again and he laid on the ground for several minutes while he recuperated his strength. He didn't know why, but the longer he was working at it the more tired he was getting physically. It was magic, and he wasn't working that hard. Why was he getting tired? When he'd gained enough strength to stand he saw that a boy was staring at him from the road that led directly to Hogsmeade. His mind had utterly closed off the noise he made when he'd come in, but several people had heard it. Another person joined the first, this time an older woman. She scolded the first and with continual glances at Harry hauled him away from the sight. Even though Harry was exhausted he wasn't too tired to go in for a butterbeer. Tonks had told him to go to here, but not to come back immediately, so he'd take a break for a few minutes and get something to drink. Hopefully she wouldn't mind. Inside the 3 broomsticks Harry ordered a butterbeer and sat down at the furthest table in the corner. As he sipped on the butterbeer his mind returned to the thought that had been distracting him for the past 3 days. Karina. Maybe if he asked Ally Nice there was a potion that Snape could make that would make him remember what had happened. But Snape wasn't around right now, and he doubted that the professor would anyway. Was there some sort of memory charm that could help him? He'd have to owl Hermione about it. A flash of Karina laying next to him disturbed him. He really didn't know if he wanted to remember. He wanted to forget the whole thing had happened altogether. Taking a full swig of butterbeer Harry just closed his eyes. He hadn't seen Karina yet and so he hadn't had to talk to her about it. Maybe she'd never talk to him again. After she was working with Darian, they had to be. He doubted they were even from NorCal or wherever it was they'd said. Darian had betrayed him and it hurt. He knew there was a lesson to be learned. But it hurt more than anything just to know that he'd allowed himself to be duped. After finishing his butterbeer and purchasing a bottle for Tonks he made a quick stop at the post office. And jotted a few words to Hermione asking her to research a memory charm to help him remember. He signed it and sent it off then headed back to the shrieking shack. He didn't want someone to see him disapparate in the middle of the street. After all he was too young to be doing it. He still had just over 2 more weeks before he turned 16. As he mounted the hill he found that several people were standing around the shack. Some examining the ground, some walking around the area, looking for something. Harry groaned. They must have seen him apparate in and since he was underage, they'd come to get him into trouble. Why had Tonks sent him here if he was going to trouble? Of course it was his fault he realized. If he'd left again they wouldn't have had any way to trace it to him. It was a good thing that he'd been paying attention or he would have just walked right into one of them. As it was one of them spotted him as he turned and headed after him. Harry didn't want to have to deal with him however and concentrated on the room he'd been in. It took a little longer than he'd thought and the aura, he could tell now, got within a yard or 2 of him before he dissipated. When he returned no one was in his room. His return was marked by a deep rumbling that encompassed more than just his room and the next. In truth the whole hotel trembled as he arrived. Tonks, who'd been searching through her things desperate to find the portkey, stopped. She rushed back into the room to find Harry collapsed again, breathing hard. "Where the bloody hell were you?" she screamed. Harry looked at her fearfully. He didn't expect her to be that angry about staying a little longer. "I stopped in at the 3 broomsticks and got you a butterbeer," he said quietly, taking it out of his robe and offering it to her. The outburst had surprised her as well. She dropped to her knees and threw her arms around her. "I'm sorry, I just didn't think that you'd actually make it. And you were gone for so long. I thought maybe I'd gotten you." She stopped and dropped her head sobbing uncontrollably on his shoulder. An understanding of what she was saying crept over him. Flashes of Cedric grinning down at him filled his mind. Everything had been good, but in under a minute it had changed to the most horrible experience of his life. He knew what she was feeling. "I'm really sorry, I couldn't come back right away, it really wore me out." "It's all right," she said, calming quickly. Her sobs disappeared, but her eyes were bright red when she pulled away from him. "We need to go do something. You've earned it. Why don't you get some sleep while I go pick up some ingredients?" she continued, pointing towards the bed, which was now in its proper place. The whole room had been fixed while she was waiting, hopefully, for him to return. She had panicked at first, but calmed and waited, rather impatiently, for his return, hoping for the best. It was when he hadn't that she'd gotten desperate. It was hard not to agree with her acting the way she was. He just nodded and laid down in his bed, falling asleep promptly. He awoke hours later to a slight noise from the other room. Yawning and stretching, he stood and went into the other room, where he found her brewing a potion. "So you finally woke up," she said when she noticed him coming in. "I figured I'd let you sleep until I at least got this potion done. You're almost good enough that I would expect you to win if you know a few of the tricks. I don't think we have to push so hard now." "How long did I sleep?" he yawned. She grinned at him. "Oh, almost a day. Personally, I'd have thought you'd sleep longer. With the way you were worn out, like you were, anything less than a day would not have been enough." She paused as she dropped something else into the potion. "Oh, there's a parchment on the table I want you to read. It's a detailed explanation of how you and I are going to win this wager." Psychology 101, Chapter 08. Psychology 101. At the appointed time, Harry showed up at the arranged place, knocking softly. Even with the confidence spell Tonks had put on him, he was still feeling slightly weak in the knees. No one answered, but Harry was expecting that. Together he and Tonks had discussed everything that Darien would do to intimidate and scare him. Not showing up on time was one of the first things on the list. In 3 or 4 minutes, right when most people would think to leave, Darien would rush up, breaking some of the hope Harry would have of getting away clean. Just about the time that Harry was thinking about leaving, Darien showed up with a grin on his face. "Sorry about that," he said. "Got caught up at a meeting beforehand." Harry just shrugged his shoulders like Tonks had told him to do. "Ah well," he yawned. "Shall we get this over with then?" Just as Tonks had said, Darien was slightly perturbed, but he covered it up quickly. "Where are we headed?" Harry asked lazily, nodding his head towards Hill. Darien started off at a quick pace. Harry wasn't far behind. "James has offered to act as the referee. I'm leaving it up to you though, seeing that you're the one at a disadvantage." "It's all right," Harry said, playing his part to a T. "I already have someone that offered to act as referee." From his vantage point, Harry could not see whether the performance was getting to Darien, but he was hoping it was. They continued on in silence, giving Harry more time to review the plan and wonder where exactly Tonks was. She was supposed to be following him under the invisibility cloak, but he hadn't heard her at all. It was odd. Since they'd been on the island, she'd been completely different from usual. Not all the time, just whenever something serious came up, she acted serious about it. Actually, she was starting to act more like herself now, coming up with this plan and all. Harry felt it was a little more serious than she'd played it, but somehow her ease had helped him too. "It's just ahead," Darien said after a dozen minutes had passed. Harry looked up to see an empty, lightly forested area. It was part of the island that was completely uninhabited. He didn't respond to Darien though, he just continued on, making a yawning sound again. The acting was almost too fake in his mind, but he was trying to make sure he did it as Tonks had instructed him. Up ahead, someone appeared to be waiting for them. When Harry noticed who it was, he smiled. He hadn't even thought about using something like that. Darien slowed, his first time of showing real surprise. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks said. "Hey Shona," Harry said, taking advantage of the situation as best as he could. She was not good at masking the surprise that Harry seemed to know who she was. "I remember you," she said to Darien as she approached. Darien turned to Harry and then glanced to Tonks. "You know her." "What? I can't bring friends to the island," Tonks began, making Harry nervous. He didn't want Tonks to overstep her role and screw up. Besides, Harry here needed some fresh air, somewhere away from England. "But," Darien sputtered, You said you'd never watched the broom races before. Again Harry shrugged his shoulders. Darian was losing confidence already and Harry didn't want to mess things up, so he'd rather play the quiet one until the race was done with. For a moment Darian almost looked angry. You didn't even bet on her in the race, you bet on that Malfoy fellow. Harry hadn't told Tonks about everything that had happened at the races and her eyebrow raised, looking at Harry with a questioning glance. Feeling that he was getting to a disadvantage, like Tonks had explained, Harry felt the need to explain himself. Well, it was only a snitch then, wasn't it? Not much of a bet really. I figured she'd have her hands full with the broom she was riding, he said lazily. The conversation was building and the little lies were becoming too much. Tonks decided to put a stop to it. So, we going to play or are we just going to stand around and talk? Harry, I really wish you would have rescheduled to earlier. That way we could not have to use the day up. Would have been a good day to go watch the mermaids. Again, she said, taking Harry's hand into hers and acting a lot more personal while Darian was watching. Yeah, Darian said roughly. He turned away from the hurriedly and headed towards an open area. Several people emerged when he called out. All right, said Darian with a notable difference in confidence. Do I need to go over any of the rules? He asked while all the boys approached, talking excitedly between themselves. Shaking his head, Harry let Tonks's hand drop and looked up. Nope, I pretty much got the idea down. This'll be over in no time. He paused, trying to remember what Tonks had told him to say. It is okay we use Shona as the referee, right? She hasn't played in a while and wanted to referee this time. You play? Darian asked curiously, smiling. Tonks flipped her arm again and Harry could clearly see the mark on her forearm. Harry still didn't know what it meant, and wished he did now. Obviously it was something that was important. Darian knew what it was immediately. Viatory, he murmured just barely loud enough for Harry to hear. They only replace members when one dies. Or leaves, Tonks said. But it's not my membership that's in question. Am I gonna be the acting referee or not? You know how, course. Seen it enough times. Sides, want to see how close Harry gets this time. A few people were wandering along the path up the hill and Darian nodded. Sure, but there's one condition, he said, reaching the group of friends who were waiting for him. I want a kiss when I win. Confident isn't he? Tonks asked, laughing and looking over to Harry. As smugly as possible, he tried to imitate Malfoy. He grinned. Sounds that way. Neither of them looked back to Darian immediately, but if they had they would have noticed his confidence fading again. To him their ruse was working perfectly and had only been upped when Shona had ended up being Harry's friend. Now his confidence was overwhelming, not like when they'd left him with his mouth agape in the booth at the races. Brooms? Darian asked, trying to regain his edge. He wondered if he should have taken some more mist before he met Harry. It certainly would have helped him right now. James handed Darian a set of brooms. They were not the newest brooms either, and many were missing twigs and hadn't been polished in a while. Not much, Darian said. But gets the job done, right? Harry finished for him. Tonks had gone over this too. The rickety brooms were a ruse, making people scared to even ride them. She said it usually didn't stop people from trying, but it really made them rethink things. The brooms were old for another reason. Some of the protection spells were removed from them so that they could fly to the proper height and jump from their broom without it interfering at all. Right, Darian said, pausing. While he was quiet, Harry prepared himself for the next confidence buster. Next to him, Tonks was thinking about what she could do to break down the confidence Darian had. I guess I could live with giving the winner a kiss, do it enough already, she said, smiling. Let's do this race though, seems that there's a lot of people gathering. Always happens, Darian said, looking down below them. They hear about a match and come to watch. I can't believe how they always seem to know. James pointed to a rock on the hillside. This'll be the apparating point. Try not to go too far off course. You're not ref this time, James, Darian said. Shona here's gonna ref for Harry. The plan was working, and not just on Darian. Most the boys were gaping when Darian revealed the information. The woman that Darian had been after was with Harry, holding his hand and acting as if she knew him quite well. Right, Tonks said. We'll be using the same apparating point. We'll be jumping as soon as Darian's ready. I'm ready now, but I can't say the same for Harry, Darian said, using some of the same lines he always used. He really was confused and unsure how to act around Harry now. Another line from the notes Harry had read. Tonks seemed to know it all and had prepared him for it. Hopefully her potions would be enough to keep him from going berserk and apparating away as soon as they jumped. I've been ready my whole life, Harry said calmly, but his face betrayed him. Luckily Darian wasn't paying attention to his face. Instead he was spending time examining the brooms. Harry took the time to use another of the lines that Darian was likely to use. Your choice on brooms. Don't want to give you too much of a disadvantage. Though the brooms had nothing to do with the act of apparating away, it was just another way of someone demonstrating their power and overwhelming confidence. It didn't matter to Harry that he was doing it. Darian had been trying to do it the whole time. The ride up was quiet. Harry fooled around on the broom a bit, seeing what it could do. It was interesting that such an old broom LD do so much, and he'd have to ask Tonks about it later. Now that she'd revealed herself as Shona, he could just ask her about the races too. Right, Tonks said loudly as they approached the height they would jump at. She knew it from experience, even though she carried an instrument with her that told her where she was. You both agree on this spot. Harry just sort of shrugged nonchalantly again, and Darian nodded. Good, Tonks said, looking down. Just about time to jump. I'll be waiting for that kiss, Darian said with a smile. Tonks laughed pretty harshly. You're going to be waiting for a long time. She turned to Harry. Ready to jump? He nodded. Then she turned to Darian. Ready to jump? He nodded. Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He went over Tonks's mind exercise, breathing in and out slowly and focusing himself. She had told him that, above all, he needed to keep his concentration in the jump. 5. Another deep breath and Harry opened his eyes, feeling his whole body tingle. The prospect of jumping off his broom was something that really made him feel restless. 4. Harry glanced over to Darian. Tonks had gone over what he was to do through the whole jump. He was supposed to catch his eye now. The problem was that Darian was staring at his hands, concentrating fiercely. 3. Feeling a bit of panic, Harry looked over to Tonks, who was staring at him, smiling. She mouthed a quick "You can do it," and then smiled again. The alarm he'd felt went away and he looked over at Darian. Tonks had been trying to teach him more about thinking on his feet when he'd been training with her. Maybe it was best to do that now. He needed to break Darian's confidence. 2. It came to him, and suddenly Harry was laughing. There was a belated breath as Tonks looked over to Harry, slightly confused at his actions. The harsh laughter broke Darian's concentration too, and he looked over to Harry, confused. He released the grip he had on the broom and looked straight at Darian. 1. Tonks said after a slight pause. 2 sets of eyes connected and Harry winked. Then, after blowing a kiss in an over-exaggerated motion, he heard the last word. Jack. It all happened so fast that Harry didn't even realize he'd jumped. Darian wasn't far behind, likely more because he'd done it so many times it was habit. The kiss and the wink had thrown him off the most. It wasn't just the wink either. When he'd stared at Harry's eyes, he'd seen something that surprised him. The brown eyes that he'd stared at only a few minutes before were now brilliantly green. The cold air whipped around both the boys as they fell. Harry was feeling a rush like he'd never experienced before. This was not flying, not like on a broom. He extended his arms to the side and his loose clothing caught adrift, slowing him. The wind still whipping at his face, Harry barely felt the urge to breathe. He simply wanted to hold the feeling forever. Wahoo! He screamed at the top of his lungs as he turned slightly and the wind rolled him through the air like a doll. He spun and dove, twisted and turned, playing around in the air like he'd grown up doing the stuff. Darian was miffed to say the least. At first he'd thought Harry was just over-courageous, and then maybe that it was a farce. Now, hearing Harry scream out in pleasure and seeing him fooling around in the air, he wasn't sure about himself anymore. He tried to reason with himself. He'd been the one that had picked Harry as the target, right? Not really. Harry had shown up at the house with Rihanna, who was known to work with him during her stays. The nightclub had been his idea, right? Yeah, for the most part. But Harry had not acted as expected. He'd loosened up almost immediately, and between the drinks The girls Darian had almost decided to not trick him into playing. The one thing was that Harry had disappeared with Karina when the night was ending and then slipped out of the house before the morning. Darian didn't like that, not because he was overprotective, but because he was jealous. Then there was the races. Harry was obviously lying about that. Surely if he knew Shona he'd been to a race or two. Hell, he was probably pretty good at them. He did seem to know a lot about racing and he did have a firebolt. And last, the game. It would have been just as easy to con a 10-year-old. It was almost too easy now that he looked back on it. Harry had signed it without even a glance or thought. Then he'd collapsed when he found out that he had to learn to apparate. That must have been a lie too, because he was 4 yards away and didn't seem to have the slightest worry in the world. Maybe it had been a part of his con. Make it seem like he'd been given the worst circumstances imaginable. And then snapped Darian over his knee easily. The overwhelming proof that he'd been the one conned filled Darian, and he glanced over at the overzealous Harry. There had been stories about con men conning the con men, but he'd never believed them until now. How could this boy, someone not even 16, have so easily manipulated him? He refused to lose. He was the best on the island, and he'd never lost. But then he'd never gone against someone that was really good at it either. Not since the first time when he'd been conned and won. He'd won out of sheer stupidity though, the guy he'd been playing with screwed up and he took advantage of it. Something was different about Harry this time. Darian stared, trying to figure out what it was. It caught him by surprise when he did notice. The hair, which had been completely blonde earlier, was now completely black. There was something odd going on, but Darian couldn't pinpoint what it was. Harry yelled again and turned to his side, looking like a fool. But his eyes connected to Darian's again. Most easily recognizable by the green eyes and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, Harry Potter is one of the most famous wizards of our time. Through continual battles he shows his aptitude at all sorts of magic. Albus Dumbledore, another great wizard, is believed to be teaching Harry many of his own tricks. In the first trial of the Triwizard Tournament held at Hogwarts, the words of the book he'd reread 2 days ago came back to him as he stared at the lightning-shaped scar that was now etched across Harry's forehead. It was impossible. Then he remembered something Shona had said about being in love with Harry Potter. It was obvious that Shona was showing Harry some affection. She'd mentioned she kissed him a lot. Then there was a comment from Karina. She'd told Darian not to mention Harry Potter around him, that he has some pretty strong feelings about him and didn't seem to like to discuss it. Lastly, there was the name. It should have been obvious. But really, how many people who attend Hogwarts would be named Harry? Surely a few, but would they be the right age, have the same hair color and eye color? A lightning-shaped scar. It had been hidden before, but Darian knew he'd had green eyes before in the club, but he'd figured it was just something with the lights, because even without Harry using a wand, Darian was always watchful of wands. His eyes had changed back. Harry Potter. There was no doubt it was him anymore as Darian glanced over to a person he'd idolized since he'd found about magic. Maybe it was because he was an orphan too and had grown up with Muggle parents. His parents also hated him, not enough to abandon him, but there were stories in the book he'd read. Harry Potter was conning him. Not sure whether he should be honored or feel betrayed. Darian just stared. Harry Potter, he repeated in his head. Still, he would not allow himself to lose. He couldn't. His most precious object he'd spent 4 weeks to get. Conning a breeding maven to get one of her experiments. It was one of the only times he'd done it himself, keeping everyone out of it because he wanted the prize all to himself for once. Then Harry did something that he'd never even thought of, something so unexpected that Darian knew he'd lost. The ground wasn't far and Harry had stopped spinning, but he was facing up, not down. It was even a surprise to Harry. The confidence potion seemed to be working wonders for him after the initial jump. There was still a chance of losing if he didn't scare Darian more, and so he'd just done whatever he could to scare Darian. It seemed to be working. Darian was gone in the next instant. Feeling happy, Harry concentrated on the place that he'd been told to apparate to. A hole didn't appear though. Harry tried again, a little more frantic. He wasn't looking at the ground, but he could feel it closing in on him. The feeling of the jump was still overwhelming him and he concentrated harder. pushing it from his mind. Just in time the hole appeared and he fell right through it. An deep explosion seemed to have gone off as Harry reappeared, rocking the whole area violently. Most people were blinded by the light that was created from the movement. Sighing with relief, Harry opened his eyes, which had been shut in fear, to Darian's face standing over him. "Potter," he whispered, "you're a real freak. You know that, you idiot." Tonks bellowed over him. "I told you to apparate as soon as he apparated. The first thing I told you was to not be overwhelmed by the feeling, wasn't it?" "You mean?" Darian stared at him in disbelief. "That was your first time. But you got a yard from the ground. I thought you were going to hit." Harry scratched his head sheepishly. "No. Really understanding how close he'd come to death. Yeah, well, had a problem concentrating enough to apparate." Someone snapped a picture and Tonks threw her arms around Harry protectively. "Better change those features," Darian whispered. "It's not every day that the great Harry Potter makes appearances." Several people began to close in on them and Tonks pulled Harry into a kiss, hiding him. Partly with her cloak while her loose hand used 4 spells on Harry in quick succession. When Harry stood up he didn't look anything like himself, and not just the hair and eyes. His whole face was different. Longer with a light scar from the above his right eye all the way down his cheek. "What's his name?" someone asked as snapshots were taken. Harry glanced at the crowd, almost awed. There'd been as many people at the Tri-Wizard tournament. "Sly," Darian answered. "I wasn't sure until now, but it seems he's got bigger balls than I do." "Will there be a rematch?" another person asked. Harry continued to stare. In the 10 minutes that they'd taken to make the climb it seemed that they'd made a festival of it. "No rematches, not that I know of. I think one's good enough for now. The best man has won and I'm willing to admit it." "What were the prizes up for bid?" "I think," Darian said quietly, turning to James, "that it's about time we took our leave." James nodded and pulled something from his pockets. Turning away from the crowd Darian looked at Harry and Tonks. "Meet me back at my place, all right? Oh, and I'd close your eyes for a few seconds." Harry squeezed his eyes shut and there was a flash. When he opened his eyes the whole area was covered in a sort of smoke. "Hurts the eyes and throat for a few seconds, good for getting away from somewhere," Harry heard Darian say, before a slight popping sound announced that he'd left. Tonks knew where she was going so Harry just concentrated and headed there himself. Harry, who now felt a lot better about apparating, announced his presence in the house with the usual slight rumbling. Darian was already there, waiting for him. Tonks didn't show up right away and Harry recalled that she'd never actually been inside the house. She had no place to apparate to except outside. When a knock sounded Harry knew it was her and headed for the door. "I'll get it," Darian told him. Harry nodded and waited. A room door opened Harry turned to find himself in front of Karina in a towel. He stood there for a second, not sure what to say. Surprises. Chapter 09. Surprises. The situation fell apart. First Karina dropped her towel. She seemed shocked that Harry was standing in front of her. At the same instant she pushed away from Harry, screaming. Harry stood, gawking, completely unsure how to react. The last time he'd seen her was when he'd woken up in her bed after a night of events that he couldn't remember. Now, she was staring into his face and screaming. Darian, who'd only begun to open the door, stumbled backwards as Tonks rushed in. Wand held high, Darian had nowhere to go but down. He was pretty surprised when he heard Karina scream and he was quickly knocked off balance. Tonks continued pushing herself forcefully in through the door. Between the aura training she'd received and her reckless sense of protection she could do nothing else. Though, with Darian stumbling in front of her, there was little place to go except over him. And over him she went. Having rushed in with such force, there was no way Tonks could stop herself. Her sense of balance was lost almost instantly and she flailed, trying to regain the stability she'd lost. Harry was still staring at Karina, mouth agape, not quite sure what to do. He was completely oblivious to whatever it was that was going on around him. The problem was that, even though he'd probably seen her with nothing on, he didn't remember it. When he'd woken up she'd been partly covered by the sheet. After tripping over Darian, Tonks continued forward, arms flailing and struck Harry in the back. Harry was knocked forward right on top of Karina as she stepped backwards another step. As Harry tried to regain his balance by reaching forward, he had an epiphany. When Tonks had changed his face, it had been more than just a little, he'd felt the change. Whatever she'd done to him must have made him grotesque. So, he thought grimly, Karina was staring at a complete stranger. Probably monstrous looking as well. As Harry tried to regain his balance, he had an epiphany. When Tonks had changed his face, it had been more than just a little. He felt the change. Whatever she did to him must make him grotesque. Karina was staring at a complete stranger, probably monstrous looking as well. There wasn't anything he could do about it now. A few minutes later, when everything had calmed down, Harry could be seen sitting on the couch, eyes on the floor and feeling like a fool. Tonks had removed the spell that had changed his face and the rest of him too. So he was himself in front of all of them. A few minutes later everything had calmed down. Harry was sitting on the couch, eyes on the floor. He felt like a fool. Tonks had removed the spell that changed his face and the rest of them too, so he was Harry Potter in front of all of them. Now I can at least put aside the thought that Harry Potter's a womanizer. Darian laughed, trying to make everyone feel comfortable. After the way you and Shona were at each other, and with what you did with Core the other night, well, I figured I still had a ways to go. The other night? Tonks asked, intrigued about what had happened. Feeling the weight shift away as Tonks moved, Harry dared to look up at Karina. Tonks didn't know about the other night and he was pretty sure he didn't want her to know. For one, he might be on her bad side again and he did not like it when she was serious with him. For another, he felt strange about her knowing. Something Harry didn't understand inside him told him not to tell her. The glance was not what he expected. Karina was also embarrassed at the comment and looked down at the floor. Harry couldn't look for long though. Almost immediately his mind pictured her naked. The picture was so deeply engraved in his mind that Harry could not see anything else when he looked at her. No one said anything at first. Rihanna was sitting on the couch, arms folded in front of her and acting slightly grumpy. Tonks was sitting next to her, looking slightly uncomfortable. She knew she screwed up yet again and she felt really bad about it. On the other side of Rihanna sat Karina, still staring at the floor, hair covering the smile on her face. No one had known it before except her. She knew it was Harry since he first met Darian at their house. After the club she'd been quite aware of exactly what she was doing when she took Harry home. Some people that didn't understand her occasionally referred to her cold. She wasn't. Karina was only waiting for someone she wanted to be with. Harry was definitely one of those people. One thing Karina was unsure about was Tonks. Karina had watched her with Harry at the beach before they came over. She certainly hadn't acted like a bodyguard. She acted like his girlfriend, even with the considerable age difference. Harry hadn't seemed shy either, not like today. He was quite forward, and Karina liked forward men even if they were only good for a few things. Darian was amused with the whole thing. He might have laughed louder if he hadn't got an hard look from Tonks. She still looked like Shona, and he didn't know she was any different. The crush was not diminished because of the way she was acting around Harry. In fact, the feeling was even stronger than before. If Harry could have her, he should be able to compete for her. Losing one thing was enough. It's amazing, Rihanna said smugly, that someone so popular doesn't know what to do with a naked woman in his arms. Darian laughed at the comment. You know, he seemed to know what to do with one other night. I never heard Core complaining at all. Seems to me you like him, Rhi. There were a lot of things being said and Harry didn't know how to respond to them. Tonks wasn't an idiot and she probably had a pretty good idea what had happened already. Now he would have to explain it to her. It's not what you think, Karina said quietly. What we did is private. Would you please not talk about it like that? Rihanna snorted. Private? My ass. It was pretty damn obvious what was going on. You're just jealous that Core got laid by a guy you wanted, Darian said, sniggering. A new voice spoke. Quiet, both of you. It snapped. The whole room turned to the voice as it continued. Darian, you shouldn't treat Rhi like that, and Rhi, I'm surprised at you. You know you shouldn't be talking like that at all. I expect you to act better when you're in my home, especially around guests. I'm Katrina, the woman said, eyeing Rihanna still, Rihanna's aunt. It seems you've met everyone else. Let me apologize for the behavior of these two, she said as she spoke directly to Harry, glancing between Rihanna and Darian as she did. They really should know better. She paused, looking over to Tonks, but her eyes returned to Harry. You, I assume, unless Darian's just making up another story. Or Harry Potter. Harry nodded politely. He didn't know if it was best to stay quiet or not. After all, they were discussing him. And you, Katrina's eyes turned back to Tonks. I know. Haven't seen you in a long time though. Enough was enough. Harry had to stop things before they progressed too much further. It didn't matter if this Katrina woman knew Tonks. He needed to speak with her alone for at least a minute or two. I think, maybe, Tonks, can I talk to you for a second? Harry asked. Tonks nodded and stood, walking towards the end of the hall with Harry following. Behind him he could hear the others talking with each other about Tonks. Derry, and still didn't know who Tonks was or why Harry was calling her by that name. Rihanna was watching Tonks suspiciously and Karina was still grinning unseen. Look, Harry said. He was still slightly deaf. NSIVE even though Tonks hadn't said anything. The other night, when I came home in the morning, well, I didn't exactly tell you everything that happened. I'm not sure exactly what happened. At the club I acted a little out of character. I remember some of it. Afterwards, well, I'm not sure what happened. Harry looked up to her, waiting for her to ask him to continue or to get angry, to do something. Nothing happened however, so he decided to continue. Well, see, I think Darian asked me to stay, like I said, but I thought I said no. The next thing I remembered was I woke up next to Karina, naked. Really, I have no idea how I got there. I came home right away though, claimed Harry. So you left her in the middle of the night after a quick shag? Tonks asked, smiling. Somehow Harry didn't think that was what her reaction would be and he stared at her in surprise. I told you, I don't remember. Sure sounds like everybody else knows what happened. Harry, you're a big boy, and popping cherry isn't something that you need to sort out with me. So why don't we just get back into the room so you can get your prize? She said, shaking her head with a smile. It was still a surprise to him that Tonks didn't mind. So he followed her lead, mutedly. That's Tonks, Rihanna demanded as Harry stepped back into the room. I thought she was the old woman on the beach. Old, Tonks snapped. Harry didn't think Rihanna had used the words on purpose, but she'd said it. For about 3 seconds nothing happened. It was as if the whole room paused when Tonks had retorted. Harry watched Tonks's hair grow longer and change to a dark crimson color. Not one of her usual colors, but quite unusual still. But, Darian stuttered as he stared at her. You're Shona, how did you, I mean, you can't be the one and the same, Katrina said from the couch. It's been a while, nymphadora. Though Tonks was in front of him, Harry was sure that her face turned red. It was odd that she knew Rihanna's aunt. Harry didn't want to interfere this time though. It wasn't for him to ask right now. Maybe when they were alone later, Harry thought. When Harry's eyes started to drift across the room he saw Corey. Nah again and glanced away as the naked image of her returned. You're a morpher? Rihanna asked stunned. Had Harry been watching he would have seen Karina's face turn to one of complete surprise. She covered it up rather quickly though. And no one noticed. A metamorphagus? Karina asked, her voice not betraying her surprise. Yeah, Tonks said, shocked. Most people don't know what they're called, I'm surprised. Karina smiled. I've studied a bit about a lot, gives me an advantage sometimes. I haven't really decided on a career yet, but I've been looking. There's a few I've considered, but that doesn't matter for now. I'm surprised that Harry knows such a person, you're pretty rare. Yep, Tonks said and stepped forward. Her foot caught the corner of the table and she fell forward. Reacting without thinking, Harry took a quick step forward and wrapped his hands around her waist to keep her from falling. Tonks laughed lightly and Harry found himself in another awkward position. Quickly Harry withdrew his hands and put them to his side. The whole room seemed tense again. All right, it's time I suppose, Darian said reluctantly, breaking the tension in the room. Taking a few steps to the side he got a good running start and swung up into the hole. Come on Sly, time to go and get your egg. Egg, Harry looked towards Darian, surprised. The prize for winning still hadn't been explained to him. And he didn't know what Signet 392 type, 7.3 Bambi was. It seemed to be some sort of creature. It's not a dragon, is it? He asked quickly, not wanting to have to deal with one. He'd had enough of dragons between Hagrid and the Tri-Wizard tournament. Dragon eggs were rare and expensive, and it seemed like something Darian would swindle off someone. Sly. Katrina spoke up again. Yeah, Darian laughed. He pulled the wool over my eyes and beat me at Jack. Good. It's about time someone beat you. You know how much I disapprove of you playing that game. Taking a step forward and grabbing the bars with both hands, Darian swung up into his room. Yeah, I know, he said as he disappeared through the trapdoor. Uncertain what to do, Harry stared at the bars. The way Darian had talked, it was as if he wanted Harry to follow him, but he wasn't sure if he could do the same thing Darian did. Finally he took a few steps back and took a running start to get enough momentum to swing himself up into the hole. He'd done things more stupid in his life. When he jumped he was barely able to get his fingers around the bar, but in the end he did. As his body started to swing, he tucked his legs in as Darian had done. Harry considered the possibility he might actually make it through. However, things didn't go well after that. As Harry's body was almost straightened out directly beneath the hole, something heavy dropped onto his stomach. Almost instantly, Harry lost all of his momentum along with his grip and dropped like a rock. Lying on the ground with his head throbbing, Harry saw Darian's face appear above him, surprised. Sorry, didn't know you were gonna try that. Most people use the ladder. In the upper regions of his vision Harry could see the ladder dangling almost to the ground. It had been the heavy object which struck him. Painfully Harry forced himself to stand up. He grabbed a rung of the ladder and slowly made his way up. Welcome, Darian said, with an overzealous wave of his hands, to my domain. It was a completely different world it seemed. The only light in the room came from candles that appeared to be everywhere. Behind each of them seemed to be a poster of something. The people in the posters looked unusually ominous in the candlelight. None of them were moving though, save one, who was at the far end of the room. His green eyes glinted from the soft lighting and his hair dripped from his head. That's me, Harry said, astonished. He recognized where the picture was from, but he didn't know anyone had taken it. It was right after the second task. He'd been alone for a few seconds right as they announced the points. He was standing in the poster, wrapped in a blanket and smiling as if he'd just won the tournament. There was another picture of him, a younger Harry, standing with Hedwig ready to set her loose. It was snowing and until Hedwig shook he didn't even see her. And another, Harry said, overwhelmed. When it looked over to him, finally moving, it smiled happily. He wasn't sure how anyone had gotten that picture. He rarely went out in the storms like that, and no one else was around when he did. They didn't know the truth. Everything had been good when those pictures were taken. They were before Voldemort had risen, before people had died, before Sirius was gone. Harry cringed, hating to think about Sirius. Yeah, Darian said, I couldn't get a signed copy, they don't exist. Seems you don't like signing much. There are a few things out there, but you can't come by them easily. Harry frowned and looked away. He'd come here so he wouldn't be recognized and somehow he'd failed miserably. All right, I can sign something for you, he said quietly, getting the point. What do you want signed? This, Darian said, tossing the same snitch Harry had handled the other day. It's a one of a kind as it is. Grabbing the snitch from the air, Harry looked at it and sighed as Darian handed Harry a quill. It's specialized for magical signing. Nodding, Harry took it and carefully signed his name on its surface, then handed it back to Darian. All right, good, now for the egg, Darian said, moving away from the pictures of Harry where the snitch was. Harry could barely see what was there, but as his eyes adjusted he tried to look away. Between the books, the posters, and other various mementos, there was almost a whole wall of things about him. Harry spun, following Darian whilst glancing at the rest of the room. It was just shelves and posters, all of it seemed to be slightly different in feeling. On the wall, mounted not far from his posters, were 3 broomsticks. Harry took a step towards them. Wow, he gasped. A comet fire. I thought they'd only made 10 of those. 12. 2 were destroyed in the fire that ruined the factory. That's the 3rd one that was produced. Francisco Valens even signed it sort of. He whittled his name into it while he was stuck in the fireproof room while the rest of the factory burned, Darian said happily. It was one of his top prizes. It was hard for Harry to believe what else was in the room. Dumbledore's own collection was dwarfed by what filled the shelves here. He noticed a pensive near the brooms beside an open Quidditch box, and wondered what it contained. Wouldn't go in it, Darian said, following his gaze and shuddering. I wish I knew how to clear out the damn thing. It's like a nightmare in there. So let's get to it then, Darian requested, moving again in the darkness. Harry had a hard time following him. You do understand that this is not something I'm just going to hand over. You have to make another oath with me that you'll take good care of her, he said, slowing as he neared the far wall. First, you have to be there when she's born. Seems she'll have a sort of parental attachment to the first person she sees. You've got to be that person. Also, I've got to have reports about her. Every week, how she's doing and some things that are already on one of the scrolls I'll give you. I swore I'd keep her updated on how Bambi's doing. Harry just nodded his head and wondered what this Bambi thing was. All right, this is everything about her, Darian said as he dropped a thick stack of parchments and scrolls into Harry's hands. She's named Bambi, he finished as he walked over to where he had stood a moment before. Reaching down to unsnap the latches on a wooden chest. Touch on it, you have to swear you'll do everything you can for her. A hesitant feeling filled Harry. He didn't even know what she was. Before he could respond, Darian had already grabbed his hand and touched his fingers. Harry reluctantly agreed to accept the honor if it could be called that. Take her then. Put her in a cool place. If it's too warm she'll never hatch. What is she? Harry demanded, tired of hearing everything he had to do to keep the animal alive. He was beginning to think that maybe his thing was something he didn't want to take on. There was a pause and Darian looked slightly confused. Well, he said quietly. It's not really anything. It's part dog, part thestral. And, Harry shuddered at the mention of thestrals. He had enough experience with them. They didn't frighten him, but they did make him wary. Dragon. Don't worry, he added quickly when he saw the look on Harry's face. She assured me that it wouldn't get big and wouldn't breathe fire. She said that she'd been completely unsuccessful in that, something to do with the cranial cavities not being the right shape. Who's she? Adriana Trueblood. She works at one of the zoos back home. She's a breeding maven and a good one at that. It took me a long while to make her lose everything she did. I had to end weeks working her before I got Bambi. She had a lot of other things of course, but Bambi, well, she's special. The only one that's going to live for longer than 2 weeks, I think. Darian said, quote, that's part of the reason that Adriana let it happen. She can only study them for 2 weeks before she's got to destroy them. Part of the rules she's gotta follow at the place she works. Harry just shook his head. He didn't quite understand what Darian was saying. Well, you see, Darian started again. She breeds animals together for special purposes. All she's allowed to do is breed and study them when they're young. Bambi, well, she's special. I'm not sure how she covered it up, but she did. Seems that she'd just tell him the egg never matured or something. She can't take him away herself because they're watching her. So, I don't think she minded letting me have one in the end, it just took a lot of convincing. Slowly Darian lifted the lid on the chest. It was dark, but Harry could make out a medium-sized egg in the center. That's Bambi, he said quietly. She's yours now, and you'd better take good care of her or I'll hunt you down. You can take the chest with you. It shrinks so it'll fit in your pocket. But don't keep it shrunk for too long. It's not good for the egg. Harry. Tonks' voice rose into Darian's room. Harry pocketed the chest that Darian had given him, and moved towards the opening in the floor. He dropped his head through and looked at her. What's up? Yeah, well, Tonks scratched her head. I think it's time to leave. Now, she said with a hint of extreme urgency and glanced out the window. You know how to get to the hotel, right? She asked quickly. Harry nodded. Go. Now, I'll meet you there in a few minutes. There was a knock on the door and Harry looked up surprised. When he looked back to Tonks, Her face was veiled in fear. "Now," she whispered fiercely to him. Nodding, Harry concentrated enough to make the hole and dropped through it. Headed directly towards his hotel. He figured whatever it was Tonks was afraid of meant they would be leaving quickly. Keeping a careful eye on the outside of the hotel, he proceeded to pack very thing he picked up over the few weeks he had been on the island. When he was finished, Harry sat in the corner of his room with his now shrunken luggage in a pocket. In his right hand he held the wand he'd been using for the last several weeks. His own wand was concealed up his sleeve, just as Tonks had taught him. He didn't know how long Tonks wanted to wait, but after a few hours of doing nothing, Harry began to get nervous. What he was sure about was that Tonks had been afraid. Almost as afraid as when the Death Eaters had come for him. Now she had gone missing. To top it off, she'd told him to wait for her. Surely there was a time limit. Another hour dragged by and Harry's eyes began to droop even with the threat of someone coming after him. He stood and walked around for a short while, getting his blood pumping. However, the moment he sat down, his eyes began to drop again. It took a while, but Harry soon nodded off. For the first time in several months Harry began to have visions again. It was more than just a dream. Try as he might, he had no way to keep it from happening. It started unlike any he'd ever had before. It was nice. He was standing in a meadow somewhere in the mountains. White and pink flowers all around him. Someone approached in the far-off distance, a mere dark shadow for a while. When the person finally started to take shape, the ground under Harry began to slide away. Moving the man away slowly at first, but quicker and quicker until he was lost in the far-off landscape. Harry didn't understand it at all, but he didn't want to go towards the man. He'd been tricked once before, and wouldn't let it happen again. In the next instant Harry found himself in a familiar room, something that began to overwhelm his thoughts. Sirius was standing on the far side of it, grinning down at him. "Wake up, you git, you're about to get the both of us caught," he said in a strange voice. Harry shook his head, not understanding what he was saying. "Get up," he shouted, but in Tonks's voice. A harsh chill made Harry sit up quickly, not quite sure what was happening. Someone had their hands on his, and he yanked it away, going for his hidden wand. "Don't," Tonks shouted at him. It took Harry a minute, but everything cleared up. Tonks was tugging on him, trying to get him to wake up. "Hurry up," she said, shaking him again. "We really don't have much time." "Never mind, just don't let go. You're not going to like this," she finally muttered. A hard gut-wrenching feeling passed over him as Tonks grabbed a hold of a portkey. "Stupid oars," Tonks read again as she stood up and brushed herself off. "Do you know how much trouble I'm in?" she groaned, looking over to Harry. Being completely in the dark about what was happening, Harry shook his head, uttering a soft, "No." "Well, seems that the ministers ordered you brought in and made an allowance for excessive force. Every oar available is scouring all of England for you, and now they know we were on Icaria. Somewhere between my magical usage and a picture of you got them all the way to Darian's house. I'm sorry about sending you off like that. I didn't know if you'd even make it. Must have been able to get away just before they erected the apparating barrier. I would have got to the hotel sooner, but I had to play it safe. Didn't work anyway. I never even saw them following me. Why are you in trouble then? And why is it so important to bring me in?" Harry asked. He didn't understand what Tonks meant. A wind blew by and Harry shivered. He hadn't worn much on the island because it was warm. Here it was quite chilly. "Never mind that. Where are we?" "Just wait a minute, let me get my bearings. I think my portkey didn't quite take us to where it was supposed to," she said as she looked around. When Harry looked at her with disbelief, she raised her hands defensively. "I'm sorry. It was the first portkey I've ever made. I'm surprised I even made it to London." Harry looked around and laughed nervously. Whatever area of London they were in was far worse than Grimmauld Place. "All right," Tonks said, "we're going this way," pointing down a street. She began at a fast lope down the street. "We need to get away from here as fast as possible. That portkey was illegal. It'll take them a while, but they'll figure out it was to here." "Where are we going then?" Tonks looked around once more and changed streets. "Heading down an even darker one. It's a safe house, Well, as safe as we can be for a while. After 3 more dark roads, the atmosphere suddenly changed. They were in a nicer area of London. All right, Tonks said finally. I know where we are now, it's just this way. Harry followed. He learned from being with Tonks that it was best to do what she said and not stay on her unless things started to go wrong. They came to the building Tonks was looking for. Tonks concentrated for a minute, her face changing slightly. Can I help you, miss? A doorman asked as they walked inside. When he saw Tonks, he smiled. Ah, 703 then? He asked, not bothering to look at Harry. Tonks nodded. Harry felt slightly out of place in his wizarding robes, but besides a few people on the road, no one had commented at all. The lift took them to the 7th floor and Harry kept both wands up his sleeves, ready to use. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tonks, he wanted to be ready just in case. At the door marked 703, Tonks knocked twice and waited. Behind the door Harry could hear a muffled noise. One of the concealed wands slipped down into his hand. The door cracked open slightly. Harry could see a brown eye taking them in. It slammed shut a second later as a commotion broke out. Tonks had grabbed a hold of the handle before it closed completely and she threw herself against the door, swinging it open again. Howdy boys, she said, not bothering to be quiet about it. The Scoop. Chapter 10. The Scoop. On the other side of the door the 2 Weasley twins stood, gaping. When Harry followed Tonks in and shut the door, the twins jumped at him, almost killing him with fright. Harry, both shouted at the same time. We'd wondered where you'd run off to. They've got everyone looking for you. After Harry had the freedom to move again, he grinned back at them and turned to Tonks, half laughing. You call this place safe? He asked jokingly and getting a frightening look from the twins. One he didn't want to explore. Safe enough for now, she said, looking to the twins. You're not going to be telling anyone, are you? Not even your brother or mum? Shrugging, the 2 headed towards a table. Fine with us, Fred replied. Mum wouldn't allow anyone to come over here anyway, and she certainly isn't coming herself. She's almost locked everyone in that house in fright. Dad apparates straight to Anne from the ministry and he takes Bill with him when they go to get groceries. How do you know where we lived anyway? Fred asked. Tonks looked towards George and smiled. You brother here tried to pick me up one night at the Latape. He thought I was drunk and brought me back here. You were drunk, George said as Fred looked at him in disbelief. No, Tonks said, trying to defend herself. I was mildly intoxicated, so drunk that you couldn't make it through the door without my help, George said. I brought you here because I didn't know where you lived, and you couldn't actually remember at the time. Tonks smiled sweetly. So anyway, he makes a move on me while we were sitting on the couch and got deprived of the privilege of being in my company for the night. I went home after that. George, who didn't look as if he was enjoying the way Tonks was talking about him, snorted. You passed out on the couch for 4 hours and then you went home. Close enough, Tonks snapped back. But, Fred said, still gaping. How come I didn't know? I mean, I've been here most nights. You were with Elizabeth, George said, sarcastically. You didn't come home until the next day. Harry just shook his head about the whole thing. He wondered if Tonks got drunk often. It'd be a sight to see if she acted any crazier than she normally did. When it occurred to Harry why Tonks might have been getting drunk, he tried to stop thinking about it, and decided that for the time being he probably didn't want to see Tonks drunk. There's a problem with staying here, Fred said, looking between Harry and Tonks. Maybe, he added slyly. This being the best place she could find. Tonks raised an eyebrow. And what is it? Well, George smiled. See, we have another room just in there, he said, pointing. But we've only got one extra bed. You're both going to have to sleep on it. There's no magic allowed in downtown London, even behind the confines of doors. That's a problem, Tonks scoffed. It was for Harry. He'd never slept in a bed with a female other than Karina, and he couldn't remember that. Basically, he was afraid what that meant when he woke up. His face started to turn bright red as he thought about it. Fred was laughing before Harry even looked up. It is for Harry, George chuckled when he saw Harry's face. He's never been with a girl before. Tonks snorted. Well, you two are certainly out of the loop. Harry got some last week. Then, without losing a beat, she turned to Harry. You're not sleeping on the floor. Don't worry about it, you'll get used to it, and besides, it won't be for long. We're only staying until I get everything sorted out. Now, she said, turning back to the door. I have to leave for an hour or so, gotta get some things taken care of as soon as possible. You two can take care of Harry, can't you? Tonks asked, staring at the twins. Take care of him, both exclaimed. George rubbed his hands together, but Fred continued speaking. We can do better than that. We're going to have a man-to-man talk while you're gone. Brief Harry on some of the things he doesn't know about yet. The door closed even before Harry heard Tonks's quiet goodbye, and he turned to the twins apprehensively. This is a delicate point in your life, Fred chortled. Yeah, George added. It's about the age you start thinking about what's between a woman's legs. Both laughed hard. Even as deprived as he was, Harry had a general understanding of the birds and the bees, but it was only from what he'd discovered while hearing older boys' conversations. Let's start at the beginning, Harry, George said, trying to contain his laughter, unlike Fred, who was laughing so hard that tears were rolling from his eyes. As you grow older, Harry, changes happen. But you started, even before you can remember, as a tadpole. Fred fell to his knees, his face so red that Harry thought he might be choking. Now women have these rivers built into them that once, a long time ago, you swam through to find an egg and become good friends with it. That's when you were born. Now, that tadpole's the key, you see. There's lots of little ones in you, and when you quote do the wild monkey dance unquote, with a woman, you're releasing millions of those tadpoles to swim upriver and make babies, George said, while next to him Fred was beside himself with laughter. That's a bad thing. Fred finally was able to breathe between fits of laughter. Well, in some ways. You don't want a little Harry running around, do you? No, you need to take some special potions so that your tadpoles die off before they make it upstream. Finally, having recovered from his laughing fit, Fred stood upright. Never mind what George said. It's simple, yo. You put your tool in a woman too much and she's gonna have a baby unless you take potions. There's other things that are involved, but George just tries to dumb it down. You're not dumb, are you, Harry? No, I thought not. Now, we've got a potion that you probably need to learn to make. It'll keep your... He looked over to George and snorted, but was able to contain himself, tadpoles from swimming upstream. It's always best that the woman's taking something as well, because the potions are not foolproof. Yeah, look at Mum, George snorted this time. Once again Fred was howling with laughter, unable to control himself. Yeah, Mum took them since she was young, he said between breaths. Never helped her much, he continued, his laughter fading. Harry didn't really think it was funny, but twins couldn't stop laughing for several minutes. When they did, it was Fred who began. So who is this girl? Someone we know. The best Harry could do was shake his head. He was tired, he'd been put through a lot, and now that the sleep he'd gotten before had worn off, he was feeling the need to get some rest. What was her name? George asked. Harry began, not quite sure if he wanted to answer. The twins exchanged glances and then looked at Harry, grinning. You don't even know, they said in unison. Their eyes turned to each other again and both shook their heads. Next time, get her name, Fred said. Well, George asked, how was it? This is like Ron's first time, Fred squealed girlishly as they waited for Harry's response. Our babies are growing up, he continued, faking a sniffle and wiping away a non-existent tear. Well, I don't exactly. See, I wasn't exactly very aware that night. I went into a club and had a few drinks, then I woke up next to her, don't remember much between then. The jeering and sniffles disappeared and Harry could see that the twins were completely taken by surprise. Harry scratched his head nervously, feeling the weight of their stares bearing down on him. You're not serious, Fred said, looking at Harry as if it might be a joke. Your first time, and you don't even remember it. We should get you some sort of memory potion. You can't just not remember your first time. That's like sacrilege or something. No, Harry said, waving his hands in front of him. It's all right, I don't think I want to remember it. I have enough memories as it is. Oh, George piped up, something else we should hear about. Like maybe why you and Tonks disappeared in the first place. Or where you were, where you got that scar on your neck. And for that matter, what happened with your scar? Surprised, Harry's hand shot to his head, touching the scar that should have been there. Nothing was. It didn't seem to have come back yet, but even Harry's hairy hands began to pull away. He felt the burning of it returning. The spell seemed to have worn off. Sorry, we had to hide my identity. Tonks said that it was best that way. As for everything else, it can wait until tomorrow at least. I need to get to bed, Harry said, exaggerating the yawn that overtook him. Yeah, all right, Fred said. Just one more question. What's with you and Tonks? Not getting too friendly with her, are you? The retreat Harry was executing stopped mid-step. Huh, he asked, not sure if he was taking the implied meaning correctly. Oh come on, George said. We both the way she looked happier when you were told you were sleeping with her. She stared at you a few seconds before she left too. You have to tell us what's going on. It wasn't her, was it? I mean, you said you didn't even know her. Her? No, Harry retorted as soon as he understood what George was asking. It wasn't her. I met up with some people I'd met earlier in the day, people Tonks didn't know. And then, when I came back late, she was cross with me for another 2 days. Wouldn't even speak to me. Now I'm going to bed. 20 minutes later, Harry was having a hard time falling asleep. Words that had been said only a few minutes before he had made his way to the bedroom were troubling him. Why would Tonks be looking at him strangely? Maybe she was leaving and not coming back. Or maybe she was wondering about something. They could be right, but he didn't understand why Tonks would like him. Sleep overcame him, but not for long. It was odd waking in a new place. He'd only just come to terms with waking at the island, and it was becoming more familiar to him. However, when he woke up in an unknown bed, he was more than a little surprised. It took him a few moments to remember where exactly he was. The blankets were wrapped around him tightly, but he could feel the prickling cold of the room and recalled that the island was a great deal warmer than London. He felt more boxed in than he had in a long time. Almost as if he were back in his little cupboard under the stairs. It hadn't bothered him then, but at the time he'd never known anything different. Now, he could hardly stand the feeling, and he tried to roll out of bed to walk around. The blanket did not let him go, and he fought against harder. Then, surprisingly, it moved. An unnerving chill flowed up his spine as a sense of déjà vu set in. He recalled waking up next to Karina and how she'd been close to him. Not as close as this person was, but he knew it was someone. Tonks, he whispered in a hoarse voice, recalling that she would be sleeping in the same bed as him. As if responding to her name, Tonks adjusted herself in bed, tightening her grip as she did so. Harry was at a loss. He didn't want Tonks to wake up while he was awake. He'd feel extremely uncomfortable, even more than he was right now. Then Tonks moved again, rolling a good portion of her body onto Harry. Not sure how to respond, Harry felt weak inside, like when all the blood rushed away from his head while diving abruptly on a broom. Another handful of minutes passed and Harry began to gently push on Tonks, trying to get her to move so that he'd have enough space on the bed. The glowing numbers on the clock said that only a few hours had passed since he'd first gone to bed, and Harry didn't really want to get up, so after DDING her several times and getting no response, Harry relinquished and tried to sleep. No, seriously Harry, Fred said, his mouth full of food. You're welcome anytime. We haven't eaten this good since we were home last. A few days had passed since Harry and Tonks had first come to the hole, as the twins called it. Harry had gotten used to the setting and even more used to being stuck inside. The rain outside was absolutely bizarre. Pouring and hailing 1 minute and then nothing only seconds later. The Muggle newspapers kept blaming the fluctuations in weather to a storm called El Niño at the same time said it was acting unusual. As for the Daily Prophet, Harry had still not seen more than a couple of issues of it. The twins kept telling him that they only got it at the store when they remembered. Harry, however, could have sworn he'd seen an owl bring it once or twice. During the day Tonks would slip away, keeping up appearances in her job. Harry found out that the whole time they were on the island no one, not even Dumbledore, had known where they were. Tonks suspected that someone was leaking information from inside and had somehow overcome the barriers that would have protected the order against such a person. Being the half-wit he was, when Tonks had disappeared with Harry, Fudge had assumed that Tonks was working with Voldemort and put out an edict for her capture. Harry being watched had officially been Fudge's idea, and so he was not about to let himself get caught up with getting in trouble for Harry's disappearance. Tonks had been labeled as a rouge by the papers, and though it never mentioned anything about her metamorph abilities, anyone seeing her was to try and capture her or report directly to the Ministry. The first night they'd come, Tonks had gone directly to Dumbledore, explaining everything she'd done and her suspicions. Apparently there had been a mutual thought between them, and he told her to keep track of him, without allowing anyone to know where he was. Dumbledore covered for her disappearance, and a note was put in the paper recalling the order that had been given for Tonks's capture. Not having read the paper, Harry was going by the things Tonks told him at night. He was still officially missing, but Dumbledore had told Fudge that Harry was safe for the time being and would not need to be rescued. Fudge had been furious that Dumbledore was circumventing the Ministry, but let things go. Harry also finally began receiving letters from Ron and Hermione. Several the first time. Dumbledore had been storing them from when Harry disappeared. Tonks had performed some sort of concealment charm to keep anyone from being able to locate him via magical post methods. Hermione had wrote several letters at first, each very similar, most with a great deal of horror at what had happened at Harry's house. It seemed she hadn't been told until after he'd disappeared from the Order's headquarters. After that they were short notes asking why he wasn't responding. Harry had just read through them quickly, trying to retain the major points, and then replied, telling her he could get the messages now. Dumbledore would still receive them and then send them through Tonks. Hedwig returned to him as well. Apparently she'd been spending most of her time with Hermione because she could not find Harry. When Hermione wrote again, it was about everything. The letters that had been so reserved last year seemed to brim with information. Umbridge was her favorite topic. Fudge had done the best he could to cover up everything that had happened. A few reporters had gotten the inside scoop and turned it into a nightmare for him. The first story was, however, the best it seemed. Hermione had clipped it for him from the Quibbler and sent him a copy. Terror at Hogwarts. Is Fudge in cahoots with Voldemort? During the last year at Hogwarts, as many of you already know, a High Inquisitor was appointed to oversee the education of students at Hogwarts. She failed tremendously. During her tyrannical stay she gained complete control over the school and proved what an iron fist really is. There is, however, another topic that should be discussed. Seeing the terrible misfortune which has befallen Hogwarts. Her methods can relate to that of when the Death Eaters ruled but 15 years ago. At first there was the topic of Ms. Umbridge's treatment of half-breeds, as she calls them. Though few have come forward about this topic, I have a source who would like to remain anonymous that can cite many occasions of her misuse of power to get rid of or tear down any witches or wizards who were not pure bloods. Students, staff and even visitors were all treated with the amount of respect that one might give to a wizard imprisoned in Azkaban prison. Though it was harsh, her tyranny was not brought upon those who were not purebloods alone. She took it upon herself to bring back punishments from the Middle Ages, things that most wizards hate to look back upon. I have it from several different accounts, the cruel and brutal treatment that many students went through. One such recount was of having to write several thousand lines with a bleeding quill, see section 3b, to make an impression. He provided proof by undergoing an examination by a trained physician. There was still evidence of scarring in his hand. Harry Potter had many sessions with the woman and never once complained. Can we wonder what she did to him? Several students have pointed out his very apparent dislike for the woman and the way he continually fought to wring the truth of he who must not be known out. He was banned from Quidditch, and sent to detention over and over again because of his convictions. Who reading this could say that they would truly fight GHT for such a truth when so few believed them? Now, given such examples of behavior that can only be related to that of a Death Eater, we ask ourselves, is there a connection? Could it be that Umbridge was working in secret to help bring about Voldemort's resurrection? She organized a squad of students who worked directly through her to maintain discipline throughout the school. All of these students were of pure blood and, according to some, fiercely loyal to her. led by Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, the now infamous Death Eater. Could this group be some sort of splinter of the Death Eaters to recruit while still in school? At the time of this writing, Umbridge could not be contacted for questioning. In fact, no one has seen any sign of her since the night she disappeared from Hogwarts. We all know that Fudge made it well known last year that Umbridge was working directly with him on everything, and he backed up everything that she wanted to do, including the dismissal of at least one teacher for incompetence. A few of her students wrote to the newspaper about the unfair treatment the teacher suffered through. Piecing the puzzle together requires a great deal of skill, but it seems right now that Fudge is responsible for the acts that happened at Hogwarts, the acts that are very similar to the methods that have previously been used by he who must not be known. There is other evidence as well, including the numerous press meetings last year in which Fudge denied that he who must not be known had returned even after having all the evidence he did. Can we trust Fudge to make decisions for us if he seems to be protecting the Dark Lord? This topic is being put under serious investigation. See future issues to find out any information we have of the inquiry. But for now, watch out. Terror is abundant in these dark days. Harry might have cried with happiness had the twins not been around. Such an article was something he'd waited for since he'd first had to write lines for the woman. Hermione also told him about the articles that followed, how all of the decrees that had been put into effect were now removed and that Hogwarts was now under Dumbledore's control again. There was also a law in the works to keep similar things from happening again. More notes came, not just from Hermione, but from Ron also. He thought it was brilliant that Harry had burned down the Muggle house he'd lived in and that he'd finally run away. He also mentioned a girl he was seeing. They'd been caught down at the village together in one of the storms that neither dared to leave in and had talked a good bit. She wasn't a witch, but that certainly didn't stop Ron. Harry smiled when he read about her. Ron could barely get past the part about her being extremely good-looking. She was in her 6th year of schooling as well, going to the Chermink Academy for girls and wanted to be a teacher. That was about all of the normal information he got from the letters. So, Harry, your birthday's coming soon, isn't it? George sighed, knocking Harry out of his reverie. Harry glanced up to see a glint in both boys' eyes and he shuddered to think what they had planned for him. Dumbledore had already told him it would be best if he didn't let his friends come over just in case they were tracked. Yeah, he said quietly. I don't think it matters though. It isn't a big deal anyway. All right, Fred said, grinning and winking to George. Oh, and hey, we wanted to talk to you about a new prank George and I have been working out. Want to hear it? Harry shook his head no, but too late. George was already deep into discussing how they were going to change the time in London. The Pensieve. Chapter 11. The Pensieve. Harry blinked furiously as he woke up startled. It was dark around him, and he felt Tonks under his arm. He took a moment to breathe. Until now he had not had a single dream that might be related to what Voldemort was doing or seeing. But suddenly it had changed. Harry grimaced but did not move. He didn't want to wake Tonks. There hadn't been much to the dream, a black doorway and a glowing symbol. But, as his scar prickled, Harry knew that it wasn't just a dream. He wished he'd seen more. Found something he could use, but there was nothing. No faces, no animals, nothing but a dark door. Finally deciding he wouldn't be able to sleep anymore that night, Harry carefully slipped his hand away from Tonks and rubbed his scar. He glanced over to Tonks as he pulled himself from the bed and saw she was sleeping soundly. Last night she'd come in late, even later than usual, and hadn't said a single word. It was better that way. Harry found it more comfortable if he didn't speak with her at night. Even though he'd gotten used to her presence, he still was slightly uneasy about it. Closing his eyes, Harry stretched and focused, trying to remember anything that might have helped him remember the dream. He thought to write to Dumbledore but decided against it. He continued to think about it in his mind. Dumbledore knew everything, he thought cantankerously. Besides, it wasn't as if a dream of a black doorway was going to help him much. Hedwig hooted in the corner. She had caught some small creature and was in the process of tearing it apart when Harry had woken up. Hey girl, Harry whispered, keep it quiet. Tonks is asleep. Hedwig's huge eyes blinked. Once and then a second later she continued to rip apart the animal she'd caught. Harry sighed and looked at the time. Today was his birthday and he was up before 5 a.m. Naturally, the damned dreams had started the day of his birthday. He sighed and rubbed his scar unconsciously again as the prickling faded, quicker than usual. Another minute ticked by on the clock that sat in the corner of Harry's vision and he groaned audibly. It seemed as though he were sleeping less and less lately. The spells Tonks had done didn't seem to be helping much. It was possible that he was gaining some sort of immunity to it. After all, Tonks had been performing it since before the island. As Harry washed his face and hair, he thought about the time he'd spent at the flat. Tonks was gone a good deal of the time working and so were the twins. That left him alone in the flat, with only his thoughts. The twins for some odd reason didn't want him to use magic. It wasn't all that hard for Harry even though he wanted to practice magic now that he'd started already during the summer. There was the curious reason that the twins didn't want magic in their house. They were wizards and had been all their lives. They had never not known magic but now wanted to stay away from it altogether. They had books though, and kept some of their notes about creating. Harry ran across these by accident the first time when he was cleaning the kitchen up. They seemed to have some extremely unique ideas and he was happy that their business was going to do so well. Other than cleaning and reading, Harry would practice the fundamentals of some of the spells and thought about how to teach them to the other members of the DA. The thought never even touched him that perhaps there wouldn't be a DA anymore now that Umbridge was gone. The only difference was that now they wouldn't have to be so secretive about things. Somehow his thoughts always wandered by the end of the day and eventually coming to Sirius, Hermione or Ron. Somehow even when he thought about Sirius, he didn't even cry. He was angry with himself about it, but it was the oddest thing. Every time he started getting sad he felt as if he were floating. The closest thing he could relate it to was the Imperious Curse when the fake Moody had placed it on him. He also tried to figure out everything that Tonks had once showed him. He wished he had a pensieve so he could go over it easier. He was able to remember a good number of the things she showed him when they first started. Some of it he wrote down on several parchments that he tied together as a makeshift book. He wanted to remember exactly how she introduced it so when he showed the others he could do it properly. Once he finished his morning ritual he found his scar was throbbing again. He cleared his mind as best as possible, hoping it would just go away. While Snape's lessons hadn't gone well, he did learn a few things from them. Harry shook his head at the thought of Snape. He knew he had to start training for occlumency again, but the thought of Snape trying to teach him made Harry debate on whether to just let the dreams continue. Harry headed towards the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Even though it was his birthday, it didn't feel all that different from any other morning. He cooked breakfast for the others. The twins would probably be up in an hour and Tonks, she just woke up whenever she woke. Harry also knew that they would probably throw him a party later. He'd heard the three whispering amongst themselves and he wondered if Ron and Hermione would be able to come. He suddenly groaned to miss them a lot more, especially now that Tonks was gone most of the time. As he padded across the floor of the room he glanced at the bed and felt a tug, like he wanted to sit and watch her. He had done it some mornings, wondering why she did everything she did for him. But there wasn't even a face visible. She was completely concealed by the covers, so he continued past her. Harry stopped at a trunk near the door. He opened it silently and touched the pillow to make sure it was still warm. Sometimes he had to prod it with his wand when it started to cool since the egg needed to stay constantly warm. Harry stared at it. Some brown speckles had formed on since the night before. He would have to see if the notes said anything about that. Harry still wasn't sure what he was going to do with the animal. Surely Dumbledore wouldn't let him keep it. But then he would have to wait until it hatched. After reading through the notes he found that a lot of them were a gray deal more like a dog than any of the other combined species. Harry shut the lid and sighed, trying to keep his mind clear. He walked out the door and closed it quietly, trying to keep it from clicking, which often was loud enough to awaken Tonks. The door to the kitchen creaked slightly ahead of him and Harry stopped dead. His hand slipped into his pocket and pulled his wand from it and he checked to make sure that the second wand was secured against his arm beneath his long sleeve. There was a second noise, a light scratching, like a mouse, or a rat, Harry though savagely. He thought for a moment, trying to decide on a spell before he burst through the door. If Pettigrew was on the other side, then he was going to make sure he didn't get away. If Sirius wasn't on the run, then, ha. RRY shook his head again and focused on the task at hand. Taking a deep breath, Harry charged into the room. It was unnaturally black, almost as if all light had been sucked from it. It typically had a little bit of light coming through from the window as the sun came up. With his other hand, Harry reached across his body, uncomfortably searching for the light switch he knew was next to the door. S outstretched fingers found it, and he held his breath as he flicked it. Surprise! 3 separate voices shouted loudly as the light flickered on. Harry had already said half a spell before his mind connected who they were. Tiny bits of confetti fell on him, followed by lazy balloons. As they neared the ground, they seemed to disappear completely. In front of him were the twins and Tonks, with a huge cake sitting on the small table. The red and gold icing looked as though someone had tried to make it represent Gryffindor, on the top a ridiculous-looking griffin. It didn't seem to have been done with much artistic talent, but at the same time Harry thought it looked like it had been done with a lot of thoughtfulness. Standing there, Harry had no idea what to do. The 16 candles that saw tea atop the cake were now lit, and they flickered as Harry watched them, transfixed. He knew what he was supposed to do. He'd imagined it 100 times before, but now that he was standing there and the cake sat before him, he found it hard to actually do it. Well, Tonks said, smiling, blow them out. The charms that keep magic from registering aren't going to sit much longer. Harry continued to stare at the cake, feeling the urge to blow them out, but wanting that moment to last forever. Blow them out or we'll have a fire and the whole building'll show up. Waiting another moment, he finally heaved a deep breath and blew hard. He failed horribly to blow out more than half the candles. He, however, leaned in as his breath finished and helped him finish off the rest. Having never had a true RTH day party, he continued to stare while George pulled out a knife and began to cut the cake up. Someone was with him on his birthday for the second time in his life. Someone was there and willing to celebrate it with him. Hagrid had been the first and given him perhaps the best birthday present ever, revealing who he really was. A small stack of presents was uncovered by a grinning Tonks, each bearing separate names. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Luna, Tonks. Hedwig went out and got presents and brought them to Dumbledore. He delivered them to us. Harry looked at the clock on the wall to ensure it really was 5 a.m. and laughed. It's just barely 5 in the morning, guys. I've never seen any of you up before 6, unless you count Tonks coming in at 4:30. There was a moment's pause before anyone answered. It was Tonks who did. It's your birthday, silly. We can afford to wake up early one morning. As long as we get to go back to bed, the twins added simultaneously. It was her idea to surprise you this early. Harry turned to Tonks to thank her, but his words disappeared before they were able to come out. Bits of red and gold were flying everywhere, and Tonks made an oomph sound as the cake was crushed under her. Tonks' face was quickly coated with the frosting that had only moment before been decorating the cake. Staring, open-mouthed, at Tonks, Harry wasn't sure exactly what to say. As Tonks struggled to pull herself from the large cake, Harry's senses snapped back and he reached down and helped tea up. I'm sorry, she said, almost crying as she looked back at the cake. The chair was just. And I don't. I'm so sorry. I worked all night to get it right and then I go and ruin it. Laughing at her as she tried to brush off the cake, he took some from what was left of the cake and tried it. It's good, Tonks. It's too bad it was used to make me laugh, he said as he chuckled. Her behavior was confusing. Harry figured she'd take it lightly like she did most other things, but for some reason she didn't. Tonks frowned and, looking depressed, stalked out of the room. Well, Fred said when Harry looked to them, confused. Go after her, tell her it's all right. She did spend all night getting it ready. For you. With little more than a nod, Harry went after her, heading back into the room where they slept. There was a second bathroom that was attached inside their room, and he could see the door swinging as he entered the room. Not thinking twice about it, he followed her in. Tonks, really, I loved it, he said as he pushed the door open. He paused a second as he got a glance of her face in the mirror. It wasn't the same Tonks he knew. It was her, but it looked so much younger. But she turned to him and the face was gone. It was no different from the usual look. Tears were streaming down her cheek. I'm sorry, Harry. It was supposed to be perfect. I wrote Hermione about it and everything to find out what sort of cake you liked, and I made it Gryffindor colors. It was all perfect, but then I had to go and fall into it. I hate that I'm so clumsy, but sometimes I just can't seem to step right. Tonks, really, it's all right. I saw it, and it tasted good. He was going to finish with something else but decided not to, rather choosing to stop speaking and see what she'd do. I got a present for you, Tonks said uncertainly. I don't know if you'll like it. I just thought since you lost your picture book and all that, maybe I could try and get you something that might help you replace it. Harry looked at her confused. He remembered mentioning the book once. Not long after he had taken him away from his house, and he did really miss it. Everything he had of his parents and friends had been in it. Let's go open it then, Harry said, still trying to maintain his position of comforting her. When the two appeared back in the kitchen, the twins had already cleaned up the mess. Sorry mate, George grinned, we could go and buy you another, but it just wouldn't be the same. He winked when he saw Tonks smile slightly. Mine last, Tonks said as she seemed to have cheered up completely. Harry just shrugged as he looked at the stack of presents. He picked Hermione up first. It looked remarkably like another book, and Harry wasn't surprised. As he pulled off the wrapping, he came in contact with soft leather. The book was not a book, rather a type of journal. Hermione had attached a note explaining that she'd seen him making notes last year for the lessons and thought that maybe it'd be best to keep them in a book. She seemed to have collected a good deal of them and already entered them, adding some of her own notes. Everything was in order of what they'd done in the DA. The few things he hadn't been able to get to were added on the end. Harry smiled at the gift. Unlike the homework journal, he'd make good use of it. Ron had gotten him a wand holster. It was used, but had been cleaned up well. Harry smiled brightly as he read the note attached to it. Ron seemed to have thought that it would help him draw his wand quicker, as if he couldn't draw it fast enough anyway. Luna enclosed some sort of necklace. She said he and her father had come across it while they were on vacation, and she thought he might like it. Supposedly it was supposed to ward off evil spells. Harry shook his head, doubting it would block any of the evil spells that would be headed his way, but still clasping it on his neck. Ginny got him a box of chocolates and told him that she hoped that everything was all right wherever he was. It was Hen that the twins announced that they'd also had a present, surprising Harry and Tonks. Fred announced like it were in the middle of some sort of ceremony. We've gotten you a present, he said, taking a knee before Harry and bowing, holding his hand above him with a scroll in it. It was held together by what looked like a set of gold rings. Don't worry, George said, loosing his smile, we promise that it's not some sort of prank. Fred hit him. Well, it's not something that's really a prank. It won't do anything, not right now at least. Just read the scroll, he said, glancing to George. Ari wondered what it was and unrolled the parchment. The scroll was actually two separate scrolls. The first, the outside scroll, had an official look. He read it over and then looked at the twins, eyeing their eager grins. I can't, he said slowly. Oh, don't worry, George said, it's already done. You're 1/4 owner of our shop. You're not going to have to supply any more financial aid. Our store is doing quite well. In fact, we've just hired another person other than Lee to help keep the store up. She's quite insane. You should meet her. Harry was speechless. Can't let your support go to waste, Fred added, grinning as widely as George. Lee thought it up when we started to make the business all formal. He's our other partner, or you would have gotten more than 1/4 of the business. But I don't want this, Harry said. I gave you that money so you could use it. I didn't want anything else from you. Aw, come on, Harry. It's not like you're required to do anything, it just gives you some special privileges. Fred said. Yeah, like the other part of the present, George piped in. The other scroll was lying on the table and Harry picked it up. Glancing at it, he looked at the rings and then back to the scroll. You're not serious? Fred and George nodded eagerly. It was your idea anyway, Fred said. Yeah, George added. Last year when we were talking about not being able to get the extendable ears into a closed room that had the imperturbable charm on it, you said we should just make a hole in the wall. Well, It's not exactly a hole in the wall, but it's a hole. Try it out, Fred said excitedly, almost tripping over himself to have Harry play with it. It took a long time to make, but we'll make others. Gently Harry pulled apart the two rings that were clasped together. They seemed to be stuck together like magnets and came apart with some force. They both had tiny arrows on them that pointed one direction, and Harry put both of them with the arrows facing up beside each other on the table. Tonks was watching, curious and seemingly amused. She'd read the note from over Harry's shoulder while he was speaking with the twins. She rolled up the parchment tightly and handed it to Harry. Try it, she nudged him on. Taking the paper, Harry looked at the two rings and then plunged the tightly rolled parchment into the center of one of the rings. He gasped and let go of it as it popped out the other side. It dropped a little but didn't go anywhere, bobbing halfway inside the ring. The other side seemed to have an equal length floating from the ring. Fred pulled the parchment out of the ring and then excitedly shoved his finger through it. It popped out the other end. Harry laughed as the lone finger motioned for him to come forward. When Fred had pulled his finger back out, he picked up one and handed it to George, who walked out of the room with it. It works great, George's voice floated through the room clear as day, when you're trying to listen to conversations that are happening in another room. Or you can watch things, he added. Fred held up the ring and Harry placed his eye near it, seeing George's eye in it. George pulled it back until most of his face was visible. Like you said, a hole. But this hole is transportable, Fred added as Harry sat the ring back down. George entered back into the room. We're trying to work out a few things, like making the hole one-sided, but for now you just have to put a silencing charm on yourselves so that people can't hear you. We blocked out the visual easily enough, just tap I.T. with your wand and say dark and the other ring won't be able to see into the ring you have for a few hours or until you tap it and say light. We did add a little extra to this, George said, and he pulled out his wand, tapping it. He plainly said, off, and then picked it up and put his finger inside it, slipping it on just like a typical ring. You can just turn the voice on if you want. It opens a tiny hole instead of one that goes all the way on the inside of the ring. We set up an amplification spell so that it sounds just like the normal-sized hole. Tonks was examining the other ring that Fred had. You could put it on someone to keep track of someone. We're trying to make it so one ring can connect to multiple rings so that we could have one that could listen on multiple people. You know, sort of like a communication device, if we could just figure out how to make all the holes the same hole. How do you figure out how to do this anyway? Tonks asked as she pulled it close to her eyes, trying to figure out where the hole was. It wasn't easy, George said. We found this really old book about creating something like a portkey and, well, after that it didn't take long to figure out how to make the hole. We just couldn't make a big one, not yet at least. But the rings do enough for now. They're playing done. The rings were handed back to Harry. He clasped them together, and thought of putting on his finger but then decided against it. Tonks suggested putting them on the necklace that Luna had given him, and Harry did, but turned them off just in case. He didn't want the necklace to disappear from around his neck. Mine now, Tonks said as Harry was snapping the necklace back in place. It's not just from me either. We found it among Sirius things and thought, just go ahead and open it. Harry blinked and stared at the package. It had been something of Sirius. Tonks was a goof sometimes, but she'd been really careful about the Sirius situation, barely even mentioned it until now. Harry knew that Sirius was related to her, and that they probably knew each other better than he knew Sirius. Her gift seemed to get larger on the table as he thought about things, and he almost dared not open it. Tentatively Harry touched the gift. It was obviously a box or within one of some sort, and he tore the paper away slowly, taking much longer than he would have normally. It was enclosed in a wooden box with very little decorations. Harry could see that Sirius had carved his name into the bottom corner of it. For a minute Harry just fingered the name, wondering things that he didn't want to wonder about. Slowly he gripped the lid and pulled it off, looking down into it to see what lay inside. A stone basin, filled with a silver substance. Pensive, Harry murmured under his breath. It reacted to his presence, and the thick silvery white substance swirled. An image appeared as Harry felt himself getting closer and closer to it. Sirius, Peter, Remus and his father were outside somewhere. Harry's nose was so close to the material that he almost touched it when Tonks pulled him back. "Sorry Harry, but there's a note. I think you should read it first, I thin. He knew that we'd give it to you when well, just take a look." Somehow in the few moments Harry had been staring at the note, the twins had disappeared. Harry unfolded the note that was tucked into the side of the box and read it carefully. "Harry, if you're reading this now, I'm dead, unless I forgot to remove it. In which case I forgot, so forgive me please. I know you don't have much to remember your father by, and after our little talk about him, I decided that this might be the best way to show you. Moony and I discussed this for a long time before he finally approved it, and we asked Dumbledore to get one for us. They're not the easiest things to come by, so please be careful with it. Because of our talk I realized some things that I'd forgotten a long time ago. What Mies and Lily died for was something I've always regretted, but now I don't. Harry, you were the best thing that ever happened to me after James died, maybe the best thing ever. I want you to know that. I wish I could give you more than you'll ever get from me. I know I've never been a father to you and never could be, I'm not the sort. But I wanted to give you one last gift in case one of these I defy Dumbledore and end up with your parents. It's hard without them, Harry. I miss James ever so much and my memories aren't enough anymore. Here's the best I could give you. Memories you've wished for all your life. Don't ever think that your father was a bad person. I know it seems like it from what you've seen and what you do see, but remember that we grew up and realized our mistakes. Realized how childish it was to fight with Severus a long time ago, but we still can't get along. Will you tell him that I left his little keepsake in a box? It's in the secret passage behind the picture of Godric on the 3rd floor. He'll have to use his wand because it's on the ceiling near the entrance. That's the best apology I can give him, and I couldn't while I was alive, so do it for me as a last request. Tell him it's from your father and me, and don't be around when he gets it. If you want to use this pensieve yourself, you'll have to ask Dumbledore. The spell's a bit complicated and it was hard enough to learn myself. I'm not good at explaining things. Besides, you'll have enough memories in there to last for a while if you can't ask right away. Oh, one last thing. Go and kill Voldemort for me, will you? I'll be rooting for you wherever I am. Tell Ron and Hermione that their promises still apply too. Sirius. Harry stared at the letter. It was written in jerky writing, as if Sirius had been in a hurry when he'd written it. Some of the ink was blotted and he'd had a hard time making it out, but in the end it was all there, no matter how much little he could stay to one topic. Sirius was ready to die, he was sure of that. Harry may not have been ready for it, nor was he willing to accept it. But then he couldn't accept a lot of things, and that's why he was himself. One last time, Harry looked into the swirling mass of memories again and wondered how much Sirius had put in there. Then he closed the lid with a sigh. He'd wait until he was alone to explore. Tonks was waiting for him in the other room. "Let's go out," she said when Harry came out of the room. For the rest of the day Harry spent time with Tonks as she paraded him around London, taking in sights he'd never seen. It was enjoyable, like most of the time he'd spent on the island had been. But as it started to get dark, Tonks grabbed a cab and they ended up in front of a huge clock tower that Harry recognized. "What are we doing here?" Harry asked suspiciously as she took a walkway right past the gate as if it didn't exist. Harry followed, at a quick pace, not getting any answer. Guards were all around it seemed, but none of them seemed to notice Tonks as she strode right up to a tower and began fiddling with the lock. It had been hard enough to stay right next to her as they snuck in the gates and around the guards. Even if they didn't seem to be, Harry wasn't sure he wanted to be caught playing a prank anywhere near the place. He'd seen more police officers in this area than he thought he'd ever seen in his life. As soon as Harry noticed she wasn't able to get the lock open, he pulled a penknife from his pocket, opened up the special blade and handed it to Tonks. "Use it like a key," he whispered as silently as possible. Other than his firebolt, this was the one other thing that Sirius had given to him. The key easily slipped into the keyhole and turned silently. "Come on," Tonks whispered as she opened the door silently. "We need to get inside before the guard comes back around." Harry quickly followed her in. He knew exactly what they were doing there. The idea that the twins had to LD him about when he'd first come to their flat. Once inside, Harry made sure that the door was locked again. A flight of stairs was just to the right. Tonks headed towards them. "Are you sure you know where you're going?" Harry asked as one of the stairs creaked under his weight. "Yes," Tonks said as she slowed. "Just last year we chased a muggle up here that had gotten a hold of some magical items. He couldn't use the wand, but there was quite a few items he was using to rob the town dry. Actually, he had a knife quite similar to the one you let me use. He was hard to catch because he was a muggle and magical devices don't put off much of a signature." Harry just nodded, and continued following her. After several flights of stairs he stopped and waited for a few minutes and then started going again. Why? He wasn't sure. But he heard footsteps occasionally. They echoed through the stairwell. "This idea is too great to resist. We just can't get caught. I don't think I could talk my way out of being in here." After what seemed like ages, Tonks stopped in front of a door. "Here it is," she said, putting her ear to the door. A moment later, inside the door Harry was staring at a huge assembly. And the inside of the clock they were playing with. Beyond the clock he could make out shapes, and he suddenly wanted to see outside. "Is there a window?" he asked, as he watched Tonks bang the Weasley product with her hand. Tonks nodded and pointed back to the stairs. "It's on the next level. You should be all right. I don't think there's guard up here, but just keep it quiet." Nodding, Harry headed back to the stairs, wanting to see outside. They still had a good 30 minutes before the bell would ring again, and so he wasn't worried about ear protection. It wasn't a window, it was much more. A balcony extended all the way around the tower. Slowly Harry stepped out onto it. It wasn't that late and the tower was lit up, so people could see him if they were taking pictures. The caution was soon lost as he took in the view. London was more beautiful than he'd ever imagined. A slight scratching sound, faint over the murmur of the crowd below, made Harry turn quickly. In an instant he'd drawn his wand from his cloak and was pointing it into the shadows of the corner pillar. "Good evening," a voice said calmly from the shadow. A face appeared almost as if something had lit a light just above the man. But it was only enough to show his face. "Oh," the man said lazily, a smirk on his face, "there'll be no need for magic here." Then he turned back towards the city, staring out at it as Harry had been. "I'm not one to fight about such a magnificent sight. You were smart enough to get up here. We can share the view," he said calmly as Harry's grip loosened just slightly on his wand. "Who are you?" Harry asked awkwardly, never taking his eye from the man. He wasn't about to go looking out at the city now that someone else was here. Sighing, the stranger turned back to Harry, shaking his head. "Children. They must know everything," he said, and Harry was suddenly reminded of Snape. They both had the same chalky skin complexion. But at the same time this man's face was more drawn out and, from what Harry could tell, long dark hair. "Somewhat like Sirius. So many people have asked me that question," he continued, "and yet I never have a real answer." "My name," he said, stepping down from his seat on the railing, "is Hadwin." He paused for a moment, as if he might have forgotten his own name. Finally he smiled briefly and continued, "Wendell Hadwin, and since we reintroducing ourselves, what might your name be?" Harry Potter," Harry replied, taking a step towards the stranger. There was no reaction, and so Harry's mouth continued to speak even though he wasn't quite sure he should. "But you already knew that, didn't you?" he asked as he stared at the man. The stranger, Wendell, was serious-like, more so than Harry had at first thought. A pang of grief washed over Harry, but he pressed it aside. He needed to focus if he was to use magic. Sirius was dead, and this man, whoever he was not the man he loved. His cloak was rather shabby, not unlike Lupin's. But at the same time it was different. Completely black, it wrapped around the man's body, fitting his stature perfectly. The bottoms of it were so ragged that no hem remained. Some of it then came up several inches from where it had once been. Underneath he had crimson clothing, and though none of it was quite as shabby as his cloak, it was all well worn. Harry's eyes searched out a wall, or a place where it was possibly kept. Tonks had taught him it was best to try and keep one step ahead of the opponent, but at the same time always be ready for the unexpected. "My wand?" the stranger asked, his eyes locking into Harry's and not moving. He neither blinked nor lost Harry's eye. Harry almost winced under the gaze. It was almost as if the man were breaking him apart from the inside. The familiarity of it washed over Harry and he gasped, then closed his eyes and focused, trying to push the man out of his mind. While it was not the same as the way Harry had intruded, this man was inside him, breaking his will rather than his body. There was silence. For a few moments Harry felt the need to draw his wand, but he suppressed the urge. The man had made no move towards him, nor had He made any movement at all since he'd turned his head back to the streets. Your friend had better hurry. There's a set of guards headed up the tower right now to check on things. How do you know what we're doing? Harry asked. The stranger moved, standing to his full height on the balcony. Had Harry not known he was real, he might have taken him for a black gargoyle watching the tower at night. His robes covered him completely, except for his hands, which were gloved, so Harry could see nothing of him except for his face. I know you, he said quietly, trying to recall where exactly he'd seen the man. No place came to mind, but he recalled seeing his face before. I doubt it, he said. Did you do something important? Harry asked, thinking it was possible he'd seen a picture of the man. Maybe I saw you in the newspaper or on the telly. The stranger laughed deeply, and a strange sensation overcame Harry. No, I don't think you would have. I have done things, yes, things you might see as important. But they're not what you'd expect. I do those things for my own purposes. When Harry had nothing to say, he smiled. What we do in life echoes in eternity, he added cryptically. Harry had done important things too, but he would have rather stayed out of the spotlight, like this stranger claimed. It was nice, getting gifts from admirers, but he rather disliked not being able to walk around without a disguise on. A horn below honked for the second time, and Harry took his eyes away from the odd stranger, taking the time to look down at the street below him. The people were like ants, moving ever so slowly on whatever paths they had chosen. A few had stopped and were looking up at the tower. It didn't surprise Harry that a great deal of people would stare up at the clock tower and take pictures. Don't worry, the stranger said as Harry pulled back so that his picture wouldn't be taken. The tower's got a few tricks of its own. From below you can't see magical people up here. It's an inventive little charm and works quite well. You could jump and no one would see you until you'd almost hit the ground. Why are you up here? A sudden movement behind Harry startled the man, and then he was gone. Harry wasn't even sure if he'd seen it correctly, but the man looked as if he'd jumped off the tower. Nutter, Harry muttered as he turned to a bewildered Tonks. She was staring at the ledge, her face locked in some form of terror and surprise. Someone was there, right? Harry nodded and stepped past her. Whoever the man was, he was long gone. Maybe he played Jack too. Let's go, she said quickly. If someone was there, then this probably isn't the best place to be hanging around. Don't apparate, Harry finished as Tonks was preparing a quick escape. That'll only get us in more trouble. I didn't exactly tell Dumbledore about that little trick you learned, or about Jack, so please don't mention either. The trees were painted the colors of autumn and whisked by so quickly that Harry could barely keep track of them. He stared at a little dark-haired boy who sat in the compartment alone. He was frowning, concentrating on the box in his hand. Harry had never seen anything like it. It was square and smooth black. It must have served some purpose, he thought as he watched the boy's hands glide over it. The door to the compartment slid open. A young blonde woman walked in. Harry recognized her somehow. She smiled at him, looked around, and then disappeared again through the door. The boy did not move. He didn't even seem to acknowledge her presence, however brief it had been. The seconds ticked by and Harry found a seat, staring at the young boy. His hair was perfectly kept, falling just barely to his ears. His eyes seemed to flicker with a wicked spark. He smiled, and then suddenly his fingers slid across the cube quickly. The cube shimmered and changed shape, turning into a sphere of exactly the same material. It shimmered slightly and Harry see the reflection of everything around him. Git, a voice said, and both Harry and the boy turned their heads to the door that had slid open. A dark-haired boy quickly entered, sliding the door closed behind him just as quick. Hey, you don't happen to have your wand handy, do you? He asked seriously but with a smirk on his face while struggling to hold the door closed. It seemed that people were trying to force it open. The first boy smiled and one of his hands dropped from the ball he'd been playing with and reached into his cloak and pulled out his wand, flicking it up to the second. It seemed that what was about to happen didn't concern him as he turned to the sphere again, his hands roving over it slowly, searching for something. Harry, however, couldn't seem to keep his eyes off the second boy. It was almost like staring in a mirror. He'd seen his father older, yes, but seeing him so young gave him the oddest feeling. James had somehow been able to catch the wand in the hand that already held his own wand. He rolled them in his hands, waiting for something. Outside someone bellowed, and James jumped back from the door. The second wand seemed to fly from one hand to the other. He flicked them simultaneously as the door crashed open. Sirius had looked up again, his hands slowed to a crawl over the sphere. His eyes were focused on James, trying to pierce his thoughts. In a moment the train was ruckus. 3 boys who had tried to force their way into the compartment were turned, all retching their guts. Out in the hallway, James stepped to the door, kicked one of the boys out as he was puking and then slid the door shut. "Thanks, mate," he said cheerfully as he laid the wand next to Sirius and took a seat across from him. "Bloody Slytherins don't like being called slime. I guess it's true when they say it's hard to accept the gruesome truth," he snickered. The corners of Sirius' mouth turned up just slightly, the only real movement that Harry had seen on it in the last hour. "Name's James Potter," James said, offering his hand to the disbelieving Sirius. "Oh, shut up, you prat. It hasn't been that long," Sirius said, smirking. "It was your fault I was sent to stay with my aunt for the past several months. My family seemed to believe you were corrupting me and having a bad influence. I can't even begin to figure out why. Oh, I also happen to agree that Slytherins are the slime of the world as well. My cousin's one of the worst," he added, his face breaking into a grin. "Hey, you don't know how to get one of these things open, do you?" Sirius questioned James, motioning towards the ball. "My father gave it to me as a present, but said I had to get it open first. Typically I wouldn't give it much thought, but the new comet just got released and he knows I've been wanting it. I think this was his way to help me sneak one in. I've seen the damn thing open, but he never showed me what was inside." James's eye rose slightly. "Do you really think he would have done that? He's always going on about keeping the rules and he never let us get away with anything. Even that one time, we caught Mrs. Jameson and the minister at the party your father was hosting and nicked her knickers. Your father knew who she was with in there and still felt it was right to punish us." "Come on," Sirius said, throwing him the ball. "You do know how to open it, don't you? You're just stalling. What do you want?" Quote. James looked aghast. Even though Harry had the feeling it was fake, because it was a bit overdone, it looked real. Harry stepped forward and tried to touch his father's unruly hair. Wanting to feel it, wanting to have touched his father even if just for a moment. He knew it was a memory, he knew it wouldn't happen, but he just felt the overwhelming urge to do it. However, just as he had thought, Harry's hand swept right through the hair. "Nothing," James finally said. "Well, not nothing. You're going to let me RDE it if it is a broom, right? If my parents hadn't felt that it was too hazardous it wouldn't have been destroyed." "You and your flying machines," Sirius muttered. "It's a good thing they didn't have a photographer around or you might have been in a lot more trouble. When Mother found out about that she sent me straight to my aunt without even telling me. I was just hauled off. They even went and hid the flow powder, kept the Ollery locked, and told the elves not to obey any orders from me unless it was to do with cleaning. They knew I'd try and contact you.